accompanied by Dato Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Birgood, Professor Emeritus Dato Dr. Osman Bakar, Professor Dato Khalik Ahmad, keynote speakers, and dignitaries. National Anthem. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Professor Dato Dr. Abdul Aziz Birgood, Dean of ISTAC IIUM, Kuala Lumpur campus, representing the Honorable Senator Dr. Zulkifli Hassan, Deputy Minister for Religious Affairs in the Prime Minister Office. His Excellency Jose Luis Pardo, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Spain, Kuala Lumpur, Professor Dr. Khalik Ahmad, Chairman of the conference, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, paper presenters, diplomatic corps, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning. Welcome to the International Conference on Renewal and Reform of Islamic Thought and Civilization, ICRITC’24, here at the illustrious ISTAC in Kuala Lumpur. I am Dr. Nura Norman, your Master of Ceremony, and it is my privilege to guide you through this event. Today, we convene at a crucial juncture dedicated to the exploration and revitalization of Islamic thought and civilization for the modern age. Our collective endeavor is to bridge knowledge gaps, rejuvenate timeless values, and usher Islam into a progressive and inclusive era. This gathering is more than a symposium. It is a catalyst for transformative and global advancement. ICRITC’24 serves as a dynamic international forum for a diverse range of intellectual exchanges. We will delve into philosophy, science and technology, environmental sustainability, interfaith dialogue, education, spirituality, community reform, gender issues, legal perspectives, media, arts, regional insights, and social transformations. With over 60 speakers from 15 countries, the insights and discussions over the next 2 days are set to be both profound and expansive. We are honored to host esteemed inaugural and keynote speakers whose visionary contributions are poised to stimulate our dialogue and expand our horizons. We will begin today's proceedings with most auspicious start. Please welcome Ustaz Osman Nordin, Islamic Religious Officer of ISTAC IIUM, for the recitation of the Holy Quran.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لقد كان لسبإ في مسكنهم آية جنتان عن يمين وشمال كلوا من رزق ربكم واشكروا له بلدة طيبة ورب غفور فأعرضوا فأرسلنا عليهم سيل العرم وبدلناهم بجنتيهم جنتين ذواتي أكل خمط وأثل وشيء من سدر قليل ذلك جزيناهم بما كفروا وهل نجازي إلا الكفور وجعلنا بينهم وبين القرى التي باركنا فيها قرى ظاهرة وقدرنا فيها السير سيروا فيها ليالي وأياما آمنين فقالوا ربنا باعد بين أسفارنا وظلموا أنفسهم فجعلناهم أحاديث ومزقناهم كل ممزق إن في ذلك لآيات لكل صبار شكور صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you, Ustaz Osman, for that enlightening recitation. It truly sets a reflective tone for our discussion today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Professor Dr. Khalik Ahmad, Chairman of ICRITC’24, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Please welcome Professor Khalik Ahmad.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, Jose Luis Pardo, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Spain to Kuala Lumpur, Yang berbahagia Dato' Profesor Dr. Abdul Aziz Bargut, Dean, International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, Yang berbahagia Profesor Dato' Osman Bakar, Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, Honorable Tan Sri, Puan Sri, Dato', esteemed professors, scholars, dignitaries, guests from around the world, paper presenters, participants, and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Life owes to change, and change is the law of life. Life owes to change, and change is the law of life. Alhamdulillah, we have assembled here today for this event, ICRITC. When the name proposed by someone, they say, don't make it too critic, otherwise people don't like it. So this idea of bringing scholars, academics, and thought leaders, local and from overseas, to discuss and deliberate on the issue of renewal and reform of the Islamic thought and civilization. As the time passes, things changes, and we need to adjust our thinking according to the need of the time to remain relevant and sustainable. Actually, this is the beauty of Islam, that it adapts and provides flexibility to accommodate the people of the world under its tenets and approach of the Rahmatul Lil Alameen is meant for all the nations and for all the time. As we know, the Islamic source of knowledge is primarily two, Quran and Sunnah. Quran is revelation and messages are telegraphic. But the Quran is what our beloved Prophet's life was in practice. Someone asked Ummatul Mu'mineen Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha, can you tell us what's the Prophet's day and nights in the life? Her answer was, don't you read Quran? And the Prophet life is Quran in practice. That's what we call Sunnah. Now, the Sunnah of the life of the Prophet can easily be classified into three. 1/3 of the Prophet life was for his prophetic mission, which is da'wah. Another 1/3 of the life of the Prophet was for ibadah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the remaining 1/3 of his life was basically the Arab values and traditions, since he was born in Makkah and he was practicing Arab culture and traditions. Now, all the Muslims are not Arabs, and not all the Arabs are necessarily Muslims. The biggest Muslim population today is in Indonesia. Therefore, the Indonesian culture and traditions can come into fold of Islam in the last 1/3 of the Muslim practices. Today in Malaysia, we have most of the states have a Majlis Agama. It's not only called as Majlis Agama Islam, rather fully they are known as Majlis Agama Islam and Istiadat Melayu. Fortunately or unfortunately, many of us trying to become more Arab than the Arabs themselves. With due respect to our friend Prof. Jasir. Fortunately, we try, but if our intention is good that we want to copy the Prophet, his values, Arab values, I think we still get the reward, no problem for that. Therefore, the adherence of the first two, 1/3 and 1/3, means 2/3 about the prophetic mission, da'wah and ibadah. We have no choice but to follow our Prophet, as these are incumbent upon all the Muslims wherever they are, but we have the flexibility to practice our own language, our own culture, values, and traditions, as long as they don't directly contradict with the ahkam and sharia, is also defined Islamic, and they are not against the Islam either. Now come to the renewal and reform, which is not a new idea either. During the four rightly guided caliphs, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, beside the Shaykh and Abu Bakr and Umar, I like to really give a due respect to the Uthman ibn Affan radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. Do you know, after being elevated and democratically elected third caliph, he became reformist. As we are aware that our respect, beside our respect, Abu Bakr radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, as we know that when he delivered the sermon, khutbah, he came one step down from the member out of the respect that he didn't want to stand at the place of where Prophet used to deliver the sermon. And when the time came from the second caliph, he came one step further down out of respect. But when Uthman radiyallahu ta'ala anhu was elected as a caliph, he went straight to the place from where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to deliver the khutbah. And that was the first thing that Usman has to face the brunt of the people anger. How come he dared to go to the place? If Usman didn't do that reform, you know what will happen? All the khatib today will be delivering sermon from the well. Everyone go one step down, what will eventually happen? And because of something, today's Muslim would have difficulties in the minorities where they are not in majority to live the peaceful life. So he did so many reforms and being innovation in ijtihad mindset, but all of such reforms are full of challenges ahead of one has to bear the consequences either. In the history, we hear so many names such as Ibn Taymiyyah, Ghazali, Nursi, Abdul Wahab Najdi, Imam Shatibi, Shah Waliullah Dehlavi, Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan, Natsir, who wrote the Fiqh al-Dawa, the founders of the Irshad movements in Indonesia, etc., etc. The only act called ijtihad and renewal does not have any dosa or sin. Right ijtihad has a double rewards. But if happen to be wrong ijtihad, still you have the one reward. It is therefore this reason that ICRITC decided to organize and revitalize the renewal and reform of the Islamic thought and civilization. We hope and pray that this journey must continue and we may have the next conferences organized by other institutions in Malaysia or even elsewhere globally. The idea for organizing this conference and its multi-dimensional purposes are as follows. I got the long list, but I would like to just mention to discuss global political, environmental, economic, governance situation and issues and explore solutions from the Islamic civilizational perspectives in the modern time. To explore emergence of thought for revivalism and renaissance of the Muslim societies as propounded by our contemporary thinkers. And a long list, finally recommend solution and have resolutions passed by the conference on the renewal and reform of the Islamic thought and civilization. Alhamdulillah, we have received the wider participation face-to-face and equally good numbers from the distant places such as Indian subcontinent, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, GCC countries, Qatar, Oman, UAE, Southeast Asia, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and even two from China. You are all welcome on board. Many of our participants are online actually, maybe double this number face-to-face, thanks to the COVID and virtual connectivity. As chairman of the organizing committee of International Conference on Renewal and Reform of the Islamic Thought, I welcome all of you who are present physically in this elegant building and hall ICRITC here, and those who are connected virtually. If any shortcomings, I would like to apologize with my folded hands on behalf of the organizing committee. Many of them are sitting in this hall. Can some of you stand, students, volunteers, please give them a round of applause. Saima and others, the organizing committee. Few of you, Jamil, Insaf, thank you very much for your hard work. So if there are some shortcomings, please do alert us. But before, we would like to seek your apologies for those shortcomings. With this, thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Khalik, for those welcoming words. And now, may I respectfully welcome Dato Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Birgud, Dean of ICRITC IIUM, to share his insights and extend his welcome.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. His Excellency Jose Luis Pardo, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Spain, in Malaysia here, Professor Dr. Khalik Ahmad, Chairman of the conference, our honored and respected Professor Dato Osman Bakar, and all keynote speakers, all participants here in this hall and also in the Zoom and YouTube channel. Welcome to the International Conference on the Renewal and Reform of Islamic Thought and Civilization 2024. Brothers and sisters, dear participants, this is a great honor to have all professors and scholars and participants, especially our postgraduate students from different parts of the world participating in this very important topic, brothers and sisters. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to offer my sincere welcome to everyone at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, International Islamic University, Malaysia. We are honored to have the blessings of Yang Berbahagia Dr. Zulkifli Hasan, Deputy Minister Islamic Affairs, Office of the Prime Minister, Malaysia, who's supposed to be with us today here, but due to certain commitment, he could not make it to be here, but his message will be read later on, brothers and sisters. Also, I would like to extend my heartfelt greetings and gratitude to Tan Sri Dato Zulkifli Abdul Razak, the rector of IIUM, who is also currently on an official overseas mission or official trip. And his recorded video and his message will be also aired shortly, inshallah. He sends his greetings, regards to to His Excellency, all the participants, the scholars, the keynote speakers, and the students, whether those who are here in the hall or in the YouTube channel or in the Zoom. Brothers and sisters, respected scholars and participants, in the present day, we live in a complex world and have become globalized in our thoughts, behavior, relationships, activities, and businesses. However, among the widespread evidence of globalization and post-normal realities, we are also observing indications of destruction, disintegration, and demonization of both the human beings and human civilization and environment. A great number of individuals across the world and various regions have raised their concerns about what's happening in our world today, brothers and sisters, calling for saving human civilization and environment. In this situation, brothers and sisters, this conference on renewal and reform of Islamic thought and civilization has been mooted and initiated by ICRITC to gather scholars, researchers, and those experts who can put ideas and views on ways how to deal with the situations and solve problems of human civilization today, brothers and sisters. We are very much honored at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, ICRITC, IIUM, to undertake the endeavor of organizing this conference for the purpose of enriching Islamic discourse for global civilizational relevance of Islamic thought and civilization. This exemplifies the Institute's strategic efforts to fulfill IIUM's vision of rejuvenating the influential roles of Islamic worldview and thought in addressing present challenges and dilemmas faced by the Islamic Ummah and the world at large. The revitalization and reform of Islamic thought and civilization become a necessity for this Islamic thought and civilization to play its role in the world, brothers and sisters. renewal and reform of Islamic thought and civilization encompass various dimensions, such as ensuring the applicability of Islamic thought and relevance to our present time and circumstances, safeguarding the genuineness of Islamic thought, revitalizing the abilities and ijtihad in all areas of knowledge, integrating compatible modern ideas and methodologies, engaging in dialogue and cultural exchange with other people, cultures, and religions, and presenting inventive solutions to matters pertaining to individuals, families, societies, environment, economy, technology, sustainable development, and beyond. The conference seeks to advance the principles of sustainability, care, compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity, and trust as outlined in Madani civilizational framework. It emphasizes the importance of engaging with other civilizations, cultures, and individuals from an inclusive civilizational Islamic perspective. This conference extends invitations to renowned scholars and researchers to engage in discussions regarding the pressing challenges confronting the Islamic world and the global community, with a specific emphasis on exploring Islam and its solutions from a civilizational perspective. The conference will emphasize the global perspective of Islam, the ethical principles of Islamic culture, and the all-encompassing character of Islamic thought. ICRITC suggests the conference as a first step towards participating in more extensive intellectual pursuits and conventions with global partners for rejuvenating and changing and reforming Islamic thought for the purpose of engaging with the world. Brothers and sisters, along with this conference and with the support of His Excellency José Luis Pardo, the Ambassador of Spain, the Institute today also is launching our 3 weeks Alhambra Palace exhibition, which will feature the glory and the monument and the great achievement of Islamic civilization of Al-Andalus and Spain in the history of Islam. That Alhambra Palace and that civilization of Islam, which actually is a great example of the bridge between cultures and civilizations in the world today, brothers and sisters. We are very glad and very happy that His Excellency himself has facilitated the launching of this exhibition, inshallah. And we wish and like all of you will visit and see how this great Alhambra Palace is now presented in our ICRITC as a small type of Alhambra Palace. So we have the real Alhambra in the Malaysian Alhambra Palace, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, before I end, I would like to mention to you that IIUM and ICRITC for the university, in the last 40 years, we always stood for the reform and renewal of Islamic thought and civilization from a civilizational perspective, in which we engage other cultures, other civilization, from the West and from the East, and from all parts of the world. For your information, brothers and sisters, in our endeavor to engage with the world, and as you all know, that sustainable development goals become the agenda of the world, and 193 countries under the United Nations are supporting the agenda and working on the agenda. And I think all of you know the 17 SDGs, starting from number 1, no poverty, no hunger, up, down to environment issues, to economic issues, to intercultural issues, to social issues, to political issues, all are integrated. This university, and ICRITC in particular, led the way in coming up with what we call SDG 18, which is the number 18 SDG, and it cuts across all the SDGs, and it stands for spirituality, values, and culture for sustainable development, brothers and sisters. The contribution of Islamic thought and civilization is to provide that spiritual, value-based, and culturally oriented model of sustainable development which balances the material and spiritual aspects of development, brothers and sisters. Last but not least, I would like to express my gratitude to all those who contributed to the success of this conference today, brothers and sisters, including Prof. Khaliq, the chairman, and all the organizing committee, the steering committee, and the partners who were working with us, including that sister who is the master of ceremony today, Dr. Ain, who, without her, maybe we cannot see this conference here today. Once again, may God bless you all, and welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia, especially our scholars and participants from Indonesia, from India, from Kashmir, from China, from Sri Lanka, from Pakistan, and from Nigeria, from Qatar, and other parts of the world. May God bless you all. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz, for your inspiring message. Next, we are privileged to welcome Emeritus Professor Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia. And although he is currently abroad, he has graciously recorded a video message to share with us today.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. And greetings of Eid Mubarak to all of you, particularly to our distinguished guests. And I would like to welcome in particular Senator Dr. Zulkifli Hassan, Deputy Minister in the Prime Minister's Department on Religious Affairs, who are willing to officiate this August conference on Islamic thoughts and civilization in the context of reform and also renewal. I would like also to acknowledge the speakers who are very able and who are very suited for this particular conference to contribute ideas and to ensure that this conference will be a stepping stone for us to move forward. Indeed, thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us this opportunity to organize this very timely conference, particularly after what's happening around the world in the context of Gaza, this genocide in Gaza, and everything else that contributes to it. I think we are able to look at this in a bigger picture so that when we talk about Islamic civilization, thoughts, renewal and reform, we will not forget some of these very salient points that will contribute, inshallah, to the future of what Islam is all about. I am very delighted to also find out that there will be an Alhambra Palace exhibition, a place that I think no Muslim should forget, or if possible to visit it, because I do recall some years ago when I made the venture into Andalusia, the southern part of Spain, used to be known as the Islamic Spain, and visit places like Granada, Cordoba, Toledo, Seville, and many other cities that does not come to mind when we talk about Islamic civilization, because these are not quote-unquote Islamic in the sense of its own word. But indeed, these are places that change a lot of my perception of what Islam is all about, not only coming from the traditional areas of the Middle East, the Arabian Peninsula, but across into Europe, which is basically distinctively, quote-unquote, non-Islamic at one particular point. But yet, we have a caliphate at the end of the day in the areas of Andalusia that brings a whole lot of meaning as far as Islam and civilization is concerned, to the extent that Andalusia is seen as the birthplace for the new civilization that were to learn from Andalusia and bring about the so-called Western civilization or the modern civilization as it is. These are lessons that I learned firsthand, that is not brought to me in my classroom, particularly as a science student, but do understand at the end of the day, knowledge is not a preview of any civilization, of any community or any country, but it is for humanity as such. And I think the best illustration that we can have as far as this is concerned is the contribution of the Muslims in the ASEAN, in the Andalusian civilization, that not only talk about the Muslim per se, but also other people from different culture, different religion, that is mixed together and making knowledge the way it should be as far as Islam is concerned. We are very lucky that this exhibition will be here so that we can at least have a look at what it looks like, and I'm sure this will drive many of us to visit Andalusia at the end of the day to understand the connection between civilization in the context of Islamic civilization and thoughts as such. So I would like to congratulate everybody who is involved in this, and particularly ICRITC and the Dean, Professor Aziz Bagout, for taking the trouble to arrange this particular recording, because I am not able to be with you. I'll be somewhere else in Qatar, I think, also trying to arrange what we can do together with this other part of the world. So this particular conference, I think, is an opportunity that not to be missed, and I do hope we will encourage as many students as possible to visit the exhibition, if not to attend the conference at the same time. I feel very unfortunate that I'm not here with you to learn more, but I am sure your recorded messages and also your contribution will come through my way when I come back from my visits from Qatar and so on. So on that note, let's thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala once again for giving me this opportunity and making sure that this will be a conference that will connect us to the world once again, that will be Islam, will bring Islam to the forefront, and also will give an opportunity for other people to learn what the true Islam is all about, as compared to the kind of propaganda or Islamophobia that has been, distributed around the world for whatever reasons they have to. I think it is our duty now to correct all these pictures, to give all this new information so that Islam is seen the way it should be seen, and also to be shared with other people who have not had the opportunity to learn Islam the way it should be. So thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for your profound words. It is my privilege to welcome Yang Berhormat Senator Dr. Zulkifli Hasan, Deputy Minister of Religious Affairs, Malaysia. While Senator Dr. Zulkifli is unable to join us physically today, we are fortunate to have Datuk Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Birgud, who will kindly present the words of wisdom and the officiating speech on his behalf.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. First of all, let me thank Dr. Zul for his willingness to officiate our conference today. And until the last minute, he was supposed to be with us here, but you know, the work of the Deputy Minister and the commitments. That's why I'm going to read for you his message to our audience here, brothers and sisters, distinguished guests, scholars, and esteemed participants, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I extend my warm greetings to each one of you gathered here today for this auspicious occasion of International Conference on Renewal and Reform of Islamic Thought and Civilization, meticulously organized by the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, ICRITC’24. Alhamdulillah, all praise is due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most compassionate and merciful, for granting us the opportunity to convene this momentous event and inaugurate this momentous event. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to stand before you as we embark on a journey of intellectual exploration and dialogue aimed at revitalizing and reforming Islamic thought and civilization. In our rapidly changing world, the imperative to renew and reform Islamic thought and civilization is more relevant than ever. It is incumbent upon us as custodians of this rich tradition to navigate the complexities of our time with wisdom and foresight, seeking innovative solutions to contemporary challenges while remaining true to the timeless principles of our faith. This conference serves as a dynamic platform for scholars, thinkers, postgraduate students, and leaders from diverse backgrounds and disciplines to converge, exchange ideas, and engage in constructive discourse on the pressing issues facing our ummah and the broader global community. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, speakers, keynote speakers, panelists, and participants whose dedication and commitment have brought this conference to fruition. Your collective efforts underscore the significance of our shared endeavor to foster dialogue and understanding in pursuit of a more enlightened and inclusive future. May this conference serve as a catalyst for positive change, inspiring new insights and initiatives that resonate far beyond this hall. May our deliberations be guided by the spirit of cooperation and mutual respect, paving the way for meaningful progress and transformation in our societies and the world. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us invoke the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala upon our proceedings, seeking His guidance and mercy in all our endeavors. May He grant us clarity of thought, sincerity of intention, and the courage to pursue truth and justice in all our endeavors. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your presence and participation in this noble endeavor. May our shared commitment to renewal and reform serve as a source of inspiration and strength in the days and years to come. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Young Brohmat Senator Dr. Zulkifli Hassan, for your encouraging address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that we welcome His Excellency Jose Luis Pardo to share his insights on the Alhambra Art Exhibition.
Professor Dr. Bergut, Dean of ICRITC, dear friend, Professor Ahmed, honorable guests, participants, professors, scholars, students, postgraduate, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having invited me today to opening this impressive international conference on renewal and reform of Islamic thought and civilization in this wonderful headquarters of the Institute. It's really for me a pleasure. I'm accustomed to Muslim hospitality since in my 30 years of career as diplomat, not intentionally, but the fact was that I have passed more than half of that in Muslim countries. I mean in Maghreb, in Western Africa, in Masrek, and now in a super Masrek, geographically speaking, that is Malaysia. So I'm accustomed, but doesn't mean that always that's hit me personally, and so of this overwhelming hospitality. Me as a diplomat, as an Spaniard, I have feel so comfortable in all the Muslim countries in which I have worked, I have enjoyed my career. We are honored to have had the opportunity to contribute humbly to this extraordinary and amazing meeting. I have seen the program really is really sound, really amazing to follow. So I wish you all the best in following all your thoughts. That really impressive. This humble, as I said, contribution to the conference with a small and humble exhibition of La Alhambra, the Alhambra Palace in Grenada. When I just came to this wonderful, impressive institute, and I first met Dr. Bergut, I was impressed for two things. First, to see this, as is his works, this little Alhambra, that is amazing, wonderful building. Even there is some kind of a lion fountain in the corridor, so they resemble the one in Granada. But secondly, when I proposed to have this in this the exhibition in this building, that's he and his team enthusiastically embraced the idea, and all the facilities have been to make it possible. So I thank you very much to this little exhibition, humble exhibition downstairs in this building. The exhibition had not, and I will explain a bit, not so long, I promise, had not historical aim. It was not, the aim was not historical. If, well, Al-Andalus, we are very proud of our Muslim past in our history. It was not 2 years or 2 minutes, it was 700 years. So it's a lot and has influenced very much our culture, our way of being, as a European country, and so we are very proud of that. And the peaks of this civilization of Al-Andalus was the Cordoba Caliphate in the 9th to the 11th century. I think that Cordoba too is present, because if I don't know mistake, here in panel is the mihrab of the mihrab in Cordoba Mosque. And so, and in the 13th to 15th centuries, the Nasrid Caliphate Kingdom of Granada. That it was the longest and the latest kingdoms of Muslim kingdoms of Al-Andalus. So the aim was not historical. Obviously, it is framed in the history of Al-Andalus that, as I repeat, has made a lot of fingerprints in our history, in our past and our present in Spain. I mean, you visit Spain, the names, I mean, Andalucía, Córdoba, Granada, Almería, Seville, Gibraltar, even geographical, the rivers, Guadalquivir, Guadiana, the mountains, Mulhacén, that is near Granada and is the tallest summit in peninsular Spain, has the names of coming directly from Arabic. On top we have between 4,000 and 5,000 words in Spanish that come directly from Arabic. We celebrate that. Today is we celebrate is the International Day of the Spanish Language all over the world. 600 million people can speak in Spanish. We are the second international language after Chinese Mandarin. So we celebrate today to this. And so we are very proud of that. And there are no words that you must go to the dictionaries to have. No, there are words that are on a permanent use, I mean, in our language. And some things that people don't know very much, but even our capital, even Madrid. Madrid came from Arabic, Madrid. That meant at that time a place with a lot of water resources. And if you visit Madrid, you will see the first walls of the city in the gardens of Yusuf I. And even, there's another, even the patroness of Madrid is the Virgin of Almudena, Almudaina, so another name coming from Arabic. So I mean, it's a permanent I mean, presence of our Al-Andalus heritage in legacy in our history. But the exhibition was not meant to be historic, was neither meant to be touristic, even if La Alhambra is a human heritage of UNESCO since a long time. It was the first national monument declared as national monument in the 19th century in Spain. That is the most visited monument in Spain, and it's to say a lot in a country like mine that is the second in the world receiving tourists. We received yearly, last year, 85 million tourists. And so Alhambra is the most visited monument in Spain. I advise you, if you want to visit, you can only visit booking in advance. Booking in advance, or a lot of time in advance, and there is a limited number of people who can enter in order to preserve the monument. So, what was the aim at the end of the day of the exhibition? The aim was underlying beauty as a bridge of civilizations, of cultures. If we think a moment, we'll see that beauty is not only the universal language, but probably the only real universal language that goes beyond religious belief, beyond ethnics, beyond races, beyond the political beliefs. I mean, it goes beyond. I'm speaking about beauty. I'm not speaking about nicety. That is nice. No, it's just beautiful. I mean, beautiful. Alhambra is beautiful, and Petronas Towers are beautiful. I mean, so this sense of that is beautiful when we see something, and that is an universal language. That beauty just approaches us to, if you are a believer, I'm a believer, for instance, approaches you to God, or approaches you to nature. If you are not a believer, I mean, in any case, that beauty in general terms, not only in art, in nature too, I mean, there are daily aspects of our life that are beautiful. I mean, when we, beauty just push the best of ourselves, the best of ourselves. We are always better when we have seen something beautiful, when we have read something beautiful, when we have experienced beautiful in our daily lives. It is difficult in our daily lives to experience beautiful, mainly in a world full of misunderstandings, full of confrontations, and things that goes not in favor of the human nature. So we think that, and it is a contribution of this humble photographic, exhibition made with photographs came directly from the Patronato de la Alhambra. The Alhambra and Generalife are so important for us that this is the only monument in Spain that has, since 19th century, a patronage, a royal patronage, just entirely occupied to the preservation of the monument. The preservation of the monument is very difficult because the Alhambra architects were masters in making absolutely lavish decoration with so humble materials, with clad, with plaster, with wood, and so they are materials very fragile that need continually and permanent preservation and conservation. And for us, is very, very important. And I will end. If you see in Granada, there is quite not absolutely unique, but there are other examples in Islamic art, that there are representations of human figure in some paintings in one hall in one of the palaces. That they are painted in a Gothic Christian international style at that time. It's not the only example. I was posted in Jordan, and there we have certain quasars, Ambra, for instance, that they have two paintings, and sometimes coming from Spain too, because they are represented even emirs from Granada, and even Christian kings. But anyway, and it is very debated now how it was possible, that the most research thing that it was an example of exchange, of cooperation, even in the artistic way, at that time. I think it's an error. It's an error to transplant to the past criteria of historical criteria of our age to past ages. Any passage has its own coherence and its own way of thinking or way of doing so. To judge past with present and contemporary, criteria can be misguiding sometimes. But anyway, so that's a fact. If you have visited Spain and you have visited Seville, for instance, and I come to finish, to link beauty and that as a way of cooperation, and cultures and civilization, so on. If you visit Seville, perhaps you have seen the palace of Pedro I. Pedro I was a Castilian king, contemporary to Muhammad V in the Granada kingdom. Both were allied kings. And so if you see in the Alcázar of Seville, the palace of Pedro I, you will see it's not possible. That is a Muslim palace. Everything is Muslim here. It is a lumber refiners there. And if you can read, that is difficult, but anyway, the inscriptions are in Castilian, but with Arabic calligraphy, what we call Aljamiano. So how it was possible? And how it was possible that in Alhambra, you saw, because it's an exception in the whole compound, these paintings. Well, it was collaboration between the two kings that exchange their vision. So important was for them that they expressed this cooperation in the most prestigious buildings they have. In the royal palace, in Seville, in Alcázar, that they could have been made in typical Christian Romanic style. No, it was decided to be built absolutely entirely, on top entirely, in Granada Nasrid style. And on the other side, in Granada, these paintings, I mean, that are Gothic, I mean. So an example of how, and I think is that example of how beauty of culture, I mean, can make bridges in this world so full, I repeat, on misunderstandings. Some of them provoked, but anyway, misunderstandings that is so difficult to counteract. It's a bit amazing that we're in a globality world and that still there are misunderstandings that still live and die hard. What would be so relatively easy, I mean, to explain and to propose in a positive way, to avoid confrontation and to foster cooperation. It has been a pleasure to be with you today. Pity that I cannot follow your wonderful lectures. For non-Malaysians, you know that this week we begin with the marathons of open houses in all the ministries. So I suppose it has affected to Deputy Minister, I mean, on that. So, but I wish you all the best. I'm sure that you will have a very fruitful exchange of views, opinions, and thoughts. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Shukran.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for gracing this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, the significant moment has arrived. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Bergud, representing the Deputy Minister for Religious Affairs in the Prime Minister Office, Honorable Senator Dr. Zulkifli Hassan, to officiate ICRITC’24, and His Excellency Jose Luis Pardo, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Spain to Kuala Lumpur, to launch the Alhambra Paradise on Earth exhibition. We start with the launching of the International Conference on Renewal and Reform of Islamic Thought and Civilization. This marks the official commencement of ICRITC’24. And now the launching of the Alhambra Paradise on Earth exhibition by the Embassy of Kingdom of Spain in Kuala Lumpur. Yes, today we are delighted to introduce the Alhambra Paradise on Earth exhibition, featuring a rich collection of photographs of the Alhambra. And additionally, we will present a video presentation and movie screenings about the builders of Alhambra and a special collection from the Syed Muhammad Naqib Alatas Library. To enhance this culture experience, the embassy have also the pleasure of hosting a special solo performance by Mr. Ivan Torres. And following the performance, our VVIP guests will enjoy a guided tour of the art gallery. Meanwhile, all participants are invited to partake in refreshments. And the art gallery, for your information, will be open from today until 3 weeks from now, offering everyone ample opportunity to explore this magnificent collection at their leisure. And we now invite His Excellency Ambassador Excellency Jose Luis Pardo to receive a token of appreciation from ISTAC IIUM. And souvenir from Dr. Makbul Gilani, who is the Dean of Social Sciences, Time University, Multan. He will be presenting traditional Multani Ajrak. And now for the photograph session, I would like to call upon the VVIP to step down for the photograph sessions with the audience. And audience, please come forward for the photograph session. Please stand up. And there will be refreshments, and the VVIP are invited to go for our gallery downstairs at LG. And for the refreshment, it will be at the banquet hall. And please come again for the inaugural speech at 10:50.
سيد الكونين والثقلين والفارقين من عرب ومن عجم مولاي صل وسلم دائما ابدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته لكل هول من الأهوال مقتحم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم مولاي صل دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير خلق الله كلهم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم ثم الرضا عن أبي بكر وعن عمر ثم الرضا عن أبي بكر وعن عمر ثم الرضا عن أبي بكر وعن عمر وعن علي وعن عثمان ذي الكرم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على
Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. It was so nice.
يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا يا ربي الكرم مولاي صل وسلم على حبيبك مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين والفريقين من عرب ومن عجم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته لكل هول من الأهوال مقتحم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم مولاي صل دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير خلق الله
Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Assalamu alaikum to online participants. We apologize for we are ahead of time, actually, and we're waiting for our VVIP guests to come into the hall. So we seek your patience and we thank you for your participation. Alaikum salam. Yes. We will start in a few minutes, inshallah. 1 more minute.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, I would like to welcome all of you to this event. This is programs that is International Conference on the Renewal and Reform of Islamic Thought and Civilization with the theme Enriching Islamic Discourse for Global Civilizational Relevance. This morning, we have listened to the opening remarks and some sharing by our speakers. And today we have this inaugural speech by Professor Datuk Dr. Abdul Aziz Barwu, the Dean of International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization. So ladies and gentlemen, Professor Abdul Aziz will speak to you on the topic, the relevance of the future Islamic thought and civilizations in the post-normal time and insight. With honor and privilege, I would like to invite Professor Abdul Aziz. You're welcome, sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Dear professors, doctors, our postgraduate student, our guest speakers from overseas and also from Malaysia here, our brothers and sisters, participants who are following on the Zoom and also in the ICRITC YouTube channel, welcome once again to our first session, this inaugural lecture in our conference, international conference on renewal and reform of Islamic thought and civilization. Brothers and sisters, I'm very much honored to be invited to give this inaugural lecture. The chairman of the conference, Professor Khaliq, asked me to do so. And I think we have with us here great scholars. We have with us here Professor Usman Bakar, and we have with us Professor Jasir Auda, and we have also with us Professor Hamid Marazi, and we have Professor Murad, and we have Professor Azizan Baharuddin, and all these keynote speakers, and all the participants and the scholars. As we see your papers and presentations, Alhamdulillah, we are gathered here really to raise important questions and to look for important answers to what's happening in the world, brothers and sisters. My focus will be on the relevance and the future of Islamic thought and civilization in post-normal times. So, brothers and sisters, this is a very, very difficult topic to address. One of the most difficult topics under our Islamic studies scope of knowledge, this very diversified area of Islamic knowledge, is this question of renewal and reform. as brothers and sisters, brother, can you just move the things down? As you know, brothers and sisters, Islamic thought and civilization, when we speak about Islamic thought and civilization, we are not just talking about our time and the contributions of our scholars now and contemporary scholars or present scholars. We have a legacy and a heritage of the Islamic Ummah for 1,400 years, brothers and sisters. The first 200 years, and then 400 years and 500 years made up the mind, the culture, the civilization, the society, the knowledge of the Ummah. So, brothers and sisters, speaking about renewal of Islamic thought and civilization, to me, as I said, is one of the complicated processes because it has the past, which is really the founding past, and all those liberal voices or those secular voices that think that the Ummah will give up the heritage and leave the heritage and leave the Turath and leave the Islamic thought and adopt the Western thought or the Eastern thought, it's a very wrong assumption. We cannot do so because that's our soul. That's our substance. Other than the text, the Quran, and the authentic Sunnah, which is revealed, which is not changing, and which is permanent, our Islamic thought becomes our identity. And we know that inside the Islamic thought and civilization, great scholars, great ideas, great theories, but also in the Islamic thought and civilization, we have wrong things and negative things. So, student of Islamic thought and civilization, the first thing they should have the analytical, critical mind to evaluate and assess what is of foundation, what is of principle, and what is of human contribution, and in that human contribution, what is sound and you cannot change it, and what is timely and contextual and relate to the time, and we can deal with it as part of the history of ideas of Islam. So, brothers and sisters, from this perspective of looking at Islamic thought and civilization as having part of the past and foundation, and part which is contemporary. In the last 200 years, we faced the colonization, and after that, post-colonization, and then we enter into secular-oriented knowledge, scientific Western-oriented knowledge, and we entered into engagement with a paradigm of knowledge which is the Western, so this also become part of our life, become part of our culture, our scholarship, so talking about Islamic thought, also the contemporary Islamic thought, since the time of Jamal al-Din al-Afghani, Wali Allah al-Dahlawi, Iqbal, Sayyid Qutb, al-Banna, Sa'id Nursi, the great scholars of the revivalism, Al-Mududi and Al-Mahdiya in Sudan, and Al-Ikhwan in Egypt, and Al-Sunusiya in Libya, and Jam'iyat al-Ulama al-Muslimin in Algeria. All these movements also part and parcel of that Islamic thought and civilization. Means we have also another contemporary aspect to this concept of Islamic thought and civilization. You don't want just to talk about Islamic thought, early Islamic thought. But when you talk from a civilizational perspective, you are seeing things are series. One is related to the other. From this perspective also, we have the present, the current Islamic thought. The thought of Jasir Auda, the thought of Prof. Osman, the thought of Prof. Khaliq, the thought of Professor Maqbool. This is also part and parcel of Islamic thought and contributing to Islamic thought and civilization. We have also the future aspect of Islamic thought. So brothers and sisters, to answer the question of renewal and reform of Islamic thought and civilization, we need to understand these dimensions of this Islamic thought so that we don't enter into a reductionist approach to Islamic thought. You see only one dimension, not seeing the other dimensions. It is the same, brothers and sisters, when you talk about Islamic thought. Let's say, take the thought of Imam al-Ghazali. How do you deal with Imam al-Ghazali? Many people, when they deal with Imam al-Ghazali, they deal with topics. Topic of tasawwuf or akhlaq, or topic of ihya ulum al-din, or topic of falasifa, or how he dealt with this. It's okay, but not enough. If you want to deal with al-Ghazali, you deal with al-Ghazali as a system builder, as a paradigm, as a model of thinking. Where you can see al-Ghazali, when you talk about al-Ghazali in akhlaq or tasawwuf, in the back of your mind, you understand the model of al-Ghazali, which includes his concepts, his terms, his method, his approach, his applications. So brothers and sisters, to deal with this idea of reform and renewal is not that just we specialize in one area of a scholar and then we judge that scholar based on what we are doing. So you take also Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun is a man who introduced ulum al-umran, social sciences, ulum of civilization. So how do you deal with Ibn Khaldun? You should deal with Ibn Khaldun as a model, as a paradigm, as a person who has his own approach and framework to Umran al-Bashari. So brothers and sisters, that's the second point I want you to deal with when we talk about reform and renewal of Islamic thought and civilization. So you don't deal with great knowledge, great ulama in a partial manner. No. Models. You want to deal with Imam Shatibi is the same. You want to deal with Al-Farabi is the same. That's why, brothers and sisters, what we need today to reform and renew Islamic thought and civilization, for sure, especially in institutions like this, or IIUM, or institutions that are handling reform, we need system thinking. Whether you know it or you don't know it, we must get to it. System thinking. We need to think comprehensive. We need to think civilizational vision. We don't want, let's say, our students, when they choose topics for their master and PhD in Islamic thought, you need to have that bigger picture, bigger understanding, then zoom into your area of thought, whether in environment or in economics or Islamic social thought or Islamic economic thought. You have that bigger picture, brothers and sisters. So dealing with the concept of reform and renewal needs us to be ready in terms of our knowledge and our skills and our methodology and our approaches. How do we deal with the phenomena? That's why, brothers and sisters, it is very important for all those who are dealing with Islamic thought and civilization to go more on integration of knowledge, more on interdisciplinary, more on multidisciplinary perspective. Doing just studying your own area. If you are, for example, in Usuluddin, or you are in Usuluddin in our contemporary time, you need also to know sociology. You need also to know psychology. You need also to know other approaches to social science and human science, but not as an expert, at least as a person who know. You go vertically into your specialization, but you go horizontally to understand what's going on in front of you, brothers and sisters. So these three important comments are the starting comments on what I wanted to mention to you today, brothers and sisters. Renewal and reform of Islamic thought and civilization necessitates that each and every one of us, whether we are scholars or we are students, to take care of the system thinking, of the integration, of the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approaches, and also what is tell you, sociology, the unit of analysis in sociology is society. The unit of analysis in the study of family is family. The unit of analysis in civilization is civilization. Now, the unit of analysis to understand things is social. Anything happens in America or in Ukraine or in Gaza influences everything happening in Kuala Lumpur or in Delhi or in Russia or in Washington or anywhere in the world. Can our methods, our approaches really understand that we are really living in a world which is very integrated and very sophisticated? And brothers and sisters, from this perspective, it is very important that dealing with reform and renewal of Islamic thought to take into account what's happening in the world. What's happening in the world? Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence putting a lot of ethical and moral questions in front of the human being, of religion. So how do we answer? How Islamic thought and civilization respond? They post-normal, we have environmental dangerous questions which are leading to the end of the world. So how does the Islamic thought and civilization respond to the issues of environment? These are the questions we should answer. Because if our Islamic thought and civilization is just to study Al-Ghazali, to study Ibn Rushd, to study Ibn Sina, it's all great. But my topic is talking about the relevance of Islamic thought and civilization to what's happening in front of you today. Islamic theology today need to answer and address the questions of environment, of universe, of nature, because they influence economy, and economy influence the maqasid of Sharia, the life of people, the aql of people, the understanding of people, the wealth of people. So all it's interrelated. So as Islamic thought, reforming Islamic thought and civilization, for what purpose? For relevance, for answering the question, for bringing solutions. Otherwise, we are just studying history of Islamic thought. And for the relevance to happen of Islamic thought, the Muslim mind needs really to regain back the abilities of ijtihad. The abilities to think, to analyze, to synthesize, to integrate, to innovate, and to bring new ideas, brothers and sisters. So, because of the post-normal dynamics, because of the reality of today, these are the things Islamic thought must address. Thinks of environment, thinks of economy, thinks of how do we raise the employability? How do we deal with jobless people? How do we deal with poverty? How do we deal with hunger? How do we deal with conflicts? How do we deal with extremism? These are the core issues that Islamic thought, and especially Islamic thought, need to address so that we regain back the dynamism of ijtihad, brothers and sisters. So as I said in the beginning, that's why our educational system needs to train people for this purpose. When you specialize in Islamic thought, any discipline in Islam, even Islamic economic thought, science from Islamic perspective, you need really to understand this perspective, because we cannot be relevant if the Islamic mind is not revived and become able to produce solutions and answer questions. And what type of questions? The real questions of environment, of economy, of politics, of justice, but from the Islamic civilizational perspective, which was brought by Al-Ghazali, Al-Shatibi, Ibn Sina, Ibn Khaldun, Waliullah Dahlawi, Malik bin Nabi, Brother Prof. Auda, and Prof. Usman Bakar, and all these great people. How do we create a culture and environment where the Muslim mind becomes more integrated, more seeing things from a bigger perspective, from a civilizational perspective? Of course, Islamization of knowledge tried to do that. Of course, the civilizational school tried to do that. Of course, the many schools and movements are trying to do that. But brothers and sisters, in the end, we really need to pose this basic question, whether we are really treating the real priorities of Islamic thought when it comes to reform and renewal, brothers and sisters. As all of you know, there is a big difference between renewal and reform, especially when you talked about them as processes. So, brothers and sisters, these are the things that I wanted our conference here, our scholars, our students, and later on to raise and deal with, because we cannot make the Islamic thought and civilization, especially Islamic thought, relevant if we don't address the real questions of the approaches, of the methodologies, of how do we deal with issues and questions of the world today, brothers and sisters. Can you go down? I want just to go to the last, I don't want to take a long time, as Prof. Osman also already waiting. So, brothers and sisters, yeah, go there. Now, one of the things that we want to address in this conference and in other conferences is this idea of the dichotomy between theory and practice when it comes to talking about Islamic thought. Bridging the theory and action. We have a lot of theories in the last 40 years or 50 years. Islamic epistemology, Islamic theory of this, Islamic theory of that. We have a lot. But when it comes to implementation, action, and products and bringing things, we are still in need of a lot of work. Now, alhamdulillah, after 40 years, I remember in the 80s and 90s when we were talking about Islamic economics, we were lost. Look like the whole world is conventional, and we come the opposite side talking and giving news about a new economic model. And it's the same with all. Alhamdulillah, after 30 years, now you have Islamic economic thought which give birth to Islamic banking and finance, give birth to Islamic insurance, give birth to halal studies, give birth. That's the only way how people can respect you. That's the only way how people can see Islam and Islamic thought translated into real things. But my question is, okay, we got all these milestones in economics, but what about governance? What about management? What about psychology? Can we come up, Islamic thought can introduce products and solutions in dealing with schizophrenia, in dealing with psychosis, in dealing with depression, in dealing with all these psychological issues, but real counseling, real solutions. So it's the same when I talk about governance or any other area, brothers and sisters. The world will not listen to you as long as there is no product that shows that your theory or your concept is workable, is reproducible. So, brothers and sisters, the last thing I want to mention to you is the iceberg that you see there. When we deal with Islamic thought and civilization, brothers and sisters, in many parts of the Islamic world, because of the influence of the material, secular, positivistic way of doing things, we become also looking at the superficial things. What are the superficial things? To me, all these things that you see in front of you, you know, the artificial intelligence, the technology, the governance, the processes, these things, all the appearance that you see. But all this appearance that you are using as means and tools to build your society, to build your economy, to build all this, if they are not backed with the substance of Islamic thought, then we are just following. So what is the substance of Islamic thought and civilization? Go back. Is the things which you see down there. That's why Islamic thought, we have politics, we have governance, we have structures, but what is important is balanced civilization, balanced tamaddun, honored humans, honored humanity, desirable life, hayatun tayyiba, self-satisfaction, responsibility and wisdom, motivation and intentions, relations and insaniya, culture, mindset and attitude, soul, heart, mind, character. So we need to build an Islamic thought that is only to find solution for superficial things, but deal with the substance of the human being. So brothers and sisters, in our endeavor in renewing Islamic thought and civilization, it's not enough only to deal with epistemology and philosophy, but also to deal with the human being in his soul, in his heart, in his character, in his culture, brothers and sisters. So I end by saying, at ICRITC here and in this conference here, we hope to see our discussions and our narrative combining and balancing between deep civilizational vision and very dynamic, resilient solutions in every area that we address, brothers and sisters. With this, I thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdul Aziz. I feel that it is a very inspiring speech and very inspiring vision that you presented just now. If I may summarize what you said, there are 4 points. Number one, you are highlighting that the world has become integrated these days through globalization, through IT, information technology, and so on and so forth. The world become more globalized, and that requires us to think differently. That is the first point. The second point, you also call for the paradigm shift from the hollow, detached, and disintegrated kind of mindset to integrated mindset. I think this is a very important paradigm shift that we can get. Number three, Turath is our source of empowerment. We have to return back to our Turath and draw the strength from that. This is where the strength lies, not to return to the strength that been initiated and also being propagated in other part of the world. We can learn from their wisdom, but our Turath is the main source of empowerment. That's number three. Number four is an integrated mindset. I think what you're talking about is just to change our mindset from thinking as the detached or disintegrated way of thinking, seeing things in a very pigeonhole way, to more integrated helicopter view or general design kind of way. I think these are the 4 points that I may share with all of you. And want to thank again, please give a round of applause to Professor Abdul Aziz. And right now, I hand over to the MC.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So we're going to start the first session of the conference immediately now. As a reminder to you, there's also a parallel conference going on in Ibn Khaldun conference room downstairs on the theme of Islam, science and sustainability, starting at around 12 o'clock. For those who are interested, you can check it out downstairs in Ibn Khaldun conference room later at 12 p.m. For our session here, the theme is the philosophical traditions and modern ethics in Islamic thought and civilization, which will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Nasrin bin Nasir. We'll have Professor Datuk Dr. Osman Bakar, the chairholder of Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology, Civilizational and Renewal Studies, ICRITC IIM, as our keynote speaker. I'll make a brief introduction to our moderator. Dr. Nasrin Nasir is currently part of the teaching staff of ICRITC and was actually a doctorate student here from 2002 to 2007. He then took up various roles in different institutions before returning to ICRITC in 2022, which was 2 years ago, as an associate professor. He has more than 40 publications on Islamic philosophy, Sufism, Islamic revivalism, as well as on Malay manuscript studies. We now invite Professor Osman Bakar. I'll hand over the session to Dr. Nasrin.
Thank you very much to the Master of Ceremony, Brother Faisal. Brother Faisal is our PhD student here at ICRITC. I welcome everybody to the conference for today. We are actually honored for this first session to begin with Professor Osman Bakar, who is a well-known speaker. I don't think I have to introduce Professor Osman at all. I think in the Muslim world, I think almost everybody has known Professor Osman, who has done a lot of work, has written a lot on ideas on civilization, ideas on science, ideas on Muslim thinkers, etc. Basically, there's no field that Prof. Osman has not touched upon and given his wisdom to us as would-be scholars of the future. So today Professor Osman will speak to us about civilizational renewal, Tajdeed, and he tries to distinguish it with civilization. It's quite an interesting topic, and it's a suitable continuation of what Professor Aziz had given in the inaugural speech just now. I think without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dato' Osman to give his speech. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning. First of all, I would like to congratulate ICRITC for organizing this very
meaningful event, and especially thank you to colleague Professor Khalik for being the midwife of this delivering this seminar. Yes, I'm given 20 minutes according to the organizers, so I'll try to do my best. So I can go to the next. Yes, my topic is civilizational renewal. That is the main topic. The subheading is the essential things to be achieved. All right, let me go have an overview of what I'm going to present. Basically, I have 5 subtopics for me to talk about. First, I will answer the question, what is civilizational renewal? Second topic in the form of question, when is civilizational renewal necessary? Topic number 3, I'll say a few words about civilizational renewal from both the Islamic and Western perspective. Fourth topic, I will talk about Islam's civilizational renewal for the remaining 15th century Hijrah. We just celebrated 1445 Hijrah. It's another 55 years ago. And let's remember, since we are Muslims, we talk about within Islam. So for us, following the Hijrah calendar, the idea of renewal is conceived in the context of 1 century, the Muslim century. So 55 more years to go. I think the late All-Around Professor Kamal Hassan, the former rector of this university, came up with the basically the Vision 2077. In other words, his vision encompassed the remaining period. So comes 2077, we will enter the new Hijrah century. And then topic number 5, I'll just talk about key instruments of civilizational renewal. And 6 and last, the essential things to be achieved. So basically, so given the nature of the topics, very broad, I can only provide a kind of a brief comments. But my hope is that, especially the students, you will pursue these points that I'm going to talk about. Okay, next slide. Let me begin with some introductory remarks about civilizational renewal. My presentation is devoted to an exposition of the idea of civilizational renewal. In Arabic is at-tashdid al-hadari. This idea, which is to be distinguished from the idea of civilizational reform, al-islah al-hadari. This idea is still little explored. While tashdid is an old idea, given the fact that it is a part of the prophetic teachings, it's in hadith, the idea of civilizational renewal, which is tashdid on a civilizational scale, that is rather new. And to understand that tashdid is not new, but the idea of tashdid on the scale of civilization in totality, I'm talking here about in totality, that has been little talk about in the history of Islam because it was not necessary. Yeah? But now in the modern world, we find that it is necessary. All right? So there is a need to explain why the consciousness of civilizational renewal is modern, inshallah. I will explain the meaning of civilizational renewal, why it is necessary for the contemporary world, what are the essential parts of the contemporary Islamic civilization that need a renewal, and what are the key instruments needed to bring about an authentic civilizational renewal. I will conclude by arguing that the concept of civilizational renewal needs to be progressively studied in a scientific manner within the framework of the science of civilization. I'm thinking about science of civilization, which, of course, Al-Farabi used the word ilmu madani. The term used by Al-Farabi for science of civilization was ilmu madani. So that science was founded by Al-Farabi and Ibn Khaldun. They developed. Now, if we are genuinely interested in restoring the right foundation for civilization building, okay, let me go now to the first point, the first question. What is civilizational concept of renewal versus concept of reform? Renewal and reform, tashdid and islah, are two different words with two different meanings. However, they are very closely related, in the sense that for true changes to Muslim society, Muslim civilization, in fact to the whole world, both are necessary, renewal and reform. But because of the time factor, I will just speak about the issue of tashdid, the renewal factor. So I explain here, renewal, tashdid, pertains to doctrines, ideas, arguments, philosophies, and theories, which are none other than extensions of the religion of Islam. Extensions of religion of Islam. Because civilization is indeed extension of the religion of Islam. While reform, Islah, pertains to changes at the level of ethics and morality, behavior, institutions, and social systems, particularly educational, economic, and political. That is my understanding of the difference between tashdid and islah, renewal and reform. All right, the next slide. Now, regarding this, first of all, I think I mentioned that the word tashdid is part of the prophetic teaching. Well, there is a well-known hadith. This well-known hadith about this tashdid. That tashdid refers to religion, not civilization, but we come to civilization. Inna Allah yab'athu li hadhihi al-ummati ala ra'si kulli mi'atin sanatin man yujaddidu laha dinaha. That is the hadith. Verily, Allah, God, will raise for this ummah at the beginning of every century, the Hijrah century, individuals, people who will renew for the ummah their religion. So that is dinaha. So in other words, the word tashdid related to the verb yujaddidu, right? It's related to word also many other words, jahada, ijtihad, and other things. But here it implies efforts on the part of this, and the hadith is say, man yujaddidu laha dinaha. So, but as for the word Islam, that is found in the Quran in the form of Muslim. When when the Quran talks about many past prophets, previous prophets, the biblical prophets, they were all described as reformers, muslih, yeah, muslihun. So there is, it is. I mean, I try to go into the finer distinction between the two words. All right. So let me go on to the next. I'm saying now that distinction between tashdid and islah, renewal and reform, has basically a theological basis. What is the theological basis of these two concepts? So it is not just simply ideas and concepts that are produced by intelligent minds among the Muslims. No, this is based on religion, as far as Islam. Yeah? So I'm saying here the twin, there are many, but I'm just talking about the double, the twin prophetic roles or functions. The prophets have many roles, but two roles spelled out very clearly in the Quran, in Surah Al-Ma'idah, in verse 48, part of verse 48. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. لكل جعلنا منكم شرعة ومنهاجا. Of course, لكل refers to each community, each prophet. Yeah, that's interpreted that. So in other words, for each prophet among you, we prescribe two things. Shir'ata, we refer to basically the path of law, the law, and the other one is minhaj, the spiritual path. All right. So I'm saying here that these twin prophetic roles or functions in the Quran, given in the Quran, prescribe, first of all, shir'atan, which I interpret to refer to the ethical, legal code of conduct encompassing our whole human life. And minhaja, prescribing the spiritual, intellectual path of Tawheed, or Tawheedic enlightenment. As well, Tawheedic enlightenment. Renewal or tashdid pertains to the minhaj dimension of the prophetic function, and reform pertains to the shir'ah dimension. Okay, next, please. Continue with the question, what is civilization renewal? Now, the scholars, ulama, the scholars, as inheritors of the prophetic function. Al-ulama wartatul anbiya. The ulama are inheritors of the prophets. So they inherit the prophetic function, particularly renewal and reform functions. In this slide, therefore, when we talk about the role of renewal and reform, our first target, of course, our first hope is therefore is with those who call ulama, of course, as the Quran understands that, not as how Muslim cultures in different parts of the world appreciate them, but how the Quran and the prophetic hadith appreciate and understand them. So, if we look carefully at the content of the Quran, a prophet was a renewer, mujaddid, or a reformer, muslih, or both, in relation to one or more prophets before him. In the case of Prophet Muhammad as the last prophet, we envisage his, in the context of the Quran, in other words, kind of this renewal and reform in relation to all the previous prophets. Now, as inheritors of the prophets, the role of scholars as renewers, mujaddidun, or as reformers, muslihun, is crucial to civilizational renewal. Please, next, still under the question there. It's a different topic now. When is civilizational renewal necessary? First, when a civilization is in a state of decline. But if the members of that civilization don't realize they are in a state of decline, then we're having trouble. So we'll be carry on doing things which are not right, not true, and we don't think that we are in decline, especially we have kind of believe that, no, we can never do wrong, then we don't learn anything from history. So, but I said, civilization renewal is necessary when a civilization in a state of decline. At least all the intelligent members of that civilization, the thinkers of the civilization, we know we are in trouble. When that civilization stops producing new knowledge, unable to preserve old knowledge. So there are some civilizations produce new knowledge, keep on producing new knowledge, but they abandon the old knowledge. I'm talking here about the modern Western civilization. They keep on adding new knowledge, but they throw away many old knowledge. They throw away religions, for example. So that in the state of this, that's not considered as good for civilization. So unable to preserve old knowledge and unresponsive to new challenges. This is not a problem. There are many challenges, but the people of the community don't see that challenge. I think this tells us a bit about the present state of the Muslim Ummah. All right. The next thing, of course, when a civilization is no longer healthy. Again, if you are not healthy, you pretend to be healthy, then there is a problem. Yeah? When a civilization is no longer healthy, what do you mean by healthy here? In the sense of the salim, that being healthy, being wholesome. Yeah? Well, the health has been defined in Islamic thought as that state of balance and equilibrium. Balance and equilibrium between the different parts of the civilization. So it has lost its balance. When that civilization has lost its balance and equilibrium due to the prevalence of social diseases and at the same time to the limited growth of moral goods. And try to summarize the key one. Yeah? When a civilization is no longer healthy, prevalence of social diseases, and we don't care about the social diseases in the name of maybe human rights and so on, yeah? Or just leave it to individuals to resolve the matter. And in terms of moral goods, I'm not talking here about material goods, scientific goods, technical goods, which are plentiful, but what about moral goods? Okay, I'll go to the next slide, please. I'm still continuing with the question, when is civilization renewal necessary? Well, when a civilization is losing its identity. Again, if we think civilizations don't have identity, then we are in trouble. I think since Islamic civilization is the extension of the religion of Islam, and religion of Islam has an identity, so Islamic civilization has an identity, which basically that Tawhidic identity, then what will happen? We lose that identity. That civilization is experiencing a crisis of identity, unsure of its own identity, saying that all civilizations are the same. There's no such thing as Muslim civilization. There's no such thing as Chinese civilization. There's no such thing as Western civilization. Well, there's one view, but I don't share that view. I think many Muslim scholars don't share that view, or students of civilization don't share that view. Basically, civilizations do have identities, and then passive to challenges and threats to one's own identity. In the modern world, every civilization is facing threat, challenges to its identity, and then losing self-respect. No matter what people say about us, we don't respond back, and therefore we are in a state of losing self-respect. You ask ourselves, we ask ourselves all these things. Now, but in answer to respond to all this, there must be a civilizational model against which renewal is measured. How can we talk about renewal if there is no standard civilizational model that basically enables us to measure whether we are declining, whether we are, renewing, and so on. So that's a very important principle. There must be a civilizational model against which renewal is measured. Now we talk a little bit about this, what this model is. So I go now to the next slide. I go to the Islamic Western to give the basically to enable us to understand better this concept of civilizational model. In comparing between civilizational renewals in Islam and the West, there are several important observations to be made. First, the core content of Islamic civilization is the religion of Islam alone and none other. The religion of Islam, Islam in the Quran, Islam in the prophetic hadith, these constitute the heart of Islamic civilization. So Islamic civilization, the religion of Islam is the heart. And what we call civilization in terms of the cultural and physical aspect of that civilization, I call the ornamentation of the religion of Islam. So what we saw just now, His Excellency, His Excellency regarding the Alhambra, some of the aspects of the civilization in Spain, and that refers to what I call the cultural and physical ornamentation of the religion of Islam. The heart is not visible, but the ornamentation is visible. Since the rise of Christianity in the West, the core content of Western civilization is Christianity and a mixture of heritages, primarily Greek in the area of philosophy, science, and arts, and Roman as far as governance, law is concerned. I think Professor Said Muhammad Nakil explained very well basically this in his book Islam and Secularism, the question of what is the core content of Western civilization. Now, next slide, please. Now, the civilizational model for Islam was the first Islamic civilization in Medina. That was the model. It is in the light of that civilization in Medina that we understand what is meant by decline, by decay, the need for renewal, and the relevance of the hadith that I quoted, cited by the Prophet. With all due respect to the West was without a single model, single civilizational model, and has been in search for one. In search of one, still searching. I think the European Renaissance was an attempt at a civilizational renewal in the Western experience. But that renewal is to go back to what came before Christianity, to go to the Greeks. In other words, to imitate the Greeks in philosophy, in science, and arts, and arts. But now, as a student of civilization, I'm observing that Western civilization is experiencing stagnation, decline, degeneration, and decay. I prepared for debate on that. I'm really prepared for that. But I do observe that until modern time, civilizational renewal in Islam was never total, but always partial. Understand? In other words, renewal in the field of law, in the field of in the field of education, and so on, but never total in its entirety. But there's one thing constant. But the constant Hijriyah centennial renewal is always spiritual and religious in nature. It pertains to basically the manifestation of both, basically of both Tashdid and Islah that we see what's happening in the history of Islamic world. All right. Since you are now, since the West, Islamic civilization lives together with Western civilization, and Western civilization is superior in terms of material power, in terms of scientific and technical power, it is a very difficult subject to talk about contemporary civilization renewal in Islam. What should we do? Should the Muslim Ummah undertake renewal by itself, or it must take renewal in collaboration with other civilizations? Right now, the leading civilization is still Western, but we see signs of Chinese civilization emerging. Okay. So, what do we have to do? We need to define civilization renewal for contemporary Islam and the West, restating Islam's double role for civilization renewal for the Ummah and for humanity together. Of course, for the Ummah is extension. Re-envisioning the new civilization role of the global Ummah. Because the position of the Ummah today, the global Ummah is different. One third of the Ummah live as minorities in different countries. Okay, then renewing the Tawhidic spirit of Islam. Reading the Tawhidic spirit of Islam, reviving the Tawhidic epistemology, especially through the 6 articles of faith, the Arkanul Iman. Yeah? But those 6 articles of faith need to be articulated in an intellectual way, because these 6 articles of faith have given rise to many different sciences, branches of knowledge cultivated by Muslims. And of course, the other one is articulating the Tawhidization, which encompasses Islamization and integration. I combine Islamization and integration together into that bigger idea of Tawhidization of the sciences. Next slide, please. Renewing the civilization of significance, or the 5 pillars of Islam. The 5 pillars of Islam, we need to renew the civilizational significance of the 5 pillars. The first pillar is to be a witness, to the unity of Allah and to the apostleship of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. How do we interpret the civilizational significance of this first pillar of Islam, and so on? I can tell you. Now, the need for Muslim social philosopher scientists we have the need for Muslim social philosopher scientists who would articulate the civilizational messages of the 5 pillars. And we have the need, not just the thinkers, but the need for builders of new institutions that would turn these civilizational messages into social reality. Just give an example, the 4th pillar of Islam, zakat. Can't we think of new social institutions based on the pillar of zakat? We have to think about this. All right, and what are the key instruments? And just 5 minutes, please. The key instruments of civilization renewal. Well, first we need to understand that civilization renewal is a knowledge-based activity, which means that relevant knowledge is needed. Macro view of Islamic thought and civilization, especially its history, we need that. We need philosophical thinking in order to make sense of the wide variety of teachings in Islam. All right. Then, next slide, please. There is a need to advance civilizational studies, an area of specialization. Inshallah, it's something that, to a little extent, I tried through the Al-Ghazali chair, but civilizational studies, we need to advance that. We need specialists in Tashdid and Islah studies. We need Muslim experts in studies of other religions and civilizations, given the nature of our present world. All right, and then I summarize, what are the essential things to be achieved? Number one, hopefully through our exercises undertaken in civilization renewal, stronger pillars of Islamic civilization in terms of intellectual foundation, institutional manifestations, and ummatic welfare. We are basically dealing with the same 5 pillars of Islam, but look at from the perspective of civilization. And then we need more enlightened articulation of the intellectual foundation of Islamic thought and civilization through the enlightenment of the 6 articles of faith. How can we turn the 6 articles of faith into intellectual agendas for the Ummah? And we need this, the greater impact. We need a greater impact of this enlightenment on Islamic intellectuality and spirituality. And we need, very, very important, in terms of our attitudes and thinking, we need the mainstreaming of Islamic civilization in the global community, not feeling that we are marginalized. We are on the periphery, on the fringe. We are not at the center. This is the challenge. How can we feel that we are part of the mainstream of human civilization? And my concluding remarks, the concept of civilizational renewal needs to be progressively studied in a scientific manner within the framework of the science of civilization that was founded and developed by Farabi, which I mentioned earlier, and also in the contemporary age in which the idea of sustainability is becoming increasingly popular, it is extremely important to link the 2 concepts together. We may argue that the 2 concepts have needs of each other. Sustainability may be viewed as a civilization idea, especially in the sense that it is instrumental to the successful attainment of civilization renewal. May I put forward that what I mean by sustainability is not the word istimrar in Arabic, in contemporary Arabic, but I go to the Quranic word, the base is istiqrar, because the idea of istiqrar as translation of sustainability is based on the Quranic verse that refers وَلَكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ مُسْتَقَرٌ وَمَتَاعٌ إِلَى حِينٍ. Mustaqar, from that mustaqarun, which I relate to the question of sustainability. In other words, Allah has created the planet Earth as a sustainable planet until the end of time. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
We'd like to thank Professor Osman Bakar, the current holder of the chair of Al-Ghazali, for giving a very, very interesting speech. There's a lot of things that we have to think about in regards to his speech. I will not even attempt to summarize what that he has mentioned, but it's most importantly, I think, about the issue of civilizational renewal that every Muslim should really think about and find themselves as part of their responsibility to respond in today's modern world and challenges. I would like to thank again to Professor Osman for a very nice speech. Unfortunately, we do not have time for Q&A at the moment, but maybe at the end we'll open for Q&A, and if there are members of the audience who would like to ask questions or in regards to Prof. Osman's speech later on, they can do so. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause again, Professor Osman. Secondly, I'd like to remind everybody in regards to there's another session downstairs in Ibn Khaldun. It's a parallel session with this particular session that we have here. And the parallel session is going to start in the next few minutes. It's on Islam, science, and sustainability. For those of you who are still here, we have 6 speakers that is going to present their papers today for this session on philosophical traditions and modern ethics in Islamic thought and civilization. Are we giving Prof? Yeah. So for those of you who are presenting downstairs, please proceed downstairs to Ibn Khaldun conference room. Right. Yeah. Our first speaker is today is from United Arab Emirates University, Dr. Muhammad Haj Yusuf, who will speak on the principle of recreation in Ibn Arabi's cosmology. I think he's going to speak online to us. Dr. Muhammad, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are here.
Okay, great. Good morning, all of you. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, you can proceed to present your paper. I think before we start, I think everybody, because of the limiting nature of time, we only have a very short time until 1:30, where we will stop for Salatul Zuhur and lunch. I would advise that all speakers who are presenting today here in this session, instead of the 15 minutes, we have to cut short your presentation to 12 minutes each. 12 minutes each. So please make sure you have ample time for your presentation. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Haj Yusuf to present his paper. Bismillah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, all of you. And I thank you. I thank all the organizers for this very important conference. And let's start, because really I was hoping for 20 minutes at least, but now the time is very short. So I'm going to start very quickly. So my talk will be about the principle of recreation in Ibn Arabi's cosmology. And this is the subject of a research that I've been interested in for more than 20 years, since the 1999 or even a little bit before. And then I developed, based on my study, I developed the single monad model and the duality of time theory. So let me show you a brief outline of my talk. I will first give you a very quick outline of Ibn Arabi's cosmology. I will speak about the single monad model, what does it mean, and also the duality of time theory that is like application for this single monad model. And then I will speak particularly about the principle of recreation that is based on one verse in Quran in Surah Qaf. Allah says in Surah Qaf, أَفَعَيِينَا بِالْخَلْقِ الْأَوَّلِ بَلْ هُمْ فِي لَبْسٍ مِّنْ خَلْقٍ جَدِيدٍ. So the conclusion from this verse, based on Ibn Arabi's understanding, is that everything in the cosmos is being recreated every moment of time. So the creation of the heavens and the earth and everything is a continuous process that is repeating every time. So based on this, I developed a duality of time, in which time has 2 levels. One is inner, in which the dimensions are created, and then the outer time that we normally feel. So this all together makes the space-time. Inner time is the space with its 3 dimensions or 6 directions. This is actually the meaning of creation in 6 days, means the creation of the 6 directions of space. And then ثم استوى على العرش is the time that we normally feel. So to understand all this, we need really some principles. One important principle that Ibn Arabi stressed based on different verses in Quran and also hadith from the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that everything is based or is motivated by love. And this is because Allah said in one holy hadith that he was unknown and then he wanted to become known. So he loved to become known and then he created. So love is a really primary cause of motion. And I will explain this particular principle as a consequence of the creation or the recreation principle. So based on all this, I will explain or I will apply these new ideas to modern physics, where I will be able, inshallah, to explain how we can combine the two opposite views in modern physics. I mean, the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics, and then how we can reconcile them together to understand or to solve some important puzzles that are still puzzling the scientists until modern date and also ancient philosophers as well. And then I will give a quick conclusion. And before I leave this slide, because I know that time is really not enough, I'm going to point out this website that I have published all my works on it. So if you like to read more about this concept, please go to this page where you can download a free book and also see some other articles and books. So let me start with my first concept, that is just to say what is really all this concept is about. This is really this single monad model that I mentioned and the duality of time theory. It tries to explain the conflict between this conflict is actually it's the same in ancient philosophy as well as in modern physics. It's a conflict between the discreteness and continuity of space or time and also matter. So as you may all know, philosophers from ancient times as well as modern philosophers and also scientists, physicists in particular, are always trying to understand the structure of matter as well as the structure of space and time. And basically there are two opposite views. Either we think of time and space as continuous quantities or as discrete quantities. The problem is that if you take either one of these views, which are really mutually exclusive, because nothing can be both at the same time continuous and discrete. So it's either discrete or continuous. And the problem is that if you take either view, you will end up inevitably with some paradoxes. So these paradoxes has been discussed in the history of philosophy maybe more than 2,000 years ago, particularly by Zeno, who showed that it doesn't matter if you believe in infinitely divisible space or in discrete space, you will end up with some conflict. So I will not be able to explain all these puzzles, but let me show you that these puzzles are still until our modern date. So we have today mainly the theory of relativity, general theory of relativity by Einstein, which is primarily based on the continuous space-time geometry. And its main principle is that the speed of light is constant and invariant, so it doesn't change no matter how you measure it. Opposite to that, we have the quantum mechanics, which is based on that everything is in the end quantized. So space has to be quantized, matter is already quantized. We have electrons and protons. These are particles that have limited size and limited properties, energy, for example. So these two opposite views are still in conflict until our modern time. Scientists have been trying to solve these puzzles, and there is no really there is a deadlock. No one is able to really solve the puzzles until now. So my interest in this subject came from Ibn Arabi's distinctive view that the whole cosmos is not really, there is in the end, in the fundamental level of nature, there is no multiplicity at all. Maybe this is more known as wahdat al-wujud, oneness of being, but I call it the single monad model of the cosmos because I apply it particularly on creation and how the cosmos is created, or how it comes into the visible forms of the cosmos, how they come to interact in space and time. So this distinctive view can combine at the same time between the extremes of discreteness and continuity. So in reality, Ibn Arabi says that there is no multiplicity at all, because once you have multiplicity, once you have different things, then they can be either connected together or they are disconnected. So because this is the only way you think of multiplicity. Either they are infinitely divisible, or there is limit where you can divide things into small atoms. I mean, philosophical atoms. So on the level of multiplicity, you have either discreteness or continuity, and they are mutually exclusive, and you cannot really combine them together. However, what Ibn Arabi says is that this physical multiplicity is only manifest, is only visible, but the reality is oneness. So in reality, there is only one monad, or in Arabic, jawhar, which is actually the same as the intellect, the al-aql al-awwal, the first intellect, or also it's the light of or the spirit of our Prophet Muhammad, because there is one hadith in which the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ says that the first that Allah created is the light or the spirit of Prophet Muhammad. And also another hadith is the first intellect, al-aql al-awwal. So this first intellect is the real from which Allah is creating everything at every moment of time. But we are in lapse of this. So this is the meaning of the verse in Surah Qaf. Allah says, أَفَعَيِينَا بِالْخَلْقِ الْأَوَّلِ بَلْ هُمْ فِي لَبْسٍ مِّنْ خَلْقٍ جَدِيدٍ. So the creation of the heavens and the earth in 6 days, which are the 6 dimensions, is continuously being repeated, but we are in lapse of that. So we think that it's continuous, but it's actually being refreshed. So this is the meaning of the recreation principle. But beneath that, there are many complications. For example, we need to explain, therefore, how motion is visible, because now we see things around us are moving around us. So how this motion is being achieved? The conclusion, after I really made many introductions and many derivations, the conclusion is that things are not really moving in real time, but they are being refreshed. Like this picture, for example, in front of us, we see things as if they are moving, but it's actually only different frames appearing in different shapes. They give us the impression of motion, but there is no real motion. So in order to achieve all this, the single monad is producing or is alternating between different levels of space, which are the directions of time, the inner time, as I said. So we have 6 inner directions, or 6 inner days and 1 outer day. So here comes the different verses in Quran in which Allah explains or show how the days are intertwined and they are taken out from each other. So there is a really very complex relation between the different days of the week, but not the week that we usually live through, the 6 normal days. Rather, it's instantaneous. Every moment of time, there is 1 week of creation going on. And this week of creation, its days are interacted or intertwined together, so that in the end, we live in the outer time, and the inner time is the dimensions of space. So really
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Haj Yusuf.
Yes.
Please conclude in 2 minutes.
Yes, I will do that. I will try,
Sorry,
inshallah.
sorry.
I'm trying really to rush. That's why I find it difficulty to explain all things. But anyway, so I will leave this slide. As I said, I gave at the beginning the link from which you can be, if people are interested, they can read more about this concept. So they are really difficult to explain, but inshallah, with demonstrations, they will be easy to understand. So the final form of this principle is that there is outer time and inner time, and therefore time is complex because there are inner real dimensions and outer imaginary dimensions. That's why Ibn Arabi explains in Fusus al-Hikam, one of his main most important books, at the very beginning, he explains that the whole world is really imaginary. So we are living in imaginary world where we are eluded of motion and continuity, but the reality is refreshed or recreated. So at every moment of our normal time, everything, including all the dimensions of space and the matter that is included in it, everything is being recreated in time. So this is called the principle of recreation. So apart from that, I would like to say that this can solve really many important puzzles in physics. Can, for example, explain what is the source or what is the structure of dark energy, which is now known to be constituting more than 98 of our cosmos is dark energy and also dark matter. So what is it and how it's produced or how it's related to our normal matter? This can be explained with this modern or innovative principle of recreation. There are other important conclusions that I can maybe talk about, but since time is not enough, I will try to just conclude. And please, if you are interested, go back to this website, this free book and other articles you can download from this website. So I would like to conclude by Ibn Arabi's sentence, key sentence, key understanding, in which he says, the cosmos is imaginary, though it is in reality real. So outwardly, it's imagination, but it's created by the real, by the single monad, which is the only real thing that is creating everything. And that's who understands this fact has truly accomplished all the secret of the past. So with this, I would like to just say thank you, because I really cannot explain other important things. So maybe you can check them in my website. So thank you very much. Wallahu yaqulu al-haqqa wa huwa yahdi as-sabil. Thank you for all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Haj Yusuf from United Arab Emirates University for a very enlightening discussion about Ibn Arabi and his concept of time, trying to solve some issues on quantum physics, etc. Now, there is that website which he gave just now, which I would ask those who are interested to look at the website. And if there are any questions, please keep your questions until the end that you can ask Dr. Muhammad Haj Yusuf again. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you
now,
very much.
the next presenter, Professor Dr. Iman Buzinita. Are you here? Sultan Qaboos? From Sultan Qaboos University, Oman. Are you online, Professor Buzinita? So if you are not here, then we'll proceed to the next person to present is Brother Arif Arman. I'll invite Brother Arif Arman to present, come to the front and present his paper. His paper is titled The Discourse of Renewal, Assessing Fazlur Rahman's Hermeneutics and its contemporary relevance. Is a student from SOAS University of London, and you have 12 minutes to present. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina wal khatim lima sabaqna siril haq bil haq wal hadi ila siratikal mustaqim wa ala alihi haqqa qadrihi wa miqdaril azim. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here, and I am very appreciative of the organizers for this very kind invitation. So the discussion today, to delve straight into it, is on Fazlur Rahman and the discourse of renewal, assessing Fazlur Rahman's hermeneutics and its contemporary relevance. Now, central to any thriving society are questions of law and ethics, and how and if these questions are met with appropriate responses. Such thoughts will necessarily lead to a deliberation of whether ethics and law are divinely ordained, or if we as rational beings, as people who can think, are its sole creators. Now, for Fazlur Rahman, an Islamic reformist thinker, he has called for the gates of ijtihad, or independent reasoning, to be opened again. The gates of ijtihad for Fazlur Rahman is not only limited to scholars and the ulama, but for the Muslim laity, to you and I, perhaps for anyone present who considers themselves to be Muslim. Now, on matters of Sharia, or generally believed to be divine law, the purposes of this paper are varied. We do not intend to agree nor disagree with Fazlur Rahman, but to develop, basically provide a brief context of his argument for reform, as well as the theological underpinnings which guide it. Now, this is very verbose, but this is a brief summary, a brief context of when Fazlur Rahman was writing. But we shall engage with the notion of the hermeneutical circle, introduced by the German theologian Friedrich Schleiermacher and later expounded by Hans-Georg Gadamer. We begin by the brief context of the time in which Rahman was writing, which was mid-20th century, and he was engaging in various ideas, both Islamic and Western, against the backdrop of a perceived decline within Muslim polities. This decline, as it were, had a negative impact on various facets of life, including economics, education, politics, and social relations. Now, Rahman was part of General Ayub Khan's modernizing project in Pakistan, a nation founded as a homeland for Muslims after the partition, but torn between a traditionalist Islam and of the laity and a modernist Islam of the secular elite. For Rahman, this decline stems from a literal understanding and its consequent implementation of the Quran by literalists, who are assumed to be stuck within the rigidity of law, as opposed to appealing to the higher precepts of an ethical moral order to be found in the Quran. So Fazlur Rahman is arguing here, the gist of his argument is that the Quran is not just a book of law, it's not supposed to be limited as a book of law, but there is something deeper. There is a unity within the Quran that we have to understand and we have to implement in our daily lives. He also is very much against the idea of taqlid, or blind imitation of scholars, as understood by Rahman. Again, the ethical moral order can be understood as the intimate relationship a believer has with God, and how it is manifested in conduct in both the private and public domains. The contention here is that taqwa, or God consciousness, can only be firmly rooted in the self once moral rectitude is established and maintained. When this takes place, the overbearing application of a very human interpretation of the Sharia by way of fiqh can ideally be reduced. Rahman wants to move away from such a situation. He wants to move away from this rigid understanding of fiqh and the Sharia, and he wants to say that basically there is a narrow comprehension of divine law when we talk about fiqh in such a rigid stance. And this restricts divine grace and creates an environment of intellectual sterility within our beloved ummah. If we consider the idea of a Sufi idea of Ibn Waqt, or the son of time, we can understand that it's important for us to be embedded within our current context, but also to understand the macro picture of Islam and the history of Islam. So as what Professor Osman has mentioned earlier about being present and also being observant of the macro and micro levels of Islam and the history that comes with it. The core of Rahman's argument is that the Quran calls for a moral ethos prior to any legalistic formulation derived from its various verses. Furthermore, the multiplicity of interpretations is not only necessary, but essential for the revitalization of Islam and the contemporary relevance of the Quran. The assertion here is that objective morality can be attained by way of the intellect. In order to ensure the dynamism of the divine text, mediation and human readability are imperative. Holding other things constant, the multiplicity of perspectives attained from here is indicative of the readability of the Quran and its relevance which cuts across space and time. Atomistic interpretations, that is, of looking at the Quran when one needs a legal injunction, just by looking at a legal injunction, is very problematic for Fazlur Rahman because it undermines the ethical foundations of the Quran and that human beings aim for, that is striving to build character and resolve, that is of strengthening faith and conviction of and in God. We move to the example of justiciable and non-justiciable actions. Consider the fact of lying. So when someone lies, there is an omission of truth. So this omission of truth is actually a transgression against God and also against the self. But it's not something that can be reprimanded in court, because when one lies, it's not something as serious as embezzlement. Embezzlement is something that can be tied into court, and it's also answerable to God and also the people around us. So for Fazlur Rahman, the ethos here is to understand that embezzlement stems from lying. So when there's embezzlement that happens, we are actually lying to our own selves and to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Therefore, we can see that the moral ethos of the Quran is imperative here. And we can understand that lying is the starting point to stealing, because you are denying yourself the potential dignity that is of cheating yourself and one's relationship with God. It has to be mentioned that for Fazlur Rahman, he had a tremendous appreciation for the Mu'tazilah stance of morality, whereby the individual, by his or her own accord, is able to discern between good and evil, and as well as falsity and truth. So it goes back to a very classic argument about the createdness and the uncreatedness of the Quran. But for the purposes of time, we should not delve into it now. So for Fazlur Rahman, the Quran is independent, the ability to discern between falsity and truth is independent from revelation. So he's saying that revelation it's not the main reason for us to be able to discern between falsity and truth, but the conclusion are strengthened by its injunctions. So such a stance goes back to the significant debate of the createdness of the Quran, uncreatedness of the Quran, and that for the Asharites, the holding the belief, the right originate the divine imperative rather than rational propositions, and the good and bad are known through revelation rather than through reason. Now, for Fazlur Rahman, there is an omission of the asbab al-nuzul, or occasion of revelation, which is highly problematic when it comes to understanding the Quran. So we now move to the German theologian Friedrich Schleiermacher, albeit rather briefly. For him, language is not to be explained in terms of a divine source or of a primitive expression of feelings. Rather, the use of inner language is simply fundamental to human nature. So we are able to understand a specific text based on our own understanding of what language is. So when we go to a text, we already have a predisposition or a bias when it comes to engaging with that text. Fazlur Rahman is talking about that bias, but that bias is not necessarily a bad thing, because that bias is actually what allows for us to understand the Quran based on our own current situation. So the hermeneutical circle is the idea of one understanding of the text as a whole, as established by reference to the individual parts, and one's understanding of each individual part by reference of the whole. So it's a movement from my understanding as a reader right now to the Quran, which Fazlur Rahman understands as being historical. So he is moving from this idea of an ahistorical Quran. So the first part of his process is to acquire a preliminary understanding of the individual parts of the text before the interpreter progresses to understand the text as a whole and in light of his preliminary understanding. The third process is the interpreter reassesses the initial understanding of the parts against a holistic rereading. Now the question that I'd like to pose here is, can a reading be independent of a reader and his or her conditions? So when we read something, are we actually able to be objective about it? The point here is that it is not possible to be objective about anything really when it comes to reading. So there are fundamental questions that Rahman engages in. And his approach to the interpretation of the Quran is known as the theory of the double movement, functioning on two levels, which are the ideal and the contingent. The first step is a move from the current situation to the period in which the Quran was revealed, which was the Asbab al-Nuzul. And this shift opens up the possibility of the interpreter to evaluate the Quran within its socio-historical context and to allow for an understanding of the purpose and intention of a particular verse or entire surah. So if you understand the verse of Al-Baqarah, ayat 30, وَإِذْ قَالَ رَبُّكَ لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ إِنِّي جَائِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً, It is for us to establish, understand that we can be our own Khalifa as an individual and as a Muslim. Now, going to text, what this implies is that when someone reads a text, it is influenced by a pre-understanding, or in Martin Heidegger's term, Vorschrift or foresight. This foresight is something which guides us, and as moral and intellectual creatures, we are able to discern between falsity and truthhood without revelation. But revelation is the thing, or is the element that strengthens it. And this is why it is important for Fazlur Rahman that ijtihad is not just limited to the scholars and to the ulama, because he wants to move away from the rigidity of law so that we can have a more sincere and more honest relationship with God. And what we're suggesting here is not a changing of the ahkam of the Sharia, the maqasid, the goals and the objectives, but an honest realization of its purposes on an individual basis, whereby man's purpose is to know and to serve God, or ibadah, and his duty is obedience or ta'ah to God, which conforms with his essential nature created by him, for him by God. Now we look at the possible implications of this double movement theory, or the lack thereof, when we look at religious authorities, for example, and we talk about tajassus or spying, or looking at people and looking at being, having this idea of su'uzon, or thinking negatively about others. So the problem with tajassus or spying is that it is often used under the guise of amar ma'aruf nahi munkar, which is enjoining the good and forbidding the evil. But when tajassus happens, you are actually taking away the dignity of the person that you are spying, especially if it's a Muslim. So these are the possible implications when we are talking about the moral ethos and the legalistic understanding of the Quran.
Brother Arif, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. It is hoped that this brief presentation has shed some light on different ways of approaching revelation in general and the Quran in particular. The idea of renewal espoused by Rahman should be taken into consideration and weighed on its own merits. I hope and pray that this conference will be a success and acts as a catalyst to move away from intellectual sterility within our beloved Ummah. Thank you very much, and Eid Mubarak to everyone.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So you ended 1 minute before the end of time. So it's very good. Let's see whether we have our speaker, Professor Dr. Iman Buzanita. Are you online?
I'm online, I'm here.
Yes, you are allowed to present. Your paper
so
is
much.
on transhumanism, old challenges in the new garb. You have 12 minutes to present, starting now. Bismillah.
Actually, I think I have 15, but I will do my best, inshallah. First of all, apologies for being late.
We originally gave 15 minutes, but as I stated just now, because of the lack of time, because of the other programs that have edged into our time, we had to reduce the time to 12 minutes. So I'm very sorry about this inconvenience.
Well, yeah, I will try my best anyways. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wa salatu wa salam ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about my topic, transhumanism. Now, the topic of transhumanism is quite prevalent in nowadays, and looking into it, we may ask whether these are really new ideas or whether they are just old ideas or old challenges in a new garb. So first of all, let's talk about what transhumanism is. It is a philosophical, cultural, political movement which holds that human development is still in an early phase to be radically changed by technology. The key term here is singularity, which describes the point in time where man and machine or artificial intelligence, AI, will merge, giving, so they say, unforeseen possibilities, eternal human life. Transhumanist visions entail the annihilation of any distinction between the biological and the mechanical, or between the physical and virtual reality. And transhumanism has been described as a religion of technology for its utopian visions, presenting technology as the savior of mankind. Of course, there is a history and there are main representatives of this movement, which I think I will have to skip now. Most important maybe is Vandarani, Bostrom, Maxmore, Natasha Weitermore. So common transhumanist tenets are the elimination of human disease, suffering, increased intelligence, human immortality itself. And there's this very catchy slogan, why choose to die, which is just an example for this. Now, most of the intellectual underpinnings of modern transhumanism are neither new nor surprising. So the idea of human enhancement, for example, is probably as old as mankind. Only that ways and means, of course, with the advent of the technological possibilities have changed. The quest for improvement is considerably old. So you can look at Nietzsche, you can look at Huxley or the Huxleys. The Huxley family has an agenda here. And maybe the most prominent figure for our context would be Julian Huxley, who seems to have been the first to coin the term transhumanism. Now, Islamically, of course, an analysis of the main tenets of transhumanism is not difficult. So the most striking feature would be the denial of the body-mind-soul complex. The transhumanist vision of human nature is an entirely materialistic one. And with the denial of the eternal soul and death as a gateway to eternal life comes the denial of the necessity of a limited physical lifespan. So the promotion of the eternal, this worldly life is then advocated as revolutionary, as the, in inverted commas, the most dangerous idea that is dangerous to the elites, as they say. Now, from an Islamic perspective, actually, it is so obvious that we could stop the discussion here. It is only that there are, agendas within the agenda, and there are certain aspects of transhumanism that can be quite delusive and that can be quite harmful. So this is why I decided to stay with the topic. Transhumanist literature reveals some fundamental problems in Western secular thought. Among them, the inability to define what constitutes the human being. So in some of the writings, they would go back to classical Greek thought to figure it out, or search for answers in modern psychology or in legal definitions of personhood and human agency, or in science, where it is surprisingly difficult to take human DNA as an indicator of humanness, because, from the material point of view, there is not much difference between human and, let's say, chimpanzee DNA. So in other words, whatever the frameworks they try to move back to, you can distill it in an inability of the human being to define himself properly. So, as I said, the body-mind-soul complex is somehow not existent, as everything goes back to matter. And what we describe as the soul or the mind, for their perception is simply located and contained within the physical brain. So this, of course, goes back to newer neurological studies, which they rely on very much. But still, they have not been able to explain what human nature is, what makes up a human being in the first place. The Islamic worldview, of course, no need to explain this in detail, but the soul cannot be fully explained. As we all know, it is a secret of our Creator, subhanahu wa ta'ala. And maybe if we just refer to this ayah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ قُلْ أَرُوحُ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي وَمَا أُوتِيتُ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. They ask you about the soul, aruh. Say, the ruh is a matter of my Lord, and only little knowledge has been given to you. So the idea to confine this ruh and nafs, which, by the way, for some of the scholars comes to the same meaning, but is not necessarily the same, to confine this to simply to the brain, and then to say that we could also confine these perceptions or these memories or this what have you on a data carrier is, if you think about it, somehow ridiculous. So the term nafs, maybe we can describe it as self or ego. And well, in the context of transhumanism, both nafs and ruh, the great mysteries of human existence, seem to be reduced to mere perceptions that may be saved to a hard disk. Death is an inevitable fact of life, as we all know. And interestingly, in the Islamic scriptures, it is those people who have more of a dubious character who try to prolong life forever, to try and avoid the day of judgment, to avoid being passed on to the next life. Now, as long as, you know, the idea of, or the concept, not the idea, the concept of Jannah and Jahannam is a reality for Muslims and understood as a reality and not a metaphor, as long as this is the case, then transhumanism cannot gain ground. Now, the promise of this worldly immortality and immaculate existence actually is a promise as old as Iblis, lanatullahi alayh. And you see, the quest for longevity, this worldly immortality, it actually is as old as humankind itself. So from this perspective, transhumanism is not new. You can go back to the Akkadian epic of Gilgamesh, or to Greek mythology, or to Nietzsche. You may find the same human endeavor or idea to create eternal, this worldly life. Now, artificial intelligence, we should talk about artificial intelligence in the time that remains, inshallah. So the idea is that singularity, that is joining of man and machine, of man and artificial intelligence, will bring about these wonders, these miracles of eternal life. We should just know that artificial intelligence comes basically in four kinds, two of which are available, and the more, you know, intrinsic abilities that are supposed to be offered are not materialized, and they are most likely not going to materialize. So what we have is, we have reactive machines like chess computers, we have self-driving cars with all the you know, events that happen, without going into the details of it. And when you talk about theory of mind machines, or self-aware machines, that is, machines that really possess an understanding of the world, so these are not materialized, and they will most likely never be materialized. Because whatever you say about AI and whatever you trust it to be able to do, it remains a product of a binary function of 0 and 1. And no programming can bestow an understanding of the world of others, a nafs and ruh, to this artificial intelligence. So some logical fallacies of transhumanism are, of course, to confine distinctive human personality to material existence and the brain, as AI will always be dependent on programming. And also the idea that the limited material body should be replaced by limited data carriers and thereby gain eternal life. So sentient AI is not going to exist. In other words, if you try to confine, you know, the brain, which obviously for them is the soul of the human being, if you try to confine it to a material data carrier that is prone to viruses, data loss, data theft, what in the end have you won? So all of this, what is a bit scary though, is the idea of cyborgization and of a distinction between the enhanced and the unenhanced. So transhumanists would say that after singularity takes place, there will be the enhanced human beings, those that have joined artificial intelligence, and the natural, those that are as we are now. And it is a division that is reminiscent of a master-slave arrangement, where the enhanced, of course, will take over rule, and the non-enhanced will be like the physically or mentally disabled are from our perspective now. So cyborgization and the idea of gradually augmenting human existence through biohacking, through having more and more cyborgish robot AI elements, of course, leads you to the question, how far can this go? Because at one point, the human being will leave and the machine will take over. You cannot accept transhumanism without accepting the idea of volitional evolution. So this is at the core of the transhumanist movement, which states that, well, humans are a chance product of evolution. They are in a faulty design, astaghfirullah, and should bring about their own development with the technical means that they do have now. Also affiliated to this, of course, is Darwinism in all of its different aspects, social Darwinism, and even the link to, to eugenics, to racist ideology is not far.
Prof, we have 2
Yes.
minutes.
Okay, fine. 2 minutes, inshallah. So talking about enhancement or modification through technology, through pharmaceutica, through different means that are available or may become available, always raises the question in how far is any enhancement in inverted commas or modification permissible from an Islamic point of view. But the main problem with enhancement really is that it presupposes that the human being is product of a faulty design, and that, of course, is not Islamically acceptable. The possible dangers and delusions of transhumanism, of course, are the possibilities of control, false promises to humankind, surveillance capitalism, promoting false agendas, corporate interests taking over, riding their own agenda within the agenda, and in the end, stripping humankind of its humanity, where, by the way, the term transhumanism itself may be a misnomer, because if you say humanism is an ideology that has the human at the center. After getting rid of the creator, so to speak, the human is at the basis of everything. It is the measure of everything in humanism. Transhumanism would be to overcome this. So it should be transhumanity rather than transhumanism, but this is only on the side. So in the end, transhumanism is a conglomerate of old ideas and technologically backed dystopian garb, may be described as an Ersatzreligion, a substitute religion without a creator. And transhumanism is a para-religious, pseudo-religious worldview, and that it tries not to answer the question of afterlife, the question that every human being comes across, what happens to me when I die, but rather to put an end to death by putting an end to asking the question. Questions on the beginning and end of life are shifted to a different narrative, and in this narrative, it is the human who creates, with the help of technology, everlasting life. So transhumanism is an assembly of old ideas with old fallacies. And in the end, what may indeed happen is that people expose themselves more and more to control over their lives, manipulation of their bodies and minds based on irrational suppositions and fake promises. And instead of being enslaved to death, as transhumanists claim, humankind may find itself enslaved by the lure of this worldly eternal life. And due to time constraints, I will stop here and say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, with the knowledge, of course, that there are many aspects that may seem far away, but they are actually closer than we may think. I will only give you one idea with regards to longevity research. There is a lot of money being put into this kind of research, and it has been promoted, by the way, by transhumanist thought. And there are many other aspects that maybe we can discuss somewhere else in another venue at another time, inshallah. Thank you very much for listening, and again, my apologies for being late.
Thank you very much, Professor, for such an enlightening presentation on transhumanism, old challenges in new garb. I am sure there are a lot of questions on that particular presentation, because it comes to a very contemporary topic which is close to a lot of us. Now, I think the next presenter will be Dr. Nurul Ain and Muhammad Isa Rahullah. The paper is Ibn Sina's Contribution to Modernity, Integrating Medieval Philosophy, Neurophilosophy, and Educational Reform in Islamic Thought and Civilization. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Nurul Ain so you can present your paper in 12 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nasreen. Okay, as I have been very busy, I didn't actually have the time to prepare any PPT, but I will speak everything that's in my mind. So when the time is finished, you just let me know, so I'll stop, and then I will let everyone just think about what I've said. All right, so my topic, as said by Dr. Nasreen, is Ibn Sina's contribution to modernity, integrating medieval philosophy, neurophilosophy, and educational reform in Islamic thought and civilization. So the three keynotes are medieval philosophy, neurophilosophy, and educational reform. Okay, so actually, Ibn Sina, who has lived in the 10th to 11th century, he has done this integration between his philosophy and what we call now neurophilosophy. So neurophilosophy was first introduced by Patricia Smith Churtland. She was a Canadian American philosopher in the 1980s. And I will tell more what neurophilosophy is, but what Ibn Sina, he has lived centuries ago, and he did this integration between what we say in the Islamic world, and I mean the Eastern world, Islamic world, with what the Western world has introduced. Okay, so now I will move first to the worldview. Yeah, we talk about civilization, so I want to say about how the side of civilization between the Eastern world, because we're talking about Ibn Sina, and the Western world, and how actually it differs in worldview and the objective of how they shape and build civilization. Okay, we will come through that because I will talk about the soul, okay, and how the theory of soul, or the topic of the soul, actually build, how people build a civilization through knowing, through understanding the theory of soul. Okay, if we look closer, civilization actually is just not about science and technology of now, how people are talking about, okay? So if we look closer, civilization is about knowing human, and you know, they know themselves, and then they try to educate themselves and to get to know themselves to build civilization. And Western civilization, actually, they have tried to conquer the world through knowing human, but through metaphysical, the physical world, okay, through the physical world. And what they tried to do since 1960 till 1970 is through the computer, the speed of computer. And now there's artificial intelligence and computer, as has been said by Prof. Anka. They try to solve some of technology biggest barriers. And what they try to do is they try to conquer, they said that trying to become an interplanetary species, that's why they call it, and they try to colonize the entire galaxy. Okay, by knowing human themselves, they try to conquer the human galaxy. But at a point they will come that, to a point, they will say that humanity is a crucial crossroad. And as the path we choose is the next century will shape the course of our civilization. And they say that whether they think, they come to a point that whether technology will doom us or not. But in Islamic philosophy, what we know human, our objective is to know God. Man arafa nafsahu arafa rabbahu. Knowing the soul is just not about conquering the world, conquering the world through science, technology, to our highest ability, but Islamic philosophy teaches us to know ourselves, to bring ourselves higher to know God, not ourselves, I mean knowing ourselves, being ourselves so cool, so small towards God, so that we know our position towards God. Okay, that's civilization. Okay, when we talk about theory of soul, what has been pointed out by the theory of soul, Ibn Sina? Ibn Sina has pointed out the existence of soul. So he has made the distinct between the Western philosophy has said that they made a dichotomy between the body and soul. But in Islamic philosophy, they had made a unity. They understood unity of the body and soul, as just said by the Quran and also the Islamic philosophy. And also immortality of the soul. And this one I want to point out, it is his hierarchy of the soul, which he had made. You know, he had, what do you call it? He had introduced in his philosophy. Okay, so let's go. Let me see. All right. So in his theory of soul, okay, there is particularly, it's like a triangle. Okay, so the lowest soul is called the nutritive soul. Okay. So the nutritive soul is, it's the basic functions of growth, nutrition, and reproduction. And then after that, the soul, they grow to be sensory soul. Okay, so without being a nutritive soul, having that characteristics of nutritive soul, you cannot grow on having a complete sensory soul or nafs haywaniya. Okay, so it's not being haywan, but that characteristic of the haywan is within the human being, as you know, desires and stuff. But it also has the faculties of intellect, of perception and sensation, and you know, you have the sight, hearing, you have the senses, and so on, and through that you have the relationship. You know the world through the senses, and you get conscious experience. And then you go up a little bit more, there's like within that haywana, you have imaginative soul. The imaginative soul, so it creates mental imaginatory, you know, creative visualization. And this is where neurophilosophy plays its part. Okay, so Ibn Sina has actually elucidate about this neurophilosophy, but in a broader way. Okay, and he understands that without knowing the world, you cannot, you know, go to a higher phase of soul, which is the rational soul or human soul. Okay, so first you go through the nabatiya, or the, you know, what is that you call it in English, nutritive soul, and then you go to the sensory soul, you go to the imaginative soul. Imaginative soul, actually, you know, in children, this is very important, that they need, before they grow up or they have the potential of becoming a rational soul, they need to nurture this phase of imaginative soul. Okay, and then you come, this is what has been introduced by Ibn Sina, different from other philosophers, is that estimative soul. So this estimative soul is in animalistic instincts, you know, emotion and intuitive judgments, which in neurophilosophy is you know, something called instinctual responses, emotional responses, and assessment or perceived threats or dangers. Okay, and at the last phase of his hierarchical soul is called rational soul. It's nafs nataqiyya. It's where when you already go through this imaginative soul, you will receive at a phase where you can be closer to God through intellection, you know, and it's not just intellection, but you need to purify yourself. Okay, so it goes higher, 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 and that hierarchy, it's on the top. You're closer and closer to God. Okay, so this what completes between what neurophilosophy say. So neurophilosophy is saying about, it's based on the reductionist theory. So the reductionist theory, they're limited. If we see it in the Islamic philosophy context, it's limited. Okay, but we cannot say that it doesn't contemplate, because we are in the world, we are living in the physical world, and through this physical world, we will arrive through the higher phases of human soul, as stated by Ibn Sina. Okay, so we look into a neurophilosophy. What neurophilosophy has been said, and that was first introduced by the philosopher Churchland. Okay, what neurophilosophy actually is, it combines neuroscience and philosophy to seek to elucidate the relationship between the brain and conscious, and bridging the gap between physical and mental realms. So what they want to see is that they want to find where consciousness is, okay, through the neurons, through where is the soul. That's what they're trying to find. Okay, we already believe that the soul is there. It's a unity between the body and the soul, but they don't believe that. They believe that it's a dichotomy. That's why they try to find the position. Where is the position of the soul? Okay, through what they believe is concrete, is the physical body of human. Okay, so you see, that's how actually they're trying to build civilization. Okay, that's how through this worldview of looking into the reductionist approach, or through empirical theories, they believe that material can bring a human to a phase where they can conquer the world. But we believe that we can conquer the world through ourselves. That's called alam al-saghir. Ourselves, we conquer ourselves, we can conquer the world. So alam al-saghir is in ourselves, and alam al-kabir is the world. So if we do not know ourselves, we do not know our God, and we cannot conquer the world. It's that absolute meaning of civilization. Okay, coming back to neurophilosophy. Neurophilosophy, they speak about neurological, which correlates of soul faculties. So, sensory, imaginative, as Ibn Sina have said, but in a more detailed way. So, what neurophilosophy says is, they had said about higher order cognitive functions, specific regions, prefrontal cortex, and they believe that through this understanding of neurons and stuff, there is something called emotions that comes out, consciousness and stuff like that. Okay, but when we try to harmonize between these two, we can see that actually Islamic philosophy, neurophilosophy does not, it's just there. It brings us to an understanding of neurons. It brings us to understanding of mental activities, mental mindfulness. You have this Chinese, what do you call it? The Ayurveda. You have this Chinese mental mindfulness and stuff, but it's just there. What comes beyond that is that transcend of spirit, of how Islamic philosophy has brought the soul of man transcending beyond the borders of the world. And this is how actually the portrait of the perfect man in Islamic philosophy.
You have 2 minutes left.
All right, thank you. Okay, so educational reform, as we say, okay, it's a conclusion. We integrate between those two. What can we come out between these two? Okay, we talk about neurons. We talk about neurotransmission. I don't have time talking about the science. Okay, but what between these two? Okay, we can say that we can result in a holistic education. Okay, we can combine these two. We can create a more holistic education, an ethical framework, critical thinking inquiry. Both of these disciplines talks about this, and mind-body integration. Both of them talk about it in different ways, but we respect in both ways, and we see how both can contemplate each other, and also about cultural sensitivity, where we can create, cultivate empathy towards individual different culture and religious backgrounds through different dimensions or disciplines. Okay, I will let the floor think. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Nurul Ain. That was a very, fast and furious presentation on a lot of concepts that needs really time to unpack. But I'm sure it has woken up some of our, students here who are listening. Now, I think the next presenter is also here with us. Associate Professor Dr. Ermin Polyarevic from University Brunei Darussalam, and he is going to present, the title of his presentation is Revitalizing Inter-Civilizational Dialogues, Unearthing the Power of Place, Sports and Time at Qatar's FIFA World Cup 2022. So this should be interesting, right? Okay.
We'll see.
Yes. You have 12 minutes, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Thank you for this presentation. The paper, yes, it's interesting. I'm not a big football fan, I'm a basketball fan, as you might notice. But the event itself is extremely important in its significance to the Islamic civilization and showcasing this Islamic civilization, right? So, as an observer, outside observer, I was not in Qatar during that time, but I was there before the event and saw the preparations for the event. And whatever was said before by Prof. Osman Bakar about the civilizational issues and different aspects of how that can be revived, I thought I would just reframe it a little bit different so it's more palpable for you. Now, I've discussed essentially physical space and importance of physical space for revitalization of Islamic thought, Islamic civilization, or Islamicate, as some would call it. Also, another key concept here is Islamic civility and how Islamic civility can contribute more globally to what it means not only to be a Muslim, but also to be a human being, right? And a third important concept that I will refer to is Islamic ethics, which I think is the key notion here, both, let's say, fiqhi speaking or aqidah speaking, that means theologically expressive. Now, World Cup in Qatar, it was unique in many ways, but it was a platform for what I call inter-civilizational dialogue, or what you can call it interaction. In this physical space and limited time, it was just a few weeks, right? You can observe also the examples of Islamic civility. Whatever criticism comes, because this is not really a political analysis of what the role of Qatar is in a political, economic, or criticism from the West and what so on and so forth. I try to avoid that discussion because it's not relevant for my own, let's say, curiosity, which is to kind of see how the synergy of physical space and people from different civilizations coming together to kind of get to know each other, right? That's the kind of an issue of tasamuh. Now, these interactions showcase how physical and temporal contexts can catalyze ethical and cultural exchanges between diverse groups. So not only diverse groups in terms of civilizational belonging, but also inter-Muslim, let's say, interactions. Now, this discussion will not reflect the specific events, again, as I said before, but essentially the dynamic of fostering, mashallah. Shall we pause or should we continue? My 12 minutes must be paused, right? So what's the ruling? Continue, yeah? All right. Okay. So the concept of Islamic civility, for instance, which is central here, is it's about the encompassment or inclusion more than just mere social politeness, right, as we can observe here now. It's rooted in a comprehensive ethical system derived from the Islamic tradition, right? And that tradition has evolved. I would say the foundational principles have been laid, right? But tradition is never stationary. Tradition, Islamic tradition, has been bumping heads and shoulders with obviously other traditions and civilizations. And in that sense, it has evolved through that interaction. So even though this is how I understand it at least, right? You have the principles which are there to guide the societies which are participating in this tradition. But at the same time, interaction with Christian or Buddhist or Hindu cultures, you also have a trajectory forward. Now, Prof. Bakr said before that Islamic civilization is unique in many ways, and I agree with that. But at the same time, I would say that Islamic tradition has had an effect from Greek civilization, obviously, right? And also the Christian one. That's historically so since it's, let's say, how the Kalam tradition developed, right? How the Kalam tradition came up to be. It is through direct confrontation and argumentation and polemics with the Christians of today's Syria, right? So we have Yohanna Dimashqi, who was the primary kind of opponent of the Muslim theologians at the time, which posed these questions. For instance, one question was, how come you Muslims criticize us, right? We believe in Trinity and God is three and so on and so forth. But you guys have 99 names of God and manifestations of God, which means it's 99 gods, right? So Muslim theologians hearing this would be compelled to answer, obviously, right? That you have obviously misunderstood what it means, what Tawheed means, and so on and so forth, right? And they came up with obvious answers. And we have the, let's say, beginning a trajectory of Islamic Kalam, right? So you have different answers to these different questions, and through polemics, we are here today for many reasons. So this is how I understand tradition, right? Qatar and the FIFA World Cup is not such sophisticated intellectual or theological space or collision, but it's definitely a value collision where you have Western media criticizing Qatar for many different reasons, among others, that these guys are not allowing alcohol to be consumed in such an event, which is very, let's say, football culture in Europe, where I'm from, is very much steeped in alcohol consumption, right? And that was interesting. Watching the different fans from Britain and from other countries being interviewed on Al Jazeera and other media outlets, they will have these very simple comments saying, this is the first time I'm watching football sober. And that's, I appreciate that experience, right? which was quite revealing to see. So those small things, those micro meetings have also revealed to me, this is an important thing, right? To create physical spaces where Islamic civility is manifested, right? It's kind of shaping that physical space within which you can find manifestation of our Islamic ethics, right? Now, the power of physical space and time in Islamic thought is very much considered as sacred as well, right? We had previous speakers speaking about the conception of man or human, right? And conception of various aspects of cosmological reality and outer space. And earlier we said there is also an idea of Tawhidic understanding of cosmos and human existence in it. Now, the World Cup in Qatar utilized, I believe, these dimensions creatively. State of Qatar might not be the beacon of justice and equality by Islamic standards at least, right? But you have an attempt through which the political establishment has tried to utilize the tradition in a way which is manifested to the world and the global scene. And they do that, I think, not only through the World Cup, but also through other events. Like we have a World Cup in basketball that is happening in Doha. Now, so just examples. I don't know if you've been to Doha or Qatar and spent time in Qatara, which is the kind of this traditional modern village, right? It's kind of a synergy. Or if you've been to Suq Waqif, where is a kind of reimagination or reconstruction of a traditional village or a marketplace. And also you have the Islamic Museum, and this is kind of, in my view at least, it represents a beauty of Islamic civility, if you wish. This place here is also a manifestation of such a thing. I mentioned in my paper before coming here, Al-Hamra and also Madinatu Zahra, also in Andalusia, where you have this kind of expression of beauty through the architectural buildings and expressions, right? Now, I believe that this type of idea of physical space being created on the basis of Islamic civility is also very prone or very conducive to production of Islamic knowledge, right? So Islamic knowledge for us, and what we've heard before, is an intellectual endeavor. It's a reasoning kind of power where people come together, for instance, read books. That was a criticism as well. Prof. Abdulaziz, right? He said before, we like to study thinkers, but how that is manifested or translated into our modern time is very, very different. So knowledge in this sense, as I pointed out before, is produced in meeting, and especially meetings of people who do not think the same way. Okay. So you should not be afraid of stepping outside, and I come from the outside, so to say, to an Islamic institution and have opposing views and have kind of alternative explanations for similar questions. In that, it doesn't have to be polemics, right? It has to be a dialogue or discussion where you can come to a solution, or to not a solution rather, but to different conclusions from that debate or that discussion. So that is quite important. Physical space in that sense offers that. I come from Europe, Northern Europe, where we see the reduction in physical spaces for public to meet. And this is a very, very basic analysis. Where you have a society where physical spaces shrink and they become less, you see a greater tendency for polarization. It's a hypothesis, right? And we see that even Northern Europe, which was considered to be a beacon of freedom and equality and so on and so forth, you see that there is a development of very, very dangerous ideologies such as, ethnofascism and Islamophobia and so on and so forth, right? Because you don't meet people anymore who are unlike you. And opening up the media, social media, you will see that echo chambers are growing very fast, and you get people who think like you, right? You get in your stream the same ideas that you like, right? So you're not exposed to such like many different anti-movements. That's 12 minutes on my clock, but I guess
You got 2 minutes left.
Thank you. So now the idea of this physical space of creating effects and synergies where knowledge can be produced, I think is significant in this case, especially if such place is based on Islamic civility. Now, World Cup here, you have both personal and social ethics being exposed, right? So you have both Muslims meeting non-Muslims and Muslims from various places interacting with one another, creating what we can say experiences. And that experience obviously will follow those people even after the event, right? And that is also contributed to the importance of physical space. Now, acts of charity, hospitality, and community engagement, all these central tenets are embedded in Islamic ethics, which emphasizes not only the purification, right? Purification of the self, but also the betterment of society. Now, that is only possible, this is only possible, creation of physical space, if there is power to do such things, right? Not only political power, but social and communal power to do such things. So what is power? Well, I understand power as being the ability to accomplish something, right? And that ability can vary. Some people are more powerful than others. But what is politics in this context? The politics in this context is really, as far as I understand it, is to choose what is to be accomplished. Right? To choose which of these many different things that we need to accomplish in our societies or whatever where we are coming from, right? That is the kind of prioritization. That can also be a role of theology. Theology, in that sense, if you understand the human role vis-a-vis God and God's creation and so on and so forth, right? You will also be able to put a to-do list in a significant, what do you call it, in a priority order. So for us, priority order is to get our house in order, right? In order to do something outside of the house. So that would be kind of the theological process, what do you call it, understanding of how the Islamic civility can be manifested in a social world. I think that would be, I think that's a good place to stop, right? All right. Much more to be said, but another time, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for cooperating, Dr. Puljarevic. It's a very interesting talk, quite unique in the sense of talking about civil space, etc. There's a lot of things also that you can unpack from there. Anyhow, we really at the end of time. We have one last speaker to present his paper. It's Dr. Khalid Al-Walid. He's from UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, Indonesia. And his topic will be Irfanic Thought and Islam in Indonesia, from Jabiri's fragmentation to Neo-Sadra's integration. So, Dr. Khalid, you have 12 minutes. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wa salatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin habibillahil amin Qasim Muhammad wa ala ahli baiti wa ashabihi ajma'in. It's very difficult this time's prayer times. I think in the last sessions, in these sessions. But Al-Quran said, wal akhiratu khairul laka min al-ula. I want to bring back you from the football to the alamul malakut. From the earth to the sama. I'm studying, this is a research especially about the dynamics of the epistemology in Indonesians, especially in the Indonesian country. I'm studying this about the Al-Jabiri, Muhammad Abd Al-Jabiri, is one of the thinker and also philosophers in contemporary era. From the Morocco, is we have a Nazoria, Al-Aql Arabi, and in the Aql Arabi, in Nazoria in Arabi, he have epistemology and spreads the thirds of the source of knowledge. I will try to fast here. Bayani, Burhani, and Irfani. I think you know about that. The Bayani is a specialist from the Fuqaha, like the Shafi'i and the others. Burhani from the philosophers, like Ibn Sina and also Ibn Rus. And Irfani from the Ibn Arabi and the others. This is, but unfortunately, the spirits that acknowledge from Bayani, Burhani, and Irfani, when we back to the history of Islamic philosophy, this is a not new Nazoria, not new because we have in the story a Nazoria, a Tafkik in philosophy, in Islamic philosophy, that spreads with all of the source of knowledge. Unfortunately, Jabiri clearly exhibits an antipathetic stance towards Irfani reasonings. They have three reasons about that. The first, the view of fall of the soul come from the ancient Babylonian mythology. And the second, the view of the importance of freeing oneself from the sensible and material worlds is from ancient Iran. And the third, the underlying social factors, conditions that give rise to sense of alienations, which according to him is also what historical underpins of the movement Christianity and Neoplatonism in the 2nd century. Jabiri states the Irfani position is consistently a position of escape from the real world toward the world of the free souls, a response to the increasing pressure of the real worlds and individual who does not know how transcendent their limitation and turns his personal problems into collective problems. In my research, I think this is epistemology is make some problems, problematics in the Islamic philosophy. I found that some thinkers, their critics about the Aqal Nazari, Aqal Arabi is a Nazaria from the Al-Jabairi, like George Tarabici, even dedicated 15 years of his life to critical responding to Jabari project of the critique of Arab reasons, Naqad al-Aqal Arabi, which he called the critique of Arab reasons, Naqad al-Aqal al-Arabi, like Tahafut al-Falasifa, the answer of Tahafut al-Falasifa. So Tarabici wrote the Naqad al-Aqal Arabi. And also some thinkers, critics like Zaid Iadat, Francisca M. Caro, and Muhammad Hassas, the critics about the Nazaria Aqal Arabi by the Abd Jabiri. We can find the some Taha Abdurrahman also launched a critical response regarding the fragmentation of approach used in assessing tradition Turas. Jabiri Nahnu wa Turas, who wrote the once books about the critique about the Nazaria of Jabiri. The unfortunate fact is our study of Arab traditions is still subject to fragmented, disconnect, and unscientific view. We still perceive fields such as jurisprudence, theology, philosophy, grammar, morality, hadith, exegesis, and history as distinct and spread disciplines, isolated from each other. It is if we are in front of the cabinet file with the traditions, each compartment look and spreads, none of which are open unless the other are closed. These cabinets hang in empty space, seemingly disconnect from the reality. We do not associate them with any form of relationship. Despite all the critical response above, Ali Harb states, in my opinion, the essential aspect regarding Jabiri is not the various critical conclusions that he made, ones that we might agree or disagree with personally. I often disagree with him. The crucial matter lies in the methodological framework he prepared and the productive work he undertook. The significance does not solely rest in the set of knowledge he generates, but rather in his capacity to produce that knowledge. This means his ability to engage with the various scientific issues that he faced and to play with the different tools in his disposal. It is this scientific capability that makes Jabiri capable researcher and prominent critic. Unfortunately, in Indonesia, some of the liberal thinkers, Islamic liberal thinkers, is very agree and propose these Al-Jabiri arguments, Al-Jabiri methodological and Al-Jabiri epistemological. Unfortunately, but some Muslim thinker in Indonesia also rejects these Jabiri opinions. Amin Abdullah is one of the thinkers. I think he's friends of the Professor Usman Bakar. Especially mentioned the danger of Burhani and Bayani reasoning without Irfani. He states, in the context of Islamic religious social life, the convergence and unions between Bayani and Burhani reasonings is not navigates properly, can give rise to a religious Islamic perspective, an attitude that tends to be rigid, harsh, and even leads to karahiyatul ghair, rafadul ghair, and even violence. On the other hand, the approach of Irfani reasonings, which can place greater emphasis on the role of the conscience, janibul atifi, if harnessed and developed properly, can solve social attitudes, improve human behaviors and ethics, solve an compromising attitude in communication and social religious relationship and society. And also the some other of the Islamic thinker in Indonesia, they reject the Nazaria Akal Arabi Al-Jabiri and Islamic higher education institutions, and also the Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia has published specific guidelines on the implementations of these integrations. In the section on the basis of the discourse of science integrations, the guidebooks explains the ideas of number of Indonesian figures such as Kunto Wijoyo, Mulyadi Kartanegara, Imam Suprayogo, Azumardi Azra, Armand Mazhar, Zainal Abidin Bagir, and Muhammad Amin Abdullah, including foreign figures such as Ain Barbar, Nagib Al-Atas, Usman Bakar, Ismail Raji Al-Faraki, Usman Bakar, and Syed Nasr. The Ministry of Religious Affairs, the published guidance for the integrations science, discourse of science. These books to guidelines of all of the university in Indonesia to integrations between religious and science. So I think this is one of the good movement from the Indonesian governments about this case. In Islamic philosophy, we know once philosophers, the biggest philosopher after the Ibn Sina, and also founders the third madrasah in Islamic philosophy. In madrasah, they call Al-Hikmah Mutaliyah from his books, Al-Hikmah Mutaliyah fil Al-Asfar Al-Aqliyah Al-Arba'ah, is the third madrasah or school in Islamic philosophy after Masyaiyah, Ishraqiyah, and the third is Al-Hikmah Al-Mutaliyah. And his name is Muhammad Ibrahim Al-Qawami Ash-Shirazi, and famous with the Mullah Sadra. He successfully harmonized and integrates between rationality, Islamic doctrine, and irfans. In the era of the Masyaiyah or peripatetics, in Islamic philosophy, they have some problems between kalam and tasawwuf with the other sides, and also the Islamic philosophy in the other sides. So we found a like book, Tahafut al-Falasifa by Imam al-Ghazali. They criticized the critics for the philosopher because there's spreads between the Islamic doctrines and also irfans. Mullah Sadra successfully to combine, to integrate, and also harmonize these thirds of the formulates from the tasawwuf or irfans, and also burhan or rationality in philosophy and Islamic doctrine.
You have 2 minutes left.
2 minutes. I'm finished in this. So, in the conclusions, we cannot disparate, and this make us some problematics with the Islamic religious. So, source of knowledge in Islamic philosophy, we can systematic with from the fourth source. The first tajribiyah or experiment. This is also from the book of the Professor Usman Bakar. And the second, al-burhan or al-aql, rationality. And the third is al-mukashafa of or a zawq, intuitive, and the third is from the wahyu. And the fourth, this is fourth, the fundamental source of knowledge. We cannot spread by each others. We must combine and also integrate it to make can see that knowledge is better and holistic, with this Nazoria, with the integrated knowledge. Thank you very much, and Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Doctor, for a very enlightening paper. Now we have a few minutes for question and answers, if there are, for any of our speakers. Oh, no time. Yeah, I'm sorry. We don't have time, Professor. I'm very sorry. I've been instructed by the one in front not to have time for any question and answers. Because we don't have time, because after this is lunchtime and then for Zuhur prayers, and then we're going to start again at 2:30. Yes? So I would like to thank everybody for giving their utmost attention. Of course, the speakers are still here. You can go and approach them if you have any questions that you would like to ask. And I would like to apologize if there is any mistake that I've done in conducting the whole process, for those who are online as well for those who are here and have presented. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again at 2:30 for next session. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Nasrin. So before we proceed to the banquet hall for lunch, let us take a group photo together, and the presenters can come up to the stage, and the rest of the audience can line up in front of the stage.
Harus ada appointment, harus ada
Ah,
appointment.
nanti kontak saya aja bila ke Indonesia.
Oh, ni tak minum, tuang saja. Ah, kosong. Gelah dia memang macam ni. Sister Saima tu dia ni ke Kai?
गाड़ी लेके भी ये पत्नी को उसने कह दिया एक बटन लगा दे उससे तो 200 रुपया ले जा रहा ऐसा नहीं पता
studying here, yes. I'm studying here in IUM University.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, welcome to the second session of International Conference on Renewal and Reform of Islamic Thought and Civilization. Enrich Islamic Discourse for Global Civilizational Relevance. This organized by the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization. I am Saima Ali, welcome you for the second session. In this session, we will delve deeper into the ethics and dialogue and sustainability in Islamic renewal, exploring innovative ideas and insights that will shape the future of enriching Islamic discourse for global civilizational relevance. So, for not the further ado, I encourage you that you should actively participate and begin this session with the continue of the journey of discovery and the collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure that I'm here to introduce the moderator of this session, the Deputy Dean of ICRITC, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fiham bin Muhammad Ghalib, with his extensive and experience of renewal. We will welcome on the stage, kindly join me to welcome Dr. Fiham on the stage. Today, we also have the distinguished keynote speaker here, and she is just arrived with his beautiful appearance and elegant discourse here. So I welcome the Professor Emeritus Dr. Azizan Baharuddin, Director of Center for Civilizational Dialogue, University Malaysia. I will request to Dr. Fiham, kindly please introduce to our distinguished keynote speaker more than me.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. We continue with our session this afternoon. We are now in session 2 under the theme of ethics, dialogue, and sustainability in Islamic renewal. With us is our second keynote speaker, Professor Emeritus Datuk Dr. Azizan Baharuddin. Dr. Azizan Baharuddin is an expert with extensive knowledge in the field of environmental ethics, sustainable development, and section of Islam and science. Served as Emeritus Professor at the Center of Civilizational Dialogue with a robust academic background. She earned a bachelor degree in science biology with honors from the University of Tasmania, Australia, and followed by a master degree in science from University College London. Her scholarly journey culminated in a PhD in philosophy of science and Islam from University of Manchester, UK. Her expertise spans multiple domains, including bioethics, interfaith, civilizational dialogue. She has authored over hundreds of publications, including notable works such as Harmony Between Religion and Science, an Islamic Perspective, and Environmental Ethics in Islam, demonstrating her profound impact on the discourse surrounding religion, science, and sustainability. Currently, she is the chairholder for sustainability at UKM and the UKM YSD chair and director for Center of Civilisation and Dialogue in University Malaya, member of Majlis Kebangsaan for Hal Ehwal Agama Islam of Academy of Science Malaysia, and several other esteemed positions in the country. With that, I may now give you our Professor Emeritus, Dr. Azizan Baharuddin, for delivering her keynote speaker. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Feham, our esteemed moderator for today. Yang berbahagia Datuk Profesor Dr. Abdul Aziz Berwood, Dean of ICRITC, Professor Dr. Khalik Ahmad, Chairman of ICRITC’24, esteemed scholars, beloved brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please, I'm very overwhelmed by this opportunity. I don't deserve to be here, but you know what is my, what do you call it, inspired situation by the figure which we will be sharing his ideas with you. That inspires me to take the stand here and brief myself to just share. So Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin, Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi sahbihi ajma'in, Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. So to begin with, that's the topic which Professor Abdul Aziz actually has so kindly also helped me to come to terms with. So I don't have a plan, a slide for the plan, but instead I will share with you next the abstract which I submitted, and this abstract will contain in a crystallized version, in case I run out of time, what it is that I aimed to share today. Yeah? So those of you who are familiar with climate change and all the discourses about what's wrong with the planet today may have heard of the fact that we are now in dire straits. The planet is not in a state of health at all, and a new term has come to town, and that's planetary health. People no more talk about greenhouse effects, they don't talk about environmental damage, environmental degradation, they talk straight away of planetary health. And guess what? The planet is not healthy at all. And globally, people have come to the conclusion, we used to have this division in terms of narratives. You have the secular scientists, people with a lot of science background talking in a certain way, technology will overcome problems, but no. Now all groups concerned with planetary health, including Muslims of course, and top among those Muslims in current times was until recently, he passed away last year, as you all know, Allah Yarham, Professor Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan. Yeah. So I am today, I will never consider, I cannot consider myself as part of the Warisatul Anbiya group. I'm not there, I'm sure. But I'm sure he was. And if we bother, our students, especially those teaching science and technology, those in charge with Islamic studies curriculum and science and technology curricula in the Islamic countries, wherever we are, if we can come to terms with what Professor Kamal Hassan had to share with us, I think we, true to the objectives, one of the objectives of this conference, would have, I think, done some important service to the Ummah, inshallah. So today people are saying that there is a global acceptance of the fact that ethics and religious values, it used to be when I was a member of the International Bioethics Committee at UNESCO, you do not use the word religion. Yeah, but today, even in the highest authority in United Nations are talking about religious values as the last bastion of hope in terms of the behavioral change. They're talking about behavioral change, and the scientists do not know how to change behavior, which is required to bring back the balance, and they mean balance. They understand now that balance is in all senses of the word, whereas previously people talk about balance just in physical terms, that the planet is in dire need of. So however, many people still, and some of those people are unfortunately our Muslim scientists, I think, and I say this with the greatest humility, they are like that because we have not informed them enough, and today it is our job to sort of remind them that they should look at some of the Islamic views on the situation. So it is not merely a scientific problem. The IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the highest authority in charge of climate change in the world, they say that climate science alone is not sufficient, and they are crying out loud this message. Why do I say that? Because the literature is increasing every day, and this is where I feel that Professor Muhammad Kamal Hassan has what do you call it? Answered the call on behalf of the social scientists and humanities in general, on behalf of Muslims in particular. So there are many writings, but we will concentrate today on his 3-volume Natural Science from the Worldview of the Quran, next year, brother, and other writings, his holistic thinking on the sustainability crisis and critique. This is what we like. His critique of modern science technology should inform current revisions of the post-normal science curriculum characterized by the 3 Cs. You've heard by now what are the 3 Cs: chaos, confusion, contradiction of our post-normal times. So I just want to say, it is not enough for, I'm sure I'm speaking to people who are already enlightened. So let me speak to people who are not so enlightened like me. Because when I encountered his writings, it's like, for this group, this is what they are waiting for. What's wrong with our worldview today? He explains why. And he explains what kind of alternative worldview that we should have, keeping the science as something very critically important. Okay, so next. So today, planetary health, the one before that. Planetary health is the latest imperative. Yeah? So let's not be cynical. Just now you said that, it used to be greenhouse effect, used to be environmental degradation. Today, talking about sustainability, you're talking about planetary health. No, this is not something for us to be cynical with. Yeah? This is the reality. And I think thus far, Muslims are quite slow in coming to the fore, in suggesting the solutions. And as we go along, we will explain to you explain to you a little bit how he was able to do this. Assalamualaikum, Professor Osman Bakar. Yeah. So there are many examples of this kind of writings written by people who have worked on the issue of planetary health and the issue of the need for values, coming from the side of the secular world, coming from the side of people who are not familiar with Islam and all of that. So some people have worked on this for 50 years, but of course, because they don't have something like the Quran, they don't have something like the Islamic tradition, they're just moving in circles, hoping that there will be wisdom at the end of the tunnel. But we know as Muslims that this wisdom cannot come just like that. Human beings are not capable of the real wisdom that is required. So I would like to humbly say that Professor Kamal, as a scholar in the social sciences and in the humanities, he has risen to the occasion of what is needed in the world today. Next. So, next. Okay. So there are many examples of this. You may be interested. Some people may say, why is she spending so much time on what the kafirs? I say this with greatest respect and apologies to begin with. We have issues of defining what is kafir, who is kafir. We have all those things, which I think is good. But for me, it is also critical to understand, to master the Western literature, the non-Islamic world. What are they thinking? What are they saying? It is important to master that and to have in your domain of facts and information, those kind of information. So, because I often have to speak to people who are not like me, I often have to speak to people who are non-Muslims. So how do I attract them? What language do I use? What narrative do I use? So this is my major concern. So I beg your pardon if what I'm saying sounds very, not so high-level thinking, if you like, but I think it's critical for the young people out there because there's a lot of misunderstandings vis-a-vis what Islam exactly has to say about the current problems in the world today, and how do we actually input our solutions. So next, I'm not shy to also admit that I'm inspired by a conference also carried out by International Islamic University in Gombak several weeks ago, in March to be precise. And I made a small presentation there, and this is the point where I think it is very critical, as well as we follow great works by Professor Aziz, Professor Osman, and all of the great scholars here, Prof. Beham, that we should also, because Prof. Kamal Hassan, for me, is a contemporary figure. And for many of those scientists, Muslim scientists who are not tutored, if you like, in Islamic theology in a deep sense, they need a bridge of understanding between current issues and what Islam actually, Quran actually says. So he has been described as an integrated intellectual. He has been known also for his public scholarship. This is another point of contention. In some academic circles, public scholarship is not as valuable as the other type of scholarship, pure scholarship. But I feel that the time is high for this, because we also work with the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, in Malaysia, for example, for what is called the National Planetary Health Action Plan, which is to be implemented by the government sometime within this year, after the approval of cabinet and such. But the greatest stumbling block is, how do you make the ordinary people understand across the board? So I think it's so important to point out his personal and public, the personal and public side of his personality. I think everybody knows the story. He records it in his book, the 3-volume book that I was talking about. He spent the 350,000 ringgit, which was awarded to him when he was conferred distinguished professor by the government. He spent that money to work on this 3-volume book, in which he led a group of Muslim scientists to write about science, pure science, mind you, with the so-called Quranic worldview imbibed in the teaching. So if you read carefully the science content, he teaches, in a way, he teaches because he guided those writers. In a way, he taught, for me, through the writings, science to Muslims in a manner that science should be taught to the whole of human beings, to everybody. Because COVID taught us many things. Now climate change is teaching us things also, that you are not in charge, you are not in control. You use more and more technology. For example, what happened with respects to this particular country, is it Doha, who suffered extreme climate floods and all of that, and apparently some empirical research was done. What happened was, they did the cloud seeding, they did an overdose. So we must stop this mentality that nature is we can do with it as we will, without us understanding and respecting it. And this is what the Quran is trying to tell us we must not do. The planet does not belong to you. God has, put in laws and regulations and rhythms and cycles and whatnots for you to follow and derive benefit from. So that's how we feel that this needs to be said and said and said again. And I'm sure everybody in the conference, all the 47 papers, Professor Aziz, if I'm not mistaken, and I read the abstract book, there are about 50 presentations, and they're all wonderful presentations, I'm sure. But for those of us who are in the zone of doing something about science and technology studies, besides Islamic studies curriculum, we need to understand that the leadership shown by Professor Kamal Hassan is something to be taken note of. So he dreamt of a revival, of a revived ummah with a deep understanding of Islam and deep true meaning of being a Muslim. I think this is a cliche. Everybody says this, but do you feel this? As a lecturer, do you feel this? As an engineer, do you feel this? Do you think this? Do you act this, most critically? And then the integration between revealed knowledge and human sciences, revealed knowledge and reason, Quran and cosmic science, intellectuality and spirituality, tradition and contemporariness. I know it's tech, IIUM, you are maybe experts at this, right? But how many people out there are the same? So this is my point today. We need the leadership. Okay, next slide. So what is this sustainable leadership? That has come to the fore, besides planetary health, another concept in the West. And when I say West, it concerns all the so-called modern people of the world also. So after 2 years of empirical studies, a group in Cambridge came up with this model of what is sustainability leadership. And it is not just any type of, everybody knows what leadership means, but right now they're saying that this leader, to be sustainable himself and to lead people into sustainability, has to have a combination of traits, styles, skills, knowledge. Okay, so let me just go through that very quickly. Some of the traits needed is it has to be caring, morally driven, has to be thinking in the systemic and also holistic manner, has to have an inquiring and open-minded mind, should be self-aware, empathetic, visionary, courageous. The styles that he must possess is inclusivity, visionary, creative, and so on. Some people might be yawning at this, right? But look at it, and for once, coming from a secular tradition, if you like, this because this is how we describe the other. Okay, they are putting everything together, and this is not to indulge in praising Professor Kamal, but I'm just saying that I'm sure there are other figures that we can look at also. He displayed all these characteristics. So if I were to write back to Cambridge, this group, headed by Vizier and his partner, I would say that in our part of the world, we have such a figure. This is how we think that he actually has this leadership, sustainability leadership quality. So again, my aim today is to provide a kind of role model, and I'm sure there are other role models. But to begin with, there are students waiting, there are young lecturers waiting everywhere. So this piece of good news is an important one. So next one. So today we face crisis on the face of the earth, but it is also, as we know, crisis of faith. The issue of tasawwur and worldview comes to the fore. And we talk about the 3 C's, contradiction, confusion, and chaos. Okay? Why so? Is it enough to just repeat these 3 C's? No. Do we have any notion how these 3 C's came about? Do we? Of course we have, right? But do we dare say it out loud? So this is the significance of the work of Professor Kamal. He dares speak it out because he has mastered the Western argumentation so well, okay? And he knows the argumentations from the Quran. He puts them side by side and he just say very forthrightly, okay, the world belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And as later on in the other slides we'll show to you, towards the end of his life, he just goes back to zikirullah, he goes back to tazkiyatun nafs, he goes back to the taking care of the qalb, or the heart of the ummah, as the means, as the engine to go forth. So again, I'm sorry for those people who are waiting for rocket science, explosive ideas from me today. No, the explosiveness, the explosivity for me is in the Quran, which still for many Muslims is to be read most primarily. Yes, that's good, isn't it? You read it. But please, can we start to understand and do tadabbur and ponder and all of that? So the quality of the relationship between man and his creator, we say this all the time. But I think, and you know, in the scientific situation, people talk about carbon footprint. You know that? Did you come here by walking? Did you come here by, by aeroplane? So how much fuel did you burn? And then people are talking about water footprint. How much water have you wasted today? Right? People. So yesterday was Earth Day, by the way. Yeah, and the idea, I think, forgotten exactly the theme, but it's about plastics. Do you choose a planet or do you choose plastics? Yeah. So I'm sure this is recyclable plastic. So yeah, it's okay, Prof. So what I'm trying to say is, we look at the physical, physical solutions, keep on. But what about this relationship between man and his creator? We keep repeating this. We do the salah, we just finished Ramadan, and yet we hear of so many social issues just during or after Ramadan that is happening around us. So I think the problem lies with the lack of understanding or clarification or explaining of the pillars of Rukun Islam or Rukun Iman itself. People believe in the afterlife, but it doesn't have any effect on them, right? And I think this is important, that we unite the akli knowledge. And I think in one way of describing what Professor Kamal was trying to do was, he tried to put this akli knowledge together in a very clarified manner, okay? Not just in a philosophical manner, but in the something that is clearly understandable to the people trained in science and technology. So next. So confronting the root of the problem, increasing gap, region poor, increasing gap. So the first and second SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, says zero poverty, zero hunger. So do you think that's ever possible? And in Islam, there is no such thing as zero hunger, zero poverty. You see, so that is something that needs to be closely looked at. And in Islam, the issue of poverty, the issue of zakah, the issue of helping the rich, helping the poor is very fundamental. But on the policy level, at the policy level, in real life situation, where are we in terms of this situation? Okay, I hope you will try to sympathize with me about where I'm going here. So we gather a lot of zakat money, okay, but do we know exactly how we manage it, how we use it? Is it actually going down to where it's supposed to go? Now, by talking this way, I'm not complaining about our system, not complaining about political systems or government systems. I always like to come back to the self, because I think it starts always with the individual, especially those people with knowledge, like what I think the people in this hall is all about. So, and we know that there are ayats in the Quran that talks about not spreading corruption, and yet that is something that is high in the agenda of the Madani government, to get rid of corruption, and also the issue of extreme capitalism still being the means of our doing our economic transactions. So when are we going to get down to that problem? So we know of the latest reports, for every 4/5 of the world's wealth is in the hands of 1/5 or even less of the rich people in the world. So what are we going to do about that? All right. Next one. So when we speak about the environmental crisis, climate change and all that, like Professor Kamal has explained to us, and we also know, it's a multiple kinds of crisis. I'm very crude in terms of what I display in the picture there, because people hardly put all these things together, whereas they are all interlinked. And I think the Madani government is trying to promote inclusiveness, the idea of balance between man and nature, mutual respect, because the acronym MADA and I starts with M, which stands for sustainability, Mampan. Okay? Next. So we have been warned earlier, much earlier, by Professor Senas, and he speaks about the destruction of the equilibrium between man and nature being the result of humankind's further conquest and dominion of nature. Okay, so I'm just asking very politely. Okay, who's doing this damage? Is it just the non-Muslims? No, it's all of us, right? So what are we talking about here? Yeah? So let's not be standing on the pedestal looking down at people who we think are not doing the right thing. We must, for me, start with ourselves. And this is the leadership that our figure is trying to get us to look at. So because Professor Kamal looked at the history of things, he looked at all the treatises and charters and declarations that groups, Muslims and among Muslims and non-Muslims have carried out in the past 50, 60 years. And he has come to the conclusion that, of this conclusion, I will build up towards it at the end of the presentation. So the next one, the most critical question is, how do you move the masses? The masses, they are always left out, isn't it? It's the intellectuals talking to each other, talking to amongst them, but who takes care of the masses? And in Islam, is there a division? Do you remember that Quranic verse where Allah SWT takes the Prophet to task because he didn't pay as much attention to the blind man who came to learn, and the Prophet was giving more time to the elite of the society. So yes. So this is where it's very important, the example of what Professor Kamal demonstrated through his life and also through his works, that we take note of. So I think, can you please go to slide, just move forward. Brother, yes. Yeah, this is in terms of what's happening in Malaysia. Malaysia spends in the last several years about 8 billion ringgit on effects of climate change, and we Muslims are taxpayers, we Muslims are the victims, and so on. Next. Yeah, this one is also the challenge whereby values have to be inputted into STEM, and again, as I said, our professor did show us how to do that. Next one. Next, the issue of worldview. Next one, he provided for us what is the worldview, and this is from the very conventional side. We need to actually make our students look at this and actually do an exercise. Where are you in terms of your worldview? So we may be parts we might be believing inside us, parts of worldviews which are not supposed to be Islamic. Next. Tak apa, Prof. I'll finish on time. Okay. So this is the volume 1 of the 3 series book, and I'm sure this, if you want to follow, if you want to have a look at this PowerPoint, it's all there. It's shareable for those who want to have a look. In case I don't have time, and then the awe in nature, and this is what the 3-volume book inspires to do, or try to do, and Prof. Kamal showed us the rule of tadabbur, tafakkur, and this is at the most basic level. The books are like science textbooks, but it is preceded, intersected, and also finished with views from the Quran, reflections from the Quran. So next. So why natural science from the worldview of the Quran? Why is it so critical at this point in time? Because of these repeated exhortations to ponder, investigate, know the secrets, and then to do what? To apply that knowledge for the greatest good. And this is what the polymatic genesis of the golden age of Islam in the Andalus, which ended in 1492, historically speaking, were practicing. They mastered the Quran, and then they went into the real sciences, and then I think in modern day, just recently in February 2024, this document by a group of Muslim scientists was launched under United Nations Environmental Programme, and it is led by a Muslim engineer, and I think we all have to give support to this document because it lays out action plans and other things. Next. So just to give you examples of what the book is like. Next. Quranic worldview, unification of knowledge. So we need this. We need to keep constantly reminding. But I'm so sorry to say, the humanities, the scholars in the humanities, in social sciences, Islamic tradition is where Islamic tradition is concerned, they are not working in tandem with the Muslim scientists. The Muslim scientists are still, I think, isolated. They're still left by themselves. There's not enough engagement. So this is the thing which I would like very much Prof. Osman to very humbly, Prof would be the best person to comment on this. I think you're doing your utmost best, and also Prof. Aziz and the whole of ICRITC. but I think it's still not done enough. Look at Academy Science Malaysia. Anybody from Academy Sciences Malaysia here? No. So the narrative is still, let's change behavior, let's go to the religious leaders, let's ask them to change the thinking of their jama'ah, okay? It's just still theoretical talk. On the ground, what do the ordinary people do? Okay, last but not least, is this last, and then next slide, please. So I've shown this a million times. I'll keep on showing it because personally, on the left, Maslow. If you're not a Tawhidi person, okay, look at Maslow then. If you are a theologian, look at the right one, Maqasid Syariah. The 5 hifz, promotion of life, of deen, of mal, progeny, akal, and the 3. So, like very much for in University Malaya, there is a course, double majoring science and Islamic studies. Yes, I'm supposed to be speaking to them tomorrow. And authorities are saying that they want to shut this program down. And I think it's such a pity because it's one of the rare few times when Islamic studies curricula actually admit the importance of science that is Tawhidic, guided by the Tawhidic worldview. Next, the history of what happened in Andalus is still not that widely known. Next, what happens when knowledge is devoid of values? This is what you see happening now. There's a growing group of the LGBT, they have counter arguments of why they should, why they are okay with doing their practice, and are we not alarmed? When we know very well what the Quran says about such practices. Next. Okay, so this final reminder, which I think everybody, all of us, think are aware. Prof passed away 2023, and then 2 years before that, or 1.5 years before that, he wrote this book, Corruption and Hypocrisy. And if you look at the cover of that book, at the end of the tasbih, is a $sign. Yeah. And I feel that personally, and I think this is the part where for me, he is like a role model, because for many scholars, right, when God asks you later, what did you do with your ilm? And I think in his situation, when he wrote this book, this is my reading, maybe I'm totally wrong, yeah? So he comes back to the issue of the necessity of tarbiyah ruhiyah as core of self-centered leadership, and the absolute necessity of the qalb purification. Next. So other scholars added on to this, sort of expanded it. They look at what is spiritual intelligence, and guess what? We are drawing the non-Muslims into these narratives. So what is spiritual intelligence actually, and how is it actually finally set, or it is pegged to the heart of the, what about the qalb? And there are some Muslim scientists working at USIM, University of Science Islam Malaysia, for example, who have worked empirically to show that, and of course some people, some Islamic theologians, they don't like it when Muslim scientists try to understand Quranic verses in scientific empirical terms. They say things like, oh, we don't need science to say that the Quran is true. Who said that? We never said that. We're talking about molding minds and hearts to come close to the Quran. That's all we're saying, yeah? And for some people, those kind of narratives are important. So last, moral intelligence is the root of moral resilience, yeah? And we need the knowledge of this. And I think this should be imbibed in Islamic studies curriculum and science-centered curriculum. So again, I apologize for all the weaknesses, all the gaps in whatever I may want to be sharing with you. Alhamdulillah, thank you so much for this opportunity, Profs. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Yang berbahagia, respected, dear Prof. Emeritus Dr. Azizan Baharuddin. I believe that we can agree more, whatever that we have said just now, dear Prof. And I believe that the solution is no other than Tawhidic paradigm of what we have here in our religion, Islam. I think without, thank you very much, Prof. Again, big round of applause to our dear professor. Thank you very much, Prof. We now move further to the next session, which is the, thank you very much, Prof. Is the presentations from our participants, and due to the time that we have here, is limited. We will allocate for each of the presentation. We're going to have, as I've been informed, 7 presentations, inshallah. So each presentation we will allocate about 12 to 13 minutes, not 15 minutes. 12 to 13, let's say 12 minutes, inshallah. We may start now with the first presentation, inshallah, with the title of the presentation, Reimaging Islamic Discourse Towards a Global Ethical Framework for Contemporary Leadership. The presenter is Dr. Maqbul Hassan Ghilani from Times Institute, Multan, Pakistan. Please welcome. You have 12 minutes, Prof, for the presentation. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I am glad and proud to become a part of this international conference, and I am thankful and grateful to International Islamic University Malaysia, ICRITC, Dr. Abdulaziz Barghouth, Dr. Khalik, Dr. Nurul and Saim Ali. My topic is Reimagining Islamic Discourse Towards a Global Ethical Framework for Contemporary Leadership. Introduction. The introduction of Islamic discourse in fostering global understanding and cooperation in emphasizing amidst our unconnected the world. Research focus on ethical leadership within Islam, exploring its potential for creating inclusive societies. By examining classical texts and modern research, the study aims to apply Islamic ethics to contemporary challenges, promoting collaboration and dialogue among civilizations. Understanding Islamic principles, core principle of Islamic relevant to leadership, emphasizes on justice, compassion, and ethical conduct. Historical example of Islamic leadership that is noted in the modern text. Ethical leadership in Islamic philosophy. Ethical leadership in Islam emphasizes integrity, justice, and compassion, focus moral behavior and accountability based on Islamic principles. Key principle, Tawheed, oneness of God, emphasizes equal treatment, highlights pity as a measure of nobility. Adl, fairness in all aspects of life, fulfilling the rights of relatives, the poor, and travelers. Rahman and Rahim, compassion and mercy, especially towards the vulnerable, encourage seeking knowledge, potentially leading to compassionate leadership. Examples, Prophet, peace be upon him, Sultan Salahuddin Ayyubi, Imam Al-Ghazali, Ibn Rushd. Goal, leaders should be inspired to promote justice, kindness, and positive change. Ethical leadership, various aspects. Integrity and honesty. Integrity and honesty essential for trust and credibility and leadership. Transcends laws. Deep commitment to ethical behavior, echoing Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, title Al-Amin, the trustworthy. fosters trust and elegance. Leaders set a note to the ethical conduct, equality and impartiality. Upholding justice and fairness in crucial. Quran 4:135. Leaders ensure impartial treatment and protect everyone's right, regardless of background. This fosters society, harmony, and unity. Compassion and empathy. Quranic reference, mercy to the world, and we have not sent you, O Muhammad, except as a mercy to the world. Accountability and responsibility. Quranic reference, render trust whom they are due and judge with justice. Key points, leaders are accountable to God and the community for their actions. They must adhere to ethical principles and be open about decisions. Ethical leaders take responsibility for errors, work to correct them. Accountability builds trust and fosters culture, integrity, and transparency. Ethical leadership principles applications. Governance and political leadership, Islamic teachings stress the significance of consultation, shura, and consensus-building decision-making, ensuring that all stakeholders' opinions are acknowledged and taken into account. Community development and social justice. Zakat in Islam demonstrates the significance of transferring income and resources to combat poverty and inequality. Environmental conservation and sustainability. Islamic teachings stress that significance of modernization in several aspects, life such as consortium and resources utilization, along with the ethical treatment of animals and ecosystems. Interfaith harmony and conversation. The Quran, Islam highlights the significance of discourse and peaceful cohabitation with individuals, different religions, acknowledgements, and variety of human view as an indication of God's wisdom and ingenuity. Globalization and contemporary challenges. Impact of globalization on leadership dynamics, challenges as cultural diversity, technological advancement, and socio-political complexity. The need of the leadership network that transcend cultural and geographical boundaries. Elements of a global ethical framework. Integration of Islamic principles with universal ethic values emphasizes on inclusivity, empathy, and sustainability. The role of the ethical decision-making in shaping contemporary leadership. Implementing ethical leadership principles. Government and political leadership, community development and social justice, environmental conversations and sustainability, promoting utility and communication among different faiths, placing Islamic concepts in modern context, utilizing an interdisciplinary approach to conduct religion, philosophy, and social sciences, fostering communications, cooperation, and shared comprehension between cultures. Benefits and impact. Potential benefits on adopting a global ethical framework for Islamic leadership, positive impact on organizational culture, social well-being, and international relations, long-term sustainability and resilience in the face of evolving challenges. Conclusion. The research emphasizes the importance of ethical leadership in Islamic discussions and its potential to promote trust, honesty, and empathy in society. Core aspects of ethical leadership: integrity, honesty, justice, fairness, compassion, accountability, and responsibility. Impact. Ethically leadership can help address global challenges and create fair, equal, and empathetic communities. Call to action. Scholars conduct research and enhance understanding of ethical leadership in Islam. Leaders exemplify honesty, justice, and compassion through actions. Communities support ethical leadership and promote positive change. Vision: a fair, peaceful, and prosperous world driven by ethical leadership, built on Islamic principle. Ultimate goal: create a global community based on ethics, empathy, and inclusivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Dr. Maqbul Hassan Ghilani from Times Institute, Multan, Pakistan. Thank you. You ended your presentation earlier, 5 minutes as allocated to you. Thank you very much. Postpone your questions if you have for the audience. We may allocate time for Q&A, inshallah, end of this session. We may now move to the second presentation from Professor IR Dr. Ruslan Hassan from Faculty of Engineering, IIUM. The title of the presentation is Mastery Humility Model from Convergence to Integration. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My topic is on mastery humility model from convergence to integration. Next. First of all, look at the contents. I will deal with the problem statement, then the model development, the conversion, and finally the integration. Next. Next. Definitions. We look at a conversion, there is therefore a meeting point. There should be a meeting point for a conversion as opposed to integration. Integration, the next one, next slide. Integration is, I've seen models on integration of knowledge all this while. It seems that the integration has gone not the way mathematicians look at it. Although we are actually integrating Islamic science and Islam values with science, we have a way of integrating it, which I will, in a few minutes I will show you how we integrate that. Because you need to actually add on. And when you add on, it must be at the same phase. So we cannot actually add, let's say, something that is cognitive, something that is non-material to materials. So it's something that is going wrong in the integration of knowledge, and those which I've noted. Next. Right. Being an engineer, now I'm an engineer since 1980. If you look at the convergence in engineering, physics with engineering, your handset, for example, is a convergence, an example of convergence. Convergence 2.0, next, is the biology with engineering. By the way, now they do research on the cancer, to find a solution for cancer. They're actually putting teams to multidisciplinary teams, and they actually work in tandem to find a solution, no matter which particular fields you're coming from. Next. So this biology, they have evolved over three steps into the present state of biology and engineering. That's convergence. My lab is proposing for a convergence 3.0. 3.0 is the spiritual values with engineering. The way I look at it so far, very few works in that line. That is merging between engineering disciplines with Islamic values. Next. Next. Now, the quantum physics give us certain avenues, certain ways to go about it, because quantum physics now is dealing with probabilistic, whereby it proves the the notes or the views from Imam al-Ghazali on probabilistic. Because when it's random numbers, there must be a way to get to a certain certainty. And that certainty, final end, will be God. So even now, quantum physics gives certain avenues to actually advance further in terms of convergence 3.0. So the problem here is, as everybody knows just now, noted, is the dualism in engineering education. In all sorts of education, there is a dualism. Right? So we must find a way to correct that, and there are many works done in this matter. All the while, there's integration and IOK. Next. So there will be a conflict in science region all this while, as we have noted. Next. So the model development. Next. Cognitive and effective. In engineering disciplines, we need to train people to be competent as well as ethical. So it's governed by cognitive and also governed by affective domains. We just put aside Sakamoto for a while. It's going to be cognitive, which is actually here represented by mastery, and the affective domains represented by humility. Right? Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. What is the top scientist said about religion? He said science without religion is not being guided, is blind. That's Einstein. Einstein has worked out all his calculation, on his galaxy's calculation. He found out there must be a supreme being who is in charge. And if he actually read Quran, Al-Mulk, verse 3 and 4, he will find that who actually declare himself will be the one who is actually responsible for the harmonious motion, for the harmonious setups in the galaxies. Next. So in engineering, talking about maths and physics. Next. And how we then put a philosophy in engineering. So in engineering, there are three main concepts: cause and effect, the determinacy, and also balance and equilibrium. Next. Next, please. Deterministic. Next. Indeterminacy. Next. Cause effects. Right. With respect to cause effects, the one mentioned by Imam Ghazali just now, which I may have to say it again, because in sciences, all these uncertainties, they need to find the laws that signify there is a consistency. That consistency is only through the use of or related to God. That is certainty, right? So that is the cause and effect, or in terms of causality. Next. Next. So there are three views of science in the Muslim world. One is by Nursi, second is by Al-Atas, third is Faruqi, the third is by Al-Atas. And with Syed Hussein Nas, and of course here we have Professor Osman, working on where it's related in terms of metaphysics. Metaphysics is something that we have been working on, to how to actually simplify things, because engineers need to look at what we term as by William Chittick, God self-disclosure, to really understand, to really see what is actually happening, and then can relate to our work. Next. So we need to see the pattern of truth. So when we look at around us, the creation, what been created, we can see some kind of truth. And we don't see it in singularly. You need to look at it as a coherent whole. When it's in a coherent whole, then you can see the pattern. So that pattern, I will discuss what is pattern of truth is all about. Next. So talking about cosmology, we pick up the one that is not simplistic. We're talking about, some say this model is reductionist. No, it's after a thorough understanding of what a simple understanding of the cosmology would lead us. Next. Right? So the cosmology will be a bridging between metaphysics and science, as also suggested by Hussein Nas on his authentic spiritualism and sacred science. So we find it's hard to define what is sacred science. So I found a way to make it amicable to we in the engineering fields. Next. These are galaxies. They got 100 billion galaxies. Each galaxy got 100,000 billion stars. They're all in harmony. Next. This part of the cosmology I'm referring to the simplest one. That is between the moon around the earth and earth rotating around the sun. So they're actually in harmony. There's no collision between them. Next. So talking about therefore the theoretic metaphysics, there is the understanding of the consistency, the understanding of Al-Khaliq. Al-Khaliq. Because Allah is responsible for that, for the consistency and the fact that it's going to be returning back to the same point. So our promise, His promise that we're going to meet Him again is correct. It's going to be happening. So the theoretic metaphysics tell us that. And next. So in physics, talking about the gravity, which during those days, Al-Farabi's time and during Aristotelian time, there is an absence of this knowledge of gravity. Next. Because to understand the movement, we need to look at the rotational movement which is governed by centrifugal force and the gravitational force. If you move inside a bit in the radius, then it's going to be circulating, but at one point it's going to balance out again. So we understand gravitational and centrifugal force, we can understand how all these galaxies are in balance, how it is stable. It is stable because it is in balance. This is my theme. It is balanced, then it is stable. Right? All right. Right? So there is now the next. Next, this mimicking the nature. Next. 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 I'm going to the convergence. The convergence is where this has been done through studies with 30 professors in engineering from 2 universities. So I formulated the model based on this work. Next. Using the divine names of the 2 names of Khaliq and Al-Adil. Next. 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 The 2 names are used. Next. And that will dictate next the convergence. The convergence happens at the point I mentioned earlier. When I defined it, must be at a point. So the point is where everything is in the proper place. Next. So if the proper position means you have to be balanced, to be it. If the proper position of man is to be in the sujud position, so be it. Next. 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 The proper position of man and also position of body in terms of mastery. Next. Justice in society. Next. This is justice, this correct position in engineering. Next. Integration, the cognition. Now, this is the point I'm talking about integration. Here is when you have the humility, you respect truth. You respect truth. And truth is obtainable from cognitive, from the thinking process. And you look at the Creator. Then you know between you and the Creator. That sort of link will make you more humble because you see around you where and what the creation is. So therefore, at that particular phase, it is integrated. Integrated in that sense. You are in the same phase. The more you know about the Creator, the more you feel humble. It's inversely proportional. That is talking about the same phase. Therefore, it's a two-phase step, it's a two steps. Convergence first, must mirror point first, realizing where the proper position of things, and then you find out, therefore, the proper position of man is in a studied position, humility. The proposition of the study, the sciences are to be in terms of balance. So you have therefore the convergence, and after that the integration. Next. And the conclusion. So the conclusion is therefore it's a two-step process again, between to have a convergence first. Then you can integrate. You can't have an abrupt integration. You must develop the phase where they have of the same phase, PHASE, the same phase. Then only they integrate. The challenge is to find that phase. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, dear Professor IR, Dr. Ruslan Hassan, for your presentation, explaining the harmony relationship between or among science, law, physics, and what we have here in our religion. We will now move to the third presentation, inshallah, from Professor Dr. Abdul Hakim Abdul Haq Muhammad Saifuddin. The title of the presentation is The Treatment of Religious Minorities in Islamic Society Between Islamic Legislation and Historical Reality. The presentation will be done in Arabic. Please welcome Dr. Abdul Hakim Abdul Haq Saifuddin.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. بداية أرحب بكم جميعا وأشكر القائمين على هذا المؤتمر الذي أيضا يعطينا إضاءة جديدة وإطلالة جديدة في الحضارة الإسلامية. في البداية ما دفعني إلى أن أخوض في هذا الموضوع، وهو موضوع معاملة الأقليات في المجتمع الإسلامي، وبالذات في مرحلة صدر الإسلام الممتدة عبر مرحلة النبوة والخلافة الراشدة والدولة الأموية. هو ما تجده الأقليات في العالم المعاصر من اضطهاد وتضييق، ولا سيما الأقليات الإسلامية، لا سيما الأقليات الإسلامية، ونحن نشهد ذلك في كل مكان. ومع هذا يتهم المسلمون بالإرهاب في أجهزة الإعلام لا سيما الغربية، وبالهمجية وبالتطرف وبكل هذه الصفات. وهذا الحقيقة جعلني أعود بالذاكرة إلى مرحلة التاريخ الإسلامي لنقارن بين حضارة وحضارة، بين حضارة كيف تعاملت مع المغلوب عسكرياً، كيف احتوته، كيف طمأنته، كيف قدمت له كل ما يتوقع وربما ما لا يتوقع من حقوق وسبل للحياة الكريمة في المجتمع الإسلامي. إذن هذا الموضوع كما ذكرت هو موضوع ذو أهمية كبيرة. هذا سبب اختيارنا لهذا الموضوع. ولا يتغير الموضوع عندي. ما يتغير. انتقل الشريحة ما تنتقل الشريحة. عموما ممكن. في الموضوع أيضا ينقسم إلى 4 محاور رئيسية. يبدأ بمحور متعلق بالتمهيد. حقيقة هذا المحور خصصته لمعرفة واقع أو لمعرفة شيئين: مصطلح الدراسة وهو الأقليات، وفي اللغة العربية الأقلية من قل يقل ومقل ومن الإقلال، وتعني مجموعة بشرية تعيش في مجموعة أكبر منها. في الجزء الثاني في التمهيد خصصته لمعرفة حال الأقليات في المجتمعات قبل الحضارة الإسلامية. المجتمعات التي ظهرت قبل الحضارة الإسلامية كيف تعاملت مع الأقليات: الإغريق، الرومان، الفرس، الهنود، وحتى العرب. الحضارة العربية أيضاً تعاملت مع غير العرب قبل الإسلام بنظرة فيها شيء من العصبية وفيها شيء من الازدراء، فسموهم بالعلوج وسموهم بالأعاجم، وصفوهم بهذه الصفات. فهذا البعد هو بعد جاي من العصبية. فإذا حتى نعرف المتغير الذي حدث في تعامل المسلمين مع الأقليات نعرف الثابت كما ذكرنا قبل ذلك. هذا بالنسبة للتمهيد. بالنسبة للمحور الأول وهو حيثيات موقف الحضارة الإسلامية وموقف المسلمين من الأقليات. الحقيقة من المهم قبل أن نعرف كيف تصرف المسلمون مع الأقليات أن نعرف ما هي الأسباب، ما هي المنطلقات، المرتكزات التي ارتكزوا عليها وهم يتعاملون مع هذه الأقليات. الحقيقة ثمة مجموعة من هذه المرتكزات والمنطلقات. أول مرتكز أو منطلق هو أنهم نظروا للإنسان على أنه مخلوق مكرم، لأن الله سبحانه وتعالى عندما خلق الإنسان خلقه كإنسان بعيد عن الدين الذي ينتمي إليه، مخلوق مكرم معزز. وهذا التكريم أتى من أكثر من جهة. تكريم في أصل الخلق، فالله سبحانه وتعالى خلق الإنسان بيده ونفخ فيه من روحه، ثم بعد ذلك كرمه وأعطاه المكانة الكبيرة، فهو كما قال تعالى: والتين والزيتون وطور سينين لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم. وأسجد له الملائكة واستخلفه على الأرض. إذن المسلمون عندما نظروا للإنسان كإنسان نظروا إليه من خلال هذه المنظار أنه مخلوق مكرم، وبالتالي تعاملوا معه سواء كان مسلما أو غير مسلما بالاحترام وبالتقدير وبالإجلال. وهذا المنطلق الأول. ما هو المنطلق الثاني؟ المنطلق الثاني هو مبدأ الحرية الدينية. الإسلام لا إكراه في الدين، هذه قاعدة أساسية. ومن ثم عندما تعامل المسلمون مع الأقليات كانوا يدركون أن مهمتهم هو فقط إيصال الرسالة وليس إكراه الناس على أن يكونوا مسلمين. إذن من هذا المنطلق أيضا تعاملوا مع من آثر أن يبقى على دينه باحترام وبتقدير، وأعطوه الحقوق كمواطن. المنطلق الثاني منطلق أيضا الحرية، منطلق حرية الاعتقاد بالدين والحرية العامة للأفراد. إذن هذا المنطلق أيضا ربما عبر عنه بشكل جلي الخليفة الثاني عمر بن الخطاب عندما أنب واليه على مصر لإهانته لأحد غير المسلمين من الأقليات: متى استعبدتم الناس وقد ولدتهم أمهاتهم أحرارا. إذن هذا أيضا منطلق آخر في التعامل مع الأقليات. المنطلق الثالث أو الرابع هو إدراك المسلمين أن مهمتهم هو التذكير والتبليغ. إنما عليك البلاغ وعلينا الحساب. إذا ليس على المسلمين أن يحاسبوا الذين آثروا أن يبقوا على دينهم، بل هو فقط يبلغه وليس مسؤولا عن النتائج. هذا أيضا المنطلق أيضا كان يدركه المسلمون، ولذلك تعاملوا مع الأقليات باحترام وبتقدير. لأن هذا أيضا المنطلق الثالث. طبعا أيضا نأتي إلى الممارسات. يعني المحور الأول هو المواقف أو الفكر الذي شكل رؤية المسلم لغير المسلم من خلال القرآن الكريم وهذه الآيات التي ذكرناها، والإدراك بأن الإنسان مخلوق مكرم وأنه حر، حتى الحرية في شهادة التوحيد تبدأ بكلمة لا إله ثم تقول إلا الله. فكون نفي المعبودات الأخرى التي يعبدها الإنسان بدون حق هي إتاحة للإنسان الحرية في أن يختار الدين الذي يرغب. وهذا أيضا قيمة أساسية في الإسلام، أعطت المسلمين أيضا أفق في التعامل مع غير المسلمين. في الممارسات، المسلمون عندما مارسوا في الحياة حققوا مبدأ حق الحياة للأقليات. ولذلك النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم توعد بأن يحرم من الجنة من اعتدى على معاهد، من قتل معاهدا أو كلفه فوق طاقته. وهذا أيضا مبدأ كان أساسا وأرضية صلبة في تعامل المسلمين مع الأقليات. هذا أيضا الحقوق الأخرى، حق العمل، الحقوق الاقتصادية. الإسلام عندما أتى كفل لهذه الأقليات التي ظلت على دينها حق أن تؤمن على أموالها، وأن تترك لها المجال في أن تتاجر وتتحرك وتسافر وتعيش حياتها الطبيعية. هذا الحق، والإسلام حتى في هذا الحق أعطى عليهم بعض أو كلفهم بعض الالتزامات المالية، وهي الحقيقة إذا ما قارناها بما يلتزم به المسلمون لا تساوي شيئا من هذه الالتزامات في حق في التجارة والتنقل والعمل، بل وحفظ أموالهم، بل وأمر كل من كان يعمل مع هؤلاء بجمع أموالهم أن يرفق بهم. كن على درهمك المتروك أحرص منك على درهمك المأخوذ، واترك لهم، هكذا يقول الخليفة لأحد عماله، واترك لهم لحوما يعقدون بها شحوما، بمعنى أنه اترك لهم فسحة من الحياة يعيشوا أحرار. الدولة لم تقف في المعاملات المالية عند هذا الحد، بل أنها أسقطت على كل من كان لا يستطيع أن يدفع الجزية من غير المسلمين من أهل الذمة، أسقط عليهم الخليفة عمر بن الخطاب والخلفاء القادمين الذي بعده، أسقطوا الجزية، برغم أن الجزية حقيقة لا تساوي شيء بالنسبة لما يدفعه المسلمون من زكاة الأموال وزكاة الزروع والثمار. وليس هذا فقط، بل أن عمر بن الخطاب عندما وجد شيخا ذميا يتسول يطلب المال للإيفاء بالجزية قال له: لقد ظلمناك إذ أخذنا منك الجزية في شبيبتك وتركناك في كبرك، وفرض له عطاء من بيت مال المسلمين. إذن هذا المستوى
لديك يا بروف ما تبقى من الوقت دقيقتان
إن شاء الله. طيب، بما أننا يعني سنصل إلى سنتكلم عن العناوين بشكل عام. حق المواطنة كفل للأقليات بداية في صحيفة المدينة، الدستور الذي كان أول دستور نظمه الإسلام في التعامل مع الأقليات. الحقيقة أن هناك الكثير من العناوين، لكن سأنتقل حقوق أهل الذمة في تعاملهم مع القضاء الإسلامي. الحقيقة نجد أنفسنا قبالة روايات عديدة جدا عن تسامح المسلمين وعن أقضية كان طرفاها إما الخليفة ويهودي أو الخليفة ونصراني، وكان القاضي يقضي لهذا اليهودي وهذا النصراني على خليفة المسلمين. الحقيقة أيضا نتيجة هذه المعاملة الذي حدث أن كثير من أهل الذمة فضلوا البقاء في ديار المسلمين على أن يذهبوا أو يلحقوا بالبلاد التي كانوا يتبعونها دينيا، ففضل أهل الشام وأهل مصر الحكم الإسلامي على الحكم البيزنطي، وكذلك أهل العراق فضلوا الحكم الإسلامي على الحكم الفارسي، وهذا الأمر استمر بعد ذلك، بل وجدنا بيانات ذات دلالات إحصائية واضحة تدل على أن ثمة هجرة عكسية انتقلت من خارج البلاد الإسلامية إلى الدولة الإسلامية بعد أن فتحت هذه البلاد. والحقيقة اللي يحدث دائما في الحروب أن المحتل أو أن الذي الجيش الجديد هذا هو الذي يهجر وهو الذي يقيم المذابح، لكن ما حدث في التاريخ الإسلامي عكس ذلك تماما. أيضا نتيجة هذه المعاملة الحسنة أعداد كبيرة من هؤلاء انضموا إلى عالم الإسلام وأسهموا في الحضارة الإسلامية. والحقيقة أيضا حتى الإسلام في الحضارة الإسلامية أن المسلمين استوعبوا كثير من الأطباء والإداريين في الدولة الإسلامية، وليس أدل على ذلك من أن دواوين الدولة الإسلامية ظلت من عهد عمر بن الخطاب إلى عهد عبد الملك مروان يعمل فيها أهل الذمة فقط، بالفارسية في العراق وبالسريانية والرومية في بلاد الشام. الحقيقة أيضا من خلال هذه الدراسة، أنا حاولت لأن الوقت يعني أصبحت في ضيق من الوقت، من خلال هذه الدراسة استطعنا أن نصل إلى عدد من النتائج، لعل أهمها هو أن هناك علاقة طردية بين التصاق المسلمين بالإسلام والتزامهم به وحسن معاملتهم للأقليات. هذا الحقيقة يعني من ضمن النتائج المهمة، إلى جانب أيضا أن هناك أيضا أعداد كبيرة من الأقليات بسبب حسن المعاملة انضموا إلى عالم الإسلام، أن المسلمين قدموا من خلال تعاملهم نموذج مشرف ويحتذى به. والعالم اليوم وهو يضطهد الأقليات بحاجة إلى أن ينظر في الأدبيات الإسلامية ليستلهم منها كيف تعامل المسلمون مع هذه الأقليات، وكيف يتعامل اليوم غير المسلمين في حالة غلبتهم على المسلمين. وهو الحقيقة خطاب أيضا حضاري نقدمه دائما باستدعاء حضارتنا ومواقف من الحضارة الإسلامية، وكم نحن بحاجة إلى مثل هذه المواقف لنعود وننهض من جديد من خلال العودة إلى التاريخ والحضارة. شكرا جزيلا لاستماعكم، وأعتذر عن يعني
شكرا جزيلا Prof. Dr. Abdul Hakim explaining the rights of religious minorities in Islamic society. Barakallahu fiqh. Shukran, Prof. We now move to the next presentation from Habib Bilal from Baba Ghulam Shah Badshah University, Rajuri, Jammu Kashmir, India. And the presentation under the title Social Integration and Intra-Faith Dialogue Among Muslims, Significance, Challenges and Prospects. Please welcome.
Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wassalamu ala sayyidina Rasulullah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Respected Chairperson, all members of ICRITC, IIUM, dignitaries, faculty members, research scholars from different universities and institutions around the world. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Myself, Habib Bilal, I am a research scholar in the Department of Islamic Studies, Baba Ghulam Shah Badshah University, Jammu and Kashmir, India. As you can see, my topic of the title of my research paper is Social Integration and Interfaith Dialogue Among Muslims, its significance, its challenges and prospects. I have divided my paper into 7 parts: introduction, significance of social integration in Islam, significance of interfaith dialogue in Islam, current condition of Muslims, challenges, prospects, conclusion and recommendations. So slide 1. Introduction. When we discuss the idea of civilization or a civilized society, the very first thing which becomes the base of this whole idea is the presence of integration between the individuals and the groups belonging to that civilization. The approach of integration is required only in a society which is made up of diverse communities having different ideological, ethnic and cultural backgrounds, because only in a diverse society social integration can be practiced. Generally, we see many interfaith conferences and seminars are being conducted by various Muslim institutions and organizations for the promotion of social integration and achievement of peaceful environment in the society. And no doubt that it's a substantial idea, endorsing good gestures, especially in the time when Islamophobia is at peak. But when we look the other side of the coin, we see that the same thing is more or less lacking within the Muslim community. Not only in India or Indian subcontinent, but throughout the globe, Muslim community itself is battling with the challenges of social integration and intrafaith dialogue. In Muslim community, there exist several denominations, groups, and divisions which have formed a very diverse and complex system of their respective ideologies based on their differences. The presence of sectarianism, regionalism, casteism, racism among Muslims is the reason behind these differences. Whereas when we turn towards the Quran and prophetic traditions, we find that this kind of attitude, a kind of rigidity, out of all this, a kind of rigidity has emerged within the Muslims, which is now growing day by day and developing a thought of segregation and disassociation within the Muslim community. Whereas when we turn towards the Quran and prophetic traditions, we find that this kind of attitude is completely forbidden, and Muslims are commanded not to be divided and ordered to hold together to the rope of Allah. Islam not only promotes the idea of interfaith dialogue, but also talks about intrafaith dialogue and endorses the concept of social integration and brotherhood, so that the disputes within the community could be avoided and the disagreements could be resolved peacefully. Next slide. Previous one. Significance of social integration in Islam. Defining social integration is a very complicated and laborious task, as we have so many definitions out there. However, a working definition available on the official website of United Nations describes social integration as a dynamic and principled process in which societies engage in order to further human development. Successful social integration processes encourage coming together while respecting differences and consciously and explicitly putting great value on maintaining diversity. From this perspective, we can understand the social integration is to acknowledge and accept other people while having different ideological and social and regional differences. Social integration has a great importance in the history of Muslim civilization, especially in the initial stage of Islam spread in the Arabian Peninsula. We see that all from the beginning, Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was very concerned about social integration and unity among the Muslims. Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and his companions who were later known as Muhajirin, also they migrated from the Makkah to the new land of Medina. As the Muhajirin were new in the town, they were not familiar with the Muslims of Medina, as well as its climate, its culture and customs and environment. Till 5 or 6 months, the relation between the Muslims of Medina and the immigrants of Makkah remained quite formal. Therefore, to make the immigrants acquainted with the Medina's culture, its people, Prophet taught them about the importance of mutual harmony, established the bonds of brotherhood, al-mu'akhat, between them by selecting one from Ansar and one from Muhajirin. We all know that. Similarly, there are many traditions which promote the concept of social integration and interfaith dialogue within the Muslims. And we have divine revelation, so many verses in Holy Quran which supports this. In these verses, Muslims are commanded to live together like one nation, to consider one another as brothers, and to maintain this brotherhood. For example, innamal mu'minuna ikhwa, Surah Al-Hujurat says that. Similarly, in Surah Al-Imran, وَاتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا, and so on, where there are very many verses. Similarly, there are more verses which make it clear that all the believing men and women are protectors and well-wishers of one another. They are companions of one another, and collectively they form one community. Without going in depth, as we have a very short time, we find so much in prophetic tradition which support this all concept, and we have the Constitution of Medina, its articles which support the concept of interfaith dialogue, social integration. So now, next slide. Next, please. The current condition of Muslims. At present, the Muslims are divided at a very large scale. There are various bases of this division among Muslims, such as sectarianism, racism, casteism, regionalism, etc. But the primary level of this division is based on religious sects and groups, whereas Quran and Hadith categorically condemn and strictly forbid Muslims from this kind of attitude or practicing this sectarianism. For instance, if we talk about sectarianism, which is one of the main and the primary cause of division among Muslims, Muslims have a very diverse and complex system of their ideologies based on different sects and groups and school of thoughts. Next slide. We can see the division between Sunnis and Shias, and then their subgroups, and then further subgroups. So this all, the current situation of these sects and the sectarianism that exists among them is such that Muslims are suffering from a sense of segregation as well as extremism. All this extremism, which is basically a result of religious sectarianism, has now reached to the point where Muslims have begun to show disassociation and mutual hatred by considering each other as infidels and apostates. Because of all this, Muslims are violating the basic values of Islam, which Islam does not allow at all. They are destroying the values and relationships within themselves, which are not permissible to, and even with the people of book and even with the non-Muslims. Next slide. Challenges. We have many challenges, as I have already said, that sectarianism is one of the challenges. We have so many sects and divisions and the sectarian hatred, whereas we have so many verses in Holy Quran and Ahadith and Nabawi which clearly forbids us to practice sectarianism. For example, it's in Surah Al-An'am, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ فَرَّقُوا دِينَهُمْ وَكَانُوا شِيَّعًا لَسْتَ مِنْهُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ إِنَّمَا أَمْرُهُمْ إِلَى اللَّهِ ثُمَّ يُنَبِّئُهُم بِمَا كَانُوا يَفْعَلُونَ. Similarly, وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ Surah Al-An'am, وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ تَفَرَّقُوا, and similarly, وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا, and many verses are there. Now, sectarianism, we have sectarian differences which results into sectarian, sectarian differences results into sectarian institutions, produce sectarian institutions which produce sectarian literature. We have adopted sectarian identities, and which ultimately results in sectarian violence. And we have so many examples in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Indian subcontinent, South Asia, and even in Middle East. We have so many examples of sectarian violences. Similarly, we have regionalism. How there is Arab versus Arab, Arab versus non-Arab, nation versus nation. We have a sort of disassociation. Being Muslims, we are behaving like disassociated persons with one another. Next slide. Then we have challenges like racism and casteism, particularly in Indian societies and in South Asian society, pertaining to India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, where they have divided, they have a complete system of castes, and they practice casteism and racism in their communities, while Quran completely condemns this type of attitude. Quran says, Ya ayyuhan nas inna khalaqnakum min nafsin wahid, Ya ayyuhan nas inna khalaqnakum min zakari wa unsa wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qabaila lita'arifu. So this all is in contradiction with Quran and Sunnah.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay,
please conclude. Yeah.
Prospects. Now, I don't have enough time because my topic is very lengthy. I will conclude that right now we have initiatives. The to counter sectarianism in Muslim world, we have initiative like Amman Message, the initiative taken by Al-Azhar, initiated by Jami Al-Azhar. We have movements like Pasmanda Muslim Mahaz and Musawat Ki Jang, which is countering racism and casteism in Indian subcontinent. Various organizations are there and forums are there, which is working for the Muslim unity. Then Muslim institutions have scholars promoting social integration and interfaith dialogue. Contemporary Muslim youth, the new Muslim youth is trying to get rid of all this. And the Organization of Islamic Cooperation is also working, but we can discuss whether it is fruitful or not. Then we have Muslim World League. They are also working to minimize the differences between the sects and ideologies. They are also working on this. The role of international Islamic fiqh academies, the Fiqh Academy of Jeddah, the Fiqh Academy of Pakistan, the Fiqh Academy of India, they are also working on to counter sectarianism and sectarian hatred among the Muslims. Then we have modern religious education. Many institutions, they are less, but still they are working to update the syllabus of Madaris to make it further moderate, to minimize the differences between the sects and groups of Muslim Ummah. Then social media is also playing very important role in both way, negative role and a positive role. Many people are offended by this, many people get benefited by this. Next. Conclusion, let me conclude, sir. This study provides a comprehensive account on the importance and status of social integration in Islam. It also analyzes the need of practicing interfaith dialogue to maintain this integration within the Muslims. It further elaborates the different challenges like sectarianism, racism, casteism, regionalism, and which must be addressed and undertaken sincerely, because these have spattered and stained the real teachings of Islam. This study is a comprehensive account on social significance of social integration and interfaith dialogue. It also analyzes the need of practicing interfaith dialogue. Different challenges like sectarianism, racism must be addressed before developing interfaith relations with other communities. Muslims have to work on social integration and interfaith dialogue within themselves. The social integration within Muslims is only possible by adhering to Quran and Sunnah, committing to the fundamentals, focusing on common terms, avoiding sect-based takfir. Next, sir, recommendations. So we have some recommendations which can work to come out of all this sectarian hatred and such things. First of all, we should adhere to Quran and Sunnah. We could focus on our fundamental beliefs, the fundamentals which are common among all Muslims, all school of thoughts and sects. Understanding the difference between a sect and a school of thought. People don't know the difference between a sect. They are behaving like sects, whereas making sect and practicing sectarianism is completely against Islam. Then reforming religious institutions. We have to reform religious institutions, their syllabuses, their methodology, their teaching methodology. Then deinstitutionalization of sectarian literature. There are so many sectarian literature in our religious institutions. Scholars, especially in Madaris, they read and understand in that way, and then they practice sectarianism in the society.
The time is up,
yes,
brother.
Last,
the time is
developing,
up.
We should develop
one sentence only.
Intersect and intercaste relations. And last, we should avoid discrimination based on racism, casteism, sectarianism in Muslim society through right teachings of Islam, Quran and Sunnah.
Thank you very much, brother, for your presentation. Habib Bilal explaining the diversity of Muslim society. I believe there may be questions, pro and cons, from the thoughts as delivered by brother Habib Bilal. We may now move to the next presentation, which will be on Zoom platform. I've been informed. The presentation from respected Dr. Muhammad Shahid Habib from Khawaja Farid University of Engineering and IT, Pakistan. And the title of the presentation is An Analysis of Islamophobia and Clash of Civilizations Discourses, Custom Themes Against Islamic Civilization. May I now invite respected Dr. Muhammad Shahid for the presentation, please, on Zoom platform.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dr. Muhammad Shahid Habib. I am working as Assistant Professor of Islamic Studies and Comparative Religion at Khaja Fareed University of Engineering and Information Technology, Pakistan. My topic of the presentation today is an analysis of Islamophobia and clash of civilization discourses, common themes against Islamic civilization. Introduction: the demonization of Islam and Muslims became the effective Western strategy to achieve long-term insights. This work aimed to connect to somewhat different concept in a broader context. The first topic, Islamophobia, is generally considered post 9/11 phenomenon, but it goes back. It is defined as the fear, hatred of or prejudice against the Islamic religion or Muslim generally. The thesis is the Huntington's clash of civilization, which attempts to focus on Islam being the West and democracy is framed to be the focal point of the post-Cold War era. The second thesis is the Huntington's clash of civilizations, which attempts to focus on Islam being incompatible with the West and democracy is framed to be the focal point of the post-Cold War era. Challenging Islamophobia and clash of civilization, the works referred in this paper reveal the looming dangers of the Islamophobia industry. Such anti-Muslim actions must be challenged, for they are detrimental to the democratic setup in the Western societies, if not less so in the East. Therefore, both the West and the Muslims have to play a major role in restricting the now prevalent presence of Islamophobia and clash of civilizations. Lyons anticipate a major shift in the Western imaginary of Islam and the Muslims, which is most certainly not a simple task. The West intellectuals need to take the lead in shaping a positive public discourse, and its various political administrations have to abandon their traditional egocentricity. Findings of the research paper: findings show that the clash of civilization is Islamophobia Islamophobia writ large and acts as the blueprint that informs and shapes the discourses around Islam and Muslims. Similarly, Islamophobia is a byproduct of power and electoral confrontation between political elites in Europe and the USA in the post-Cold War era. By positing Islam as the problem, they can mobilize the needed arguments for constant military intervention and strengthening partnership with Israel. Trump is a foreman of the Clash of Civilizations administration, intent on pushing for a confrontation with Islam. All that is needed is Islamophobia. The post-Cold War looks more like the Cold War, but far more invasive, and costly. By positing Islam as the problem, the Islamophobists can mobilize the needed arguments for constant military intervention and strengthening partnership with Israel. Recommendation: need to focus especially on the issue of Islamophobia and clash of civilization, and need to combat against them with modern equipped technology worldwide. The so-called theories of the fear, hatred of, or prejudice should be stopped against Islamic civilization and Muslims. The theory of the Huntington clash of civilizations, which attempts to focus on Islam being incompatible with the West, and democracy is framed to be the focal point of the post-Cold War era. It should be redefined according to Muslim intellectuals. The clash of civilization. Conclusion: the clash of civilization is Islamophobia with large and acts as the blueprint that informs and shapes discourses around Islam and Muslims. Similarly, Islamophobia is a byproduct of power and electoral contestation between political elites in Europe and the US in the post-Cold War era. Finally, the Islamophobes can mobilize the needed arguments for constant military intervention and strengthening partnership with Israel. Overall, this research offers a fascinating, thrilling, and engaging description of how the Islamophobia network functions. They also offer practical, forceful, and fruitful measures to contain the now pervasive discourse of Islamophobia. After reading these books, one will be able to fully understand the versatile nature, function, and dangers of Islamophobia and clash of civilization. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, respected Dr. Muhammad Shahid Habib, for the presentation, explaining and analyzing the issues of Islamophobia, which is the resulting from the clash of civilizations. With that, we now move to the next presentation. Our next presenter is Dr. Jamil Akhtar from University of Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan. And the title of the presentation is Civilization Exchange, Bridging Gaps and Building Understanding in Contemporary Islamic Thought. Without further ado, I will invite now Dr. Jamil Akhtar. Are you there, Dr. Jamil? On Zoom platform. Okay, please. Is the presenter online? I heard his voice, but very soft.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Dr. Jamil Akhtar. I am assistant professor at the University of the Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan. My today topic is Civilization Exchange, Bridging Gaps and Building Understanding in Contemporary Islamic Thoughts. This paper looks at how Islamic ideas encourage people to talk and work together with different cultures. It talks about how Islamic thinking today helps us understand each other better across cultures. It also looks at times in history when this exchange happened and the problems we face today. The focus is on Islamic beliefs that encourage talking and working together. The aim is to help build connections between people and make the world more powerful. In exploring historical perspective on civilization exchange, we delve into the rich tapestry of interactions between Islamic civilization and other cultures throughout the ages. This examination unveils pivotal historical examples showcasing the vibrant exchange of ideas, knowledge, and goods. Moreover, we illuminate the contributions of key figures and movements within Islamic history who championed dialogue, mutual understanding, and collaboration across diverse cultural landscapes. The first point is historical examples of exchange between Islamic civilizations and other cultures. Islamic civilizations has long been a dynamic hub for cultural interchange, exemplified by key events such as the Translation movement in Baghdad and the Golden Age in Andalus, Spain. Trade networks played a crucial role in facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. Diverse scholars engaged in dialogue and collaboration, including the translation of Greek philosophical texts into Arabic. These instances underscore the significant role of Islamic civilization as a channel for cross-cultural exchange and mutual enrichment throughout history. The second point is key figures in Islamic history such as Ibn Rushd, Ibn Sina al-Kindi, Ibn Khaldun, and Rumi played pivotal roles in promoting exchange and understanding. Ibn Rushd facilitated the transmission of Greek philosophy, while Ibn Sina made significant contributions to medicine, philosophy, and theology. Al-Kindi's translation of Greek and Persian texts into Arabic were crucial, and Ibn Khaldun's work in historiography and sociology left a lasting impact. Rumi, the renowned poet and mystic, advocated a message of universal love. Together, these figures exemplify the tradition of intellectual exchange and dialogue within Islamic history, shaping global civilization. Contemporary challenges in inter-civilizational dialogue. In navigating the complex landscape of inter-civilizational dialogue, contemporary challenges loom large, demanding understanding and proactive engagement. These discussions delves into the identification of obstacles impeding meaningful exchange in the modern context, alongside an exploration of the common misconceptions and stereotypes affected by a lack of understanding. The first point is about the identification of obstacles. Stereotypes and misconception fuel vision and obstruct authentic dialogue, while geopolitical tensions and conflicts erect barriers to mutual understanding. Language barriers and communication gaps further hinder the effective exchange of ideas, and socioeconomic disparities, coupled with unequal power dynamics, marginalize certain voices. Overcoming these obstacles necessitates the promotion of cultural literacy, the cultivation of empathy, and the establishment of inclusive spaces for open and respectful exchange. The second point is common misconception. Misconceptions linking Islam with extremism overlook the rich diversity within the Muslim world, while stereotypes portraying Muslims as backward or hostile contribute to their marginalization and discrimination. Similarly, misunderstandings about the role of women and treatment of religious minorities uh, perpetuate biases. Combating these misconceptions entails promoting education, cultural awareness, and interfaith dialogue to foster mutual respect and appreciation for the varied contributions of Islamic civilization. And the next point is the strategies for bridging gaps and building understanding. In the pursuit of fostering harmony and mutual understanding, strategies for bridging gaps and building understanding play a pivotal role in navigating diverse cultural landscape. This discussion of cultural literacy and education as fundamental pillars for meaningful exchange, alongside advocacy for dialogue platforms and interfaith initiatives at both local and international scales. The first point is promotion of cultural literacy. Cultural literacy and education are dispensable for nurturing meaningful exchange as they cultivate increased awareness and understanding. fostering empathetic intercultural interactions by challenging stereotypes and misconceptions. Education promotes critical thinking and enables appreciation for the diverse facets of Islamic civilization. Comprehensive education initiatives further advance cultural sensitivity and dialogue, while the cultivation of inclusivity and cooperation serves as a cornerstone in building bridges across civilizations. The second point is advocacy for dialogue. Advocacy for dialogue platform and interfaith initiatives is vital as they offer spaces for open, respectful exchange of ideas, facilitate direct engagement among individuals from diverse backgrounds. These initiatives promote collaboration on shared values and goals, aiding in breaking down barriers, dispelling stereotypes, and building bridges of understanding. Sustained support for such endeavors nurtures a culture of tolerance, empathy, and cooperation, fostering a more harmonious and interconnected global community. The next point is the role of Islamic thought in civilization exchange, delving into the intricate interplay between Islamic thought and the exchange of civilizations. This discussion navigates through the foundational principles and teachings that underpin dialogue and understanding within Islamic tradition. Furthermore, it examines the contemporary landscape of Islamic scholarship, spotlighting the contributions of modern scholars in fostering intercivilizational dialogue and cooperation. The first point is exploration of Islamic principle and teachings. Islamic principles prioritize mercy, compassion, and empathy towards all beings, while the Quran advocates for respectful dialogue and persuasion in conveying Islamic teachings. Justice, a fundamental principle, mandates a fair treatment of others irrespective of differences. The exemplary conduct of Prophet Muhammad, who engaged in dialogue with diverse communities, serves as a model for promoting understanding and harmony. These foundational principles form the bedrock of Islamic teachings, fostering dialogue and cooperation with others. The next point is examination of contemporary Islamic scholars. Contemporary Islamic scholars such as Tariq Ramzan, Riza Islam, and Sayyid Hussein Nasr actively contribute to inter-civilizational dialogue and understanding. Through their works, they challenge stereotypes and advocate for mutual respect, fostering empathy across cultural and religious divisions. Initiatives like the Common World Dialogue and the Amman Message further affirm principles of tolerance and coexistence. With their efforts, Islamic scholars play a crucial role in promoting peaceful coexistence and harmony on a global scale. Now we move to the conclusion of this presentation. The first point we can say promoting cultural exchange, engaging in meaningful dialogue and exchange foster mutual respect and understanding among civilization, bridging cultural gaps. The second point is encouraging dialogue between Islamic scholars and representatives of other faiths, cultivates harmony and cooperation in a diverse world. The third point is investigating in the education and involvement of young people ensures a sustainable future of intercultural dialogue and cooperation. The fourth point is utilizing digital tools and social media platforms effectively amplifies the reach and impact of cross-cultural exchange initiatives. The fifth point is facilitating collaborative research and academic partnership fosters a deeper understanding of Islamic thought and its contributions to global discourse. The sixth point is advocating for supportive policies at local, national, and international levels, strengthens the infrastructure for intercultural exchange initiatives. The seventh point is recognizing and supporting grassroots efforts empowers communities to actively participate in fostering understanding and cooperation. The last point is maintaining ongoing commitment and investment in civilization exchange programs ensures their continued success in promoting peace and harmony. Thank you so much for all of you, and I am really thankful to the
Thank you very much. This is a recorded presentation from Dr. Jamil Akhtar. The last but not least is a presentation from a paper written by Arafah Karim Muhammad Jifi from the Kuliah of RKHS, AHAS, IIUM, and Muhammad Akram Muhammad Rasa from ISTAC, IIUM. The title of the paper is The Role of Islamic Thought for Harmonious Relations in Pluralistic Sri Lanka. A few reflections. May I now invite any from the two?
On the video.
Yeah, online. Yeah, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please
Okay,
proceed.
okay. Thank you so much. نحمده ونسلم على رسوله الكريم وبعد. Respected professors, doctors, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I am here, Arafat Karim, from Sri Lanka, senior lecturer in Jamia Nadimia. As well, this is a joint paper. Akram Abdul Razak, currently doing PhD in STAG, contributing a lot to making this paper. This is a very important paper related to Sri Lankan context. Title is The Role of Islamic Thought for Harmonious Relationships in Pluralistic Sri Lanka, a few reflectors. I am going to discuss this topic under the following titles, that means background of the study, problem, statement, methodology, discussion, findings. Firstly, I would like to highlight some historical narrative of Islam in Sri Lanka. As you all know, Sri Lanka is a multi-religious country. It has different religions and ethnics. Also, Muslims are having very long history. More than 1,000 years history, historical background, Muslims of Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, also they live together with other neighboring communities, Buddhists, Hindus, and Christians. Also, one of the important professor, Dr. Lona Devaraja, in her monumental work, which is called Muslims of Sri Lanka, like that, the Muslims of Sri Lanka, 1,000 years of ethnic harmony. She mentions in this book, Muslims is being considered as a very good community, saving to ethnic harmony. Therefore, more than 1,000 years, they have very good documented history, also very famous for harmonious relationship. Unfortunately, recently, unhealthy relationships among Muslims and other communities, especially Buddhists, in this pluralistic context, exist. Therefore, we need to scrutinize how we need to see this problem. Muslims, why face these kind of critical issues in terms of racism and extremism against Muslims' existence. Therefore, after studying this important study, there are two types of factors contributed to negative phenomena in terms of communal relationships. Firstly, external factors also contributed a lot to producing unwanted issues and creating unwanted issues in Sri Lanka. First, that means global Islamophobia influences, emerging radical racism in Sri Lankan context. After 1915, especially, there are some racist elements within Buddhist community emerged in Sri Lanka. They started and propagated some extremist ideology against other minority communities, not only Muslims, but also Christian community and other communities. Not all Buddhists are basically living very nicely with all community, but some elements started to propagate some extremist and violating ideas and ideology that leads to these unwanted issues. Therefore, emerging radical racism is one of the main problems. Another thing, political agenda, extremist ideology, this is external factors, we can say. Secondly, we also having some issues which is related to internal factors, which means Muslims are themselves reasons and factors for contributing these kind of unwanted issues. Exclusive Muslim dominant thinking. Radical thoughts also alien to Sri Lankan socio-political context. Muslims did not reflect these kind of extremism or violations or alien thinking and ideology. Recently, unfortunately, very few Muslim elements started to work radically that created unwanted issues among pluralistic context of Sri Lanka. Also, lack of understanding in dealing with brother communities, another important problem. So, what we analyze and deal with this study, main problem is due to the intensive force of global Islamophobia as an external factor. It's at the same time plain racist propaganda, which is considered as an internal factor. Disseminated Islamic thought that Muslims have needs to be revived to cope with contemporary ideological challenges. So Muslims are reflecting very middle path throughout the history, but the growing, changing political, socio-economic context of Sri Lankan situations emerge or necessitated different kinds of thinking in terms of Islamic thought within Islamic framework that is very much important in this context. In addition to that, traditional Islamic thought that has been presented in pluralistic Sri Lanka did not reflect a holistic and pragmatic approach that suits multi-religious contexts throughout the history, especially recently Muslims did not reflect properly holistic and comprehensive idea of Islam that did not reflect middle path. Therefore, we need to reshape the thought Muslims have in the name of Islam. Therefore, this study is trying to find some practical and pragmatic solutions through employing descriptive analytical methods to apprise the collected data of the subject. Discussion point is we can explore the current situations of Sri Lanka. The Muslims representing 9% in Sri Lanka, the second minority community after Hindus. So Buddhist, Hindu, and Christian communities are living here together. Also maintaining harmonious relationship with neighboring communities throughout history. Also, I already mentioned cultural and economic contributions, Muslims throughout the history, recently also Muslims working very hard to building nation regardless ethnic or any other perspectives. Also, unfortunately, recent unhealthy phenomena in terms of intra-community relationships exist. We need to find out the factors as well as present and submit pragmatic solutions. At the same time, the need for revival. Therefore, we consider there is a very pragmatic need to revive Islamic thought in Sri Lanka, define Islamic thought. Islamic thought means it is a production of a human intellectual almost considered context and text and context. So according to Islamic thought in Sri Lanka is a pluralistic context. We need to define over and again. According to Sri Lankan context, we cannot adapt all Islamic thought in the name of Islamic thought, import all thinking to Sri Lanka. It is not good. Therefore, we can see in Sri Lanka two types of trends in the name of Islamic thought in Sri Lanka. Firstly, traditional Islamic thought, which means two types of traditional Islamic thought, which means first one is only confined to Islamic rituals. They are not concerned about socio-economic politics. They don't have any proper and expand idea about Islamic thought. They only focus on Islamic rituals and cultural activities. Second thing, literal meaning of Islam. They are only translating text. They are not considering context. So they are very low and poor in terms of contextualizing Islamic thought. So these are the things prevail in this context. So therefore, we had to face so many problems from any other communities. They see Muslims are very rigid. Their thinkings are very narrow, very limited, confined into some sort of area. They are not ready to contribute to the nation and Sri Lanka. They are not ready to work with all other communities. Some elements are thinking like that because of our thinking pattern. Therefore, we suggest we need to reshape. We need to organize and think our pattern. Therefore, this paper also critically analyzes traditional contemporary revivalist trends, which means some Muslims already think as dominated some movement in Sri Lanka exists, emerged recently, Muslim-oriented thinking, Muslim majority-based approach. But still this country is very Muslim minority context. Therefore, we need to think and reshape our ideas according to context. The date of reviving Islamic thought to restoring harmonious relations in Sri Lanka. So we can make something new through moderating, reforming, reviving thought process of Muslims. Through that process, we can make justice, tolerance, comprehensiveness, compassionate, and eventually it will lead to harmonious relationship. Developing an ideological framework, which is very much important thing to deal with other communities. In light of Islamic thought, we can say, in light of Muslim minorities, any other Islamic thought emerge in modern context. There is very much importance. We need to promote interfaith dialogue and cooperation, education and community engagement. Also, we need to create a sound institutional setup that are potential to provide solid and suitable Islamic ideological guidance. We also have some modules, which means some institutions in Sri Lanka, very few institutions are committed to promoting these kind of ideologies. Also introducing more practical experience that Muslim minority communities in non-Muslim dominant countries adopt to realize harmonious relationship among the citizens of the country. Finally, I would like to conclude mentioning some findings. First of all, first finding is Islamic thought has the potential to restore good relations among global communities and civilization discourse because it is very flexible, not rigid. It may differ from context to context, country to country. We don't need to import the prevailing and existing Islamic thought in various countries to Sri Lanka or any other minority context. Other than we can easily think within the Islamic Sharia framework and shape and reshape, moderate and revive according to Sri Lankan context, which is very potentious. That's the first thing. Second thing, the comprehensive and balanced approach to Islamic thought is more viable and pragmatic to pluralistic context of Sri Lanka, because we are not trying to attract all communities compromising Islamic thought, but we still are standing on pure Islamic thought, but contextualizing to Sri Lankan context. Thirdly, misperceptions and misunderstandings that were developed deliberately among other communities in Sri Lanka can be eliminated by reviving existing Islamic thought and contextualizing proper methodological aspects. Fourthly, emphasizing the importance of dialogue platforms at various levels to facilitate constructive exchanges, build trust, and address common challenges among different religious communities in Sri Lanka and worldwide. Finally, engaging and empowering Muslim youth can positively contribute to reviving Islamic thought and promoting harmonious relations through education, advocacy, and interfaith initiatives.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much for listening to me. Okay.
Arafah Karim Muhammad Jifri from Kuliah of RKHS Ahas IIUM. We now open for Q&A session. We have up to 5:15 for you to state your questions and direct the question to the presenters. But unfortunately, we don't have all presenters here with us, but you may state your questions to which presenter. If they are around, they can respond and give any feedback to the questions. I now open Q&A to the participants. Please, if there is any questions, state your questions and direct your question to the intended presenter. Any from the floor, please? Yeah, please.
Okay, just I will ask Dr. Bilal. My question is...
Technician, please assist. The microphone is not working.
Yes.
Okay, doctor mentioned in your recommendation part that we should know the differentiate between the sectors and schools of thoughts. But when you explain the sectors and group, just you bring the schools of thoughts. For an example, in Sunni sect, Al-Madahib al-Arba'a, how can we understand these both points?
Actually, we have to differentiate between school of thought and a sect. And we should take the definition of sect from Khawarij. Khawarij was the first sect emerged in Muslim Ummah. When we discuss about differences of opinion or disagreements on the basis of theological understanding or historical understanding, it doesn't mean sectarianism. There were differences of opinion even in Sahaba Kiram. There were school of thought, school of Quranic understanding, school of Hadith understanding, and similarly when we see Fuqaha, Mutakallimin, these people were best of the lot of Muslim Ummah. What they understood, they preached. And if somebody follows them, it doesn't mean he is a sectarian person. Sectarianism is completely different thing. For example, Quran doesn't say that on the basis of ilm, you are going to hate one another. Quran uses the baghiyam bainahum, the mutual jealousy is the problem. When we disagree with somebody on the basis of ilm, it is not sectarianism. Sectarianism emerges when we have jealousy on the basis of theological differences. So this is the main difference. We have to differentiate between sect and school of thought.
Yeah, thank you. The one who asked. Any other questions? Yeah, from the floor, please. Direct your question to the presenter. Yeah.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Raja Muhammad Khairul Ahtar. I'm a PhD student in ICRITC. I have a question to Brother Habib. All right, I look at your presentation just now, quite interesting, related to interfaith dialogue. Interfaith dialogue, right?
Intrafaith.
Intrafaith dialogue, all right, sorry. Intrafaith dialogue. But I just want to ask, is it possible if in your recommendation, like you put the political wills, maybe, because if intra or interfaith dialogue without the political wills, I don't think Indonesia can implement the initiative, because nowadays, if we realize when we live in the plural society, right? So this is the sentiment that repeatedly being played by the politicians. So I might suggest to put political wills in your recommendation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again for the suggestion. That will increase the value of your research, inshallah. Yeah, Brother Habib. More, I believe. Any other questions? Or yeah, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa
Alaikum salam wa
My name is
rahmatullahi
Kamil Babori, an ICRITC student. I have a question for Dr. Abdul Hakim Abdul Haq in Arabic, please.
You may state the question in Arabic. Yeah.
Yes. دكتور جزاكم الله خير على الورقة التي قدمتموها. عندي سؤال. الأقليات في القديم كما يدل عليها اسمها أنها فئة قليلة ضمن كيان أكبر منها، يعني سواء كان عرقي أو ديني وغير ذلك. ألا ترون أنه في هذا الزمان الأقليات التي تعيش اليوم، أقصد الأقليات غير المسلمة، غالبا ما يكون هناك كيان خارجي يؤثر فيها أو يحركها. ألا يغير هذا من طبيعة التعامل معها؟ يعني هل نطبق نفس طريقة التعامل في القديم وفي الحاضر؟ جزاكم الله خير.
شكرا لهذا السؤال. حقيقة سؤال في مكانه. لماذا؟ لأن الأقليات الأصل في التعامل معها هو التسامح، والأصل هو الإيفاء لها بحقوقها، لا سيما تلك التي بينها وبين المسلمين عهود، ولذلك المسلمون دائما كانوا يوفون بالعهود. لكن كان في الماضي طبعا كان في حالات معينة تسقط هذه الحقوق عندما تقوم هذه الأقليات بأعمال تلحق الضرر بأمن الدولة الإسلامية أو بالمجتمع الإسلامي. والدليل على ذلك، وهذا تأصيل الحقيقة لأيضا الأقليات في التاريخ المعاصر، في حالة أنها تستخدم من أطراف خارجية لإلحاق الأضرار بالداخل الإسلامي، فهنا تسقط تلك الحقوق التي تتمتع بها. ليس أدل على ذلك ما فعله النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام مع القبائل اليهودية في المدينة بعد أن أعطاهم في دستور المدينة الحقوق الكاملة، حقوق المواطنة، حقوق البقاء على دينهم، حقوق المتاجرة، الحقوق الاقتصادية، كل ما يعني يتمتع به المسلمون كانوا يتمتعون به اليهود. ثم عندما بدأوا يتآمرون على الدولة الإسلامية، سواء بالإخلال أو بالإضمار العداوة كما فعل بنو قينقاع، أو التآمر مع قبائل في الأحزاب، فهذه الحالة أدى إلى سقوط هذه الحقوق، ومن ثم رفع عنهم حق المواطنة وخرجوا من المدينة. ولم يخرج جميع اليهود الذين لم يتآمروا، ظلوا في المدينة، ولذلك النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام توفي ودرعه مرهون عند يهودي. وهذا نستنتج من أن هناك من اليهود من ظلوا في المدينة من أولئك الذين لم يلحقوا الضرر بالدولة. وبالتالي في التاريخ المعاصر مثل ما قلت هناك حالات رصدت على أقليات مثل الأرمن مثلا في أيام الدولة العثمانية استخدموا كذراع لإلحاق الضرر بالدولة العثمانية، والآن يحدث هذا الشيء. والمسلمون اليوم ليسوا في أحسن حالاتهم، لكن عندما يكون المسلمون في أحسن حالاتهم فإنهم يتعاملون بروح تسامحية. وهذا لا يعني الحقيقة أن الإسلام أتى ليتعايش مع الواقع كما هو ويتكيف. الإسلام أتى ليغير الواقع إلى الأفضل، إلى مصلحة البشرية كلها، إلى الخير البشرية، لكن مع ذلك لا يلغي الآخر ولا يجبر الآخر على دينه ولا على ثقافته، بل يقدم هذه الحقوق في صورة يعني متناغمة مع التشريع الإسلامي. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, dear doctor, for your response to the inquiry. Yeah, any other question? Brother Idir, please.
السلام عليكم، بارك الله فيكم، جزاكم الله خيرا. أنا أعطيني الفرصة لأضيف السؤال لأستاذنا الفاضل. يعني ما تعليقكم على الآن، حتى الآن تحدث الهجرة العكسية، الشباب المسلمون يعني من شمال إفريقيا يهجرون إلى أوروبا والكثير يموتون في البحر. ويعني ما الفرق بين يعني السابق لما كانت الدول الإسلامية قوية وحدثت الهجرة العكسية، والآن يعني سقوط هذه يعني سقوط الخلافة وما نشاهده الآن من ضعف، فتحدث الآن حتى الآن تحدث الهجرة العكسية. ما تعليقكم على هذا؟
طبعا الهجرة العكسية الآن لها أسباب اقتصادية وأسباب سياسية كما يعرف الجميع يعني. أما في الأسباب الهجرة في الماضي اللي حدثت في الماضي كان هجرة من غير المسلمين إلى ديار الإسلام، عندما كان يدعونهم يعالوا يعيشوا في هذه البلاد حيث العدالة. ولذلك حتى المؤرخين الغربيين كانوا يقولوا، حتى المؤرخين المعاصرين غير المسلمون قوم عادلون، ونحن لا نجد عنت. لكن مثل ما قلت الآن اللي يحدث الآن فشل كثير من الدول في أن ترعى رعاياها سواء المسلمين أو غير المسلمين. أكون أجبت عنه.
جزاك الله خيرا، بارك الله. Any other responses, questions, maybe replies from the floor? Yeah, please. Direct the question to the presenter. If they are here, they will respond and reply.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. والله استفدنا من تقديم أستاذ، كانت العرض رائعة. وعندي السؤال العكس، لأن نحن الأقلية المسلمة نواجه المشاكل مختلفة كما سمعتم في العرض الذي كانت في النهاية. وما نصيحتكم للأقلية المسلمة مثل في سريلانكا وفي بلاد جنوب شرق آسيا كثيرا، لأن حالة الأقلية المسلمة تختلف عن الأغلبية، وكذلك لو تعاملت الحكومة الأغلبية غير المسلمة مع أقلية المسلمة كما نتعامل معهم، وكيف يعني نوافق بين هذه الحالات؟
جزاكم الله خير. أشكرك أيضا. هذا السؤال الحقيقة هو منطلق البحث. منطلق البحث اللي انطلقت منه هو ما أرى اليوم من ظلم و يعني اضطهاد ويعني سلب حقوق الأقليات المسلمة في المجتمعات غير المسلمة. هذا الذي هو دفعني لأن أعود باستدعاء تاريخي لحال الأقليات في المجتمع الإسلامي، كيف كان وكيف يتعامل غير المسلمين اليوم مع الأقليات الإسلامية. وبالتالي هذه حضارة وهذه حضارة. هذا المسلمين ينطلقون من عقيدتهم، من دينهم في تعاملهم مع الآخر، ودينهم هو دين إنساني، وما أرسلناك إلا رحمة للعالمين. حتى إن كان غير مسلم فالإسلام يحتضنه كإنسان، ولذلك له الكرامة. لكن ما يتعلق بغير، يعني نصيحتي للمسلمين في الأقليات اللي هي غير في البلدان غير الإسلامية، هو أن يتصلوا بالعالم الإسلامي. والحقيقة هي مش نصيحة لهذه الأقلية مغلوبة على أمرها ماذا ستفعل، لكن هي دعوة للدول الإسلامية الكبرى أن تقف مع هذه الأقليات، وأن تتآزر وتتناصر معها مثل ما تفعل الدول الغربية مع الأقليات غير المسلمة في المجتمع الإسلامي، برغم أن المسلمين ربما يعطوهم حقوق أكثر مما يعطوا المواطنين المسلمين، الأقليات غير المسلمة في المجتمع الإسلامي المعاصرة. لكن هي الفكرة هنا يعني الأقلية هي ما عليها إلا أن تتماسك وأن تحافظ على هويتها وثقافتها وتربط نفسها بالعالم الإسلامي، ويعني لا أجد أكثر من ذلك.
بارك الله، شكرا جزيلا. Dear Prof, thank you. I believe if there is none, thank you very much. We now hand over the session to our MC, Mr. Shaima. Thank you very much. Big round of applause to all presenters.
Thank you so much. I'm deeply honored and my heartful gratitude to each and everyone presenting here rather than best profound insights and scholarly contribution have not only enhanced the intellectual discourse but have also played an integral role to ensuring the success of this conference. Your presence and undoubtedly your mindful thoughts which you are sharing here also add some thought-provoking to the attendants who are presenting. Millions of thanks to the gracing of us with presence at ICRITC 2024, first day of this intellectual journey. Guided by the wisdom and expertise of Dean of ISTAC, Professor Abdulaziz Garwood, given ICRITC 24, Prof. Abdul Khalik. Moreover, I wish to express my gratitude to all of the ISTAC's intellectual contributors. We are deeply appreciate your commitment to fostering academic excellence. A bundle of thanks to Deputy Dean of ISTAC Associate Prof. Dr. Muhammad Fiham bin Muhammad Ghalib, and millions of thanks to congratulations and as well to Dr. Nurul Ann for the successful, smooth conduction of ICRITC first day at 2024. Your contribution have been instrumental in ensuring its success. So now, congratulations to everyone who is contributing here, rather than physically or digitally, and all our ISTAC's volunteer team. Let's assemble for the group picture, and later on we have a refreshment for you in front of the stage. Okay, tomorrow we will be on at 9:30 a.m. Everyone, please, sister, come. Everyone should come to join. Okay, a few of you can go on the stage. You should, yeah.
Remind you what to remind.